In Miami, we're oppressed just like we are everywhere else. But we wait until an outside force provokes us into action. Everywhere you will see us, it is always an outside force that provokes the African masses into action, even on the campus here. I told some brothers the other day, you want to organize all the African students on the campus? I can do it overnight. All I got to do is write a filthy sign, derogatory against them, put them on the campus. Next day, they all come to the meeting. And one of the errors that must be corrected, a people struggling for their freedom cannot depend upon an external force to push them into motion. They must have an internal dynamism of their own. Consequently, the African masses, in drawing lessons from the 60s, must come clearly to understand that they must have a dynamism in their hands that tell them when to attack the enemy, how to attack the enemy, and where to carry their struggle. Thus, the 60s must come to be qualified from a mobilized struggle to an organized struggle. We say they fight like animals. You back an animal up against the wall, and the animal, even a rabbit, will come out striking at you until you back up. Thus, Africans, once provoked, come out striking wildly as they do in Miami. The police retreat, give them some concessions, they sit down, and then the police comes back with more repression. None of the gains made by a mobilized people can be maintained. It is only an organized people who can make gains and use those gains to further their struggle. Indeed, the gains made by the 60s, since they were made by an unorganized people in a state of mobilization, have not been used by the people, but in fact used by the enemy against the people. It is clear for the history of Africans in America that unlike others in this country, their history is not the same, entirely different from everybody else. All those who came here expecting a better life. An African put on a slave ship from Africa knew he was coming to hell. It's a fact. Consequently, the relationship between the country cannot be same unless this African has lost consciousness of his history and think that he came on the Mayflower. This aspect of organization from mobilization must be properly understood. No individual African in this country makes any advancement based on his individual talents or worth. All individual advancements are based on mass struggle. This must be properly understood and can be properly underlined for you once you know the history of Africans is not the same as the history of others. We make no progress in this country without shedding our blood. No one sitting in this audience can give me one example where Africans in this country have made any progress without shedding their blood. In order for them to get into a filthy 5 and 10 cent store, they must shed their blood. In order to sit on a bus where they pay the same amount as everybody else do, they must shed their blood. In order to get their children into state schools where they pay taxes more than anybody else, they must shed their blood. In order to get the vote which every immigrant gets the minute he comes here, they must shed their blood. Consequently, any advances made by any individual African is made as a result of mass struggle. Thus, that position does not belong to the individual African, it belongs to the people. Failure to use this position for the benefit of the people is a betrayal of the blood of the people. Consequently, when we come to correct the 60s and look properly at the lessons, we must become an organized people who, once having made gains, are capable of choosing for ourselves who will occupy those gains. They come to talk about some man named Brown who's going to be head of the Democratic Party. Who picked him? Who picked him? Did the African masses in the Democratic Party pick him? Not at all. As a matter of fact, the Democratic Party holds the Africans in great contempt. They have more elected positions than any other ethnic group in the Democratic Party and has no power in the party at all. They have 302 mayors, 20 congresspeople, 5,000 state, county, local. No other ethnic group in this country has those many elected officials, and still they have no power in the Democratic Party. Why? Because we are not organized. Consequently, to transform our movement, to push it to higher levels, which it must go, because we will arrive at our freedom, if even instinctively, we must come here to put ration and clear reasoning to our struggle and organize the masses of our people. The second lesson we wish to speak of is the role of students. Students, of course, have a role in any society, capitalist society, socialist society, and their role is to...
Welcome. You've got mail.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Together, might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor?
Welcome.
Is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
Stop it. Yeah. Hey. Yip, yip. Yip, yip, indeed. Good morning. Right, everything's working. Great to see you. This is the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. It me, I, Dan Simpson, from the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. Today on the show, we're going to do the same thing that we do every single day. That's right. Try to take over the world. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Yeah. It's always snacks. I'm always thinking about snacks. I love snacks. Like eating a little food and just a little snack for me. You know? It doesn't have to be a whole thing. Oh, just a little snack for me. Yeah. The entire world. Finally. All right. I'm stoked to be with you today. Great to see you all. Hello. Welcome in. This is the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. Brought to you from Chicago, Illinois. That's right. I don't know if you knew that, but that's what that flag is back there. Chicago. I want to welcome in everyone who's currently looking or listening right now, which is the entire live chat. Hello, live chat. How you doing? Hello. Lurkers, you can keep lurking. I love a lurk. Start a commune in Cairo, yeah. Hello, replay viewers, including CIA Steve, FBI Fred, NSA Ned and Bob, DHS Bob, and just the entire crew, you know, putting in the work, you know, on AV and everything. The entire technical crew, and your families, of course. Hello, I hope everyone's doing well. Thank you for being my handlers. Shout out to all the mods that help me keep this stream alive, this live stream. Sometimes they ban someone or time them out. I appreciate that. That's nice. I like it when they warn me about sussy people in chat. That's good. I'm like, I like that. I like to be sussy. Dikey Boards, welcome in to the live chatters. Liar Judas 666. Cinderessa, what's up, homie? We got Matrons Militia, Stuck in Phone 79, Dakadoon, Maple Leaf Dragon, and a Bup Dragon. We got a couple dragons up in the house. Yeah. Bulka, what's up, homie? Welcome in. Who else we got? Alexander the Great, Uwu, Sunwater, New Chatter, welcome in. Proletariat Panda, Panda in the house. Love to see it. Mayhem Hippie, great to see you all. Hope you're doing well, y'all. Love your face. Oh, thank you. That's nice. Oh, my hair. You like my hair? Love your face. Jesus.
Redwiz RD. At stuck.
What the fuck?
Redwiz RD. Redwiz RD.
Oh my god. Something's happening. It's a little early for tequila, don't you think? Seems to be the case. Why is it stuck? It always gets stuck over here when we do this button. I never fix this button. I might turn the button off. What's the deal with that? I don't feel like fixing it. Ugh. I need like a stream checklist. If I don't write it out, I lose track of things. I need to have it on paper. I don't have any notebooks right now, so I'm going clipboard. Alright. Actually, I do have notebooks. What am I doing over here with the clip? I don't know. I like the clipboard. I think I like the clipboard. It's like my Johnny Harris thing where he's got to print stuff out. Alright. I'm a big Johnny Harris fan. So, what is this? Just a stream to-do list. Because this stuff piles up, you know? Okay, I got like little things around here. Buttons aren't working. I gotta make them work, you know? Just stream.
Buongiorno.
Hey, Nays, what's up, homie? So what was that one? I've already forgotten. Tequila. Gotta fix it. All right. We're making progress. I hope y'all are doing well today. Welcome in. It's Monday. It's November 7th. In the year of our Lord, 2022. It's 9:28 a.m. CDST. Do you know where your children are? Everyone who's got kids is like, wait, where are they? No, it's daylight savings, right? Didn't we do this yesterday? DST? We just say, what do we say? ST. Okay. I don't know. See, what am I doing? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing. So we just say CST now. All right, someone write that down. You know, someone write that one down. Let's just say CT. Yeah, Central Time. Can we just skip to it? What is it? What are we doing with the time? You notice it doesn't really exist? You don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about time zones, homie. So, Central, we're in the Central time zone. But I don't know. We get that daylight savings time, you know? So then you got to like specify, I guess. Why do I do that? Why don't I just say CT? Well, because everyone goes, oh my God, what am I doing? We got to do a time deep dive. It's called Central Standard Time, regardless. Okay. Okay, that's good. We're learning. All right, that's good. Need to use that more. Central Time's the best time. Yeah. True. You had to do a deep dive just to find the current congressional maps because the federal state side hasn't updated them. You see what I mean? Electoralism's such a waste of time. It's like by design. Time is an illusion. And an allusion. It's alluding to how much you're wasting your life watching my stream. No, we're learning things. We are. We always learn stuff. I mean, I guess. Maybe we're relearning stuff. I feel like I was never told a lot of this stuff, to be honest. You know? Two people perceive time. No two people perceive time at the same rate? So, what? Is that true? Are my buttons broke today? There we go. I don't know, homies. This is getting existential. This is not my kind of stream. I used to do that kind of stream. Yeah, it's all relative. Subjective. It's Monday. Did I update my thing yet? Can someone confirm to me whether or not my stream information's correct? Good. I fixed it. I did a good job. Yeah, Dan. Taller people perceive time slightly in the past. They're like always behind. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's all relative. This isn't true, the taller people thing. That's not true, is it? All right, you people are weirding me out. Time is super weird. All right, so what are we doing today? I don't know. I don't have a plan. What should we do? I was studying last night. I was studying the Young Turk Revolution. Turkey's involvement in the First World War. This fucking guy tricked the Turkish government into going into war. What an asshole. And then they got wrecked. What a fucking idiot, dude. This guy Enver Pasha. Oh, man. And he's also a war criminal. I think he did some of those genocides. We got Pinko the Bear in the house. You love to see it. Everyone follow Pinko the Bear. Yeah. Do y'all see who Young Turks is having on? Okay, hold on. Let's make a list. All right? Let's make a list for today. You know what we're doing here, chat, right? He's making a list. He's making a list. He's making a list. He's making a list. Dan Simpson's making a list. All right, we're making a list. What are we doing today? It's Monday. So we got to talk about the Young Turks. You cannot believe it. How about we don't say who it is yet, in case no spoilers. But someone's going to be on the Young Turks either today or some other day this week. It's just like, what? Why are they on the show, dude? And I think it fits my theory, dude. My theory about the Young Turks is that it's designed to make them look like they're on the left. So so it makes their viewers feel like they're leftists. But actually, it's a Gulena stop. And I honestly think it might be a Gulena stop. No joke. There's actually a pretty decent chance of it. Today's the day of the October Revolution. Again, don't say who it is, who's going to be on the Young Turks today, okay? Please. So today, October Revolution. On this day, when was it? 2017? I'm not good with the dates, homies. And that's not, that is not my forte, is Russian Revolution stuff. Although I'm into it. 1917, I got it? I got it right?
1917.
Wait, I got it right? I got it right?
We do it because it's right.
All right, I did like a little bit of study. I said 2017. All right. All right, you know what I mean. Yo, I did something. Yeah, some say, again, we're not going to say the name of the guest, but some say they're joining the show because it had something about young people in the title, and they're like, oh, young. The guy's like, I'm into young people. I'm into Young Turks. Okay, so October Revolution, we'll talk about that. That's a good one. What else is on our radar, chat? If you have links, put them in my Discord. Who would say that? That's not even funny. So Young Turks, guest. We'll check out the Democracy Now! The headlines. Just to see what Blamey Badman's up to. Dude, she is so bad. She gets worse and worse by the day. Am I wrong? Like, what the fuck are they doing over there? Oh, Not Scones. What's up, homie? We got a Not Scones dad joke in the house. We're going to rate this out of 5, everyone. Here we go. This is the joy of being a live streamer. I accidentally stepped in wet cement while rushing to my first job interview. I'm pretty sure I left a bad impression. That's like a right down the middle dad joke. That's a 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. Give it up. Please clap. Please clap.
Please clap.
Everyone else is able to rank on your own. Okay. Happy Monday, homie. Welcome in. Yeah. Thank you. It's always a joy. Maybe I'll start clipping that out, putting it on like a TikTok or some shit. Welcome in, homie. Amy, no good, man. Simping for Empire every day, dude. It's almost like at this point, it's like it's not whether or not she will. It's like when she does her her show. You're like, all right, is she gonna lead with it, or is she gonna do something else today? It's 50-50. This whole bad over there, dude. Ukrainian officials say, what? Why are you doing... It's fog of war, bro. What are you doing? You're filling... Oh my god, dude. Carrying water for Empire. Like, just, if you know it, and you know... Oh my god. You know she knows what she's doing. Oh my god, dude. What is going on over there, dude? It's an op. It's an op. At the same time, it doesn't have to be like super nefarious because they just got to get that, you know, non-profit industrial complex money, and they know how to build the consent. She did the video. She knows how to do it. She's like, oh, this is how you build consent. This is how you manufacture it. Oh, I'll do that now. It's like she's gotten better at. Has she always been like this? I'm scared. My thing is, I think she's always been like this. I'm just not too familiar with her shit. She was taking notes. Yeah. She was reading Manufacturing Consent by Chomsky. And she's like, oh, fuck, that's good. Oh, I never thought of that. So she's always been like this. So my question then becomes, has she gotten better or has she always been this awful? She's always been manufacturing the consent. Has she has she gotten better at it? Or is it always been like, meh, carrying water for empire, this is what I do, but I act like I'm a leftist because I support Palestine. Always been an American liberal. Well, at least she's right on Palestine. You know, can't throw the baby out with the bathwater on that one. She is a baby, though. But again, I fear she's not a baby, as in she doesn't know what she's doing. I fear she knows what she's doing. This is worse. Shameless. She gets up every day, makes a $200K salary. I wouldn't know. Fuck that shit, man. Doing shit like being on the ground at Standing Rock. I don't know if her bones can handle that no more, you know? I don't think she could do that anymore. She's crumbling. Again, I mean, I know what, you know, I'm 38 over here. I think I'm starting to crumble. I know I'm not trying to talk shit, you know? It's just, it all happens to us all. I'm beginning to crumble. I need to start like decrumble over here. Let's start with like decent posture, you know? I like sit over here like I'm Gollum. I'm like, oh my God, I've turned myself into like the Larry King of the left.
Listen here. I got a question. The men all think about your tits all day. What do you think about that? Hard hitting. Down the middle. That's why they like me over here at CNN.
And then Dave Rubin tried to be him. God, that's so funny. He's still trying to be that. He's still trying to be that. He tried to go right down the middle. But he's just such a fool. Okay, this is not the Dave Rubin hour. So what else is on our headlines today? We got the Armenian genocide here. I'm not going to be talking about that today. But this is the stuff I was studying yesterday. The Treaty of Sèvres. Sèvres. This is what the Ottomans had going in to World War I. And then this guy, I'm telling you, he does this bonehead move. It's actually really wild. There are these German ships in Turkish waters at the time. And this guy does this wild caper of a plan. Convinces them that they have to sort of hand over the deeds of the of the German ships to the Turks while they're in the waters for some, I don't know, weird reasons. I can't really go into details because I don't understand. And then they have the German soldiers put on Turkish fezzes and attack German, Russian ports along the Black Sea to trick like Russia into going into war with Turkey. And it worked. It worked. And then Turkey got their ass kicked. This guy read the room. He's like, I think Germany's going to win. He was wrong. And so the Ottomans start with this. And then after the Sèvres Treaty, they end up with that. Yeah. By the way, a lot of interesting stuff happening in there, right? Interesting stuff. But then they didn't stick to the Sèvres Treaty. They went with the Treaty of Lausanne.
Pro streamer.
Yeah. Because the Ottomans were going ham. The nationalists were going ham. Got the Young Turks in there. They just did a genocide a few years ago. You got this Ataturk guy. He comes along. A lot of funky, interesting stuff is going to happen in here. We're going to tell the story in our first episode. I think it might take a month or more to make it. I don't give a shit. I just want to make it right. Because I do believe if I'm like doing the math right, we're going to want to get people to be patrons on this project. But let's be honest. No one's going to be a patron until they see what we're doing over here. So I'm thinking we'd probably give away the first episode. So I really want to knock this out of the park. Hopefully get a decent amount of patrons on this project so we can make some fucking money with these videos. And not just... I mean, the content is super interesting and important to be made, but come on, let's get paid. Let's make that money. Very excited about this. We're going to tell the story. I'm going to make the videos. I'm going to get into editing. I'm going to become an editing pervert. Really excited about the project, especially after like making that intro bumper. I'm like, oh fuck, this is going to be good. Like, I want to watch this. But I'm like, oh fuck, I got to make it first. Shit. That's the worst part. Can someone else make it for me? I really just want to watch it, I'll be honest. Can we skip to that part? Release a small portion of the episode. That'll definitely be... Okay. Yeah, we'll dial it in. It might not be the whole episode, but that'll definitely be something for like each episode. You give them a tease. You want to see the whole thing? Subscribe on Patreon. But I think we got to give one away so people are like, oh shit. That was really good. I really want episode 2 or whatever, you know? But at that point, it's like, hey, yo, like, we're working on episode 2, but it would be really nice if you support the channel, you know? If you subscribe on Patreon. Wouldn't that be nice if we had your support to do that? So I'm thinking about, in order to convince them to do that, you know, I'm thinking about if I'm somebody, I'm like, I would like the whole show. All right, we got a wild Karen in the house. Welcome in, homie. How you doing? Good morning. I love the name. All right, so we're coming up with a to-do list for today, and I'm totally fucking ADDing this one. Where was I? To do today. Any music education people out there? Okay, so these are the dumb things we're talking about doing today. Motherfucker. What? This is why I hate this. Get over there. Okay. All right, so what are we doing? We got a lot of shit to get into. Let's see what's on your radar. Do I not have Discord opening? Is Borked? You can't believe it. I can't believe it. Maybe I should work on my president impressions. I could work on my Clinton. Clinton's really hard. I don't think I'm going to do Clinton. I should work on my Obama. Now, do we need a channel point reward where I do an Obama impression? And should it be a reward or should it be like a tip thing, like a dono thing? Because, you know, Dan needs his donos. Or what? Someone tell me how we're going to do that. Your wife and you are planning to go to Champaign. I say Chambana because there's Urbana's right by. We currently live in Pennsylvania. We just need something new. You're going to move. Looks like a great college town. I can't tell you much about it. I went to school nearby at another college town, like 45 minutes, an hour away. I just wonder how you landed on Champaign. Yeah, Champaign, Urbana, Illinois. It is like a college town. I don't know if I can say it's a great college town. I haven't spent a lot of time there. And fuck, man, I'm like thinking about even if I told you, if I had like a college friend from there who could tell you about it, you know, it's probably changed since they've been there. So I don't know. Not bad, but the place dies when school's out. Sounds like a college town. Looking at a bunch of places. You'll be able to grow, homie. Are you going to do that? You got to get a card. You got to get a Illinois thing. Cost me a shit ton of money. Oh, but I'm growing right now, so I'm very excited. I think all 4 of them are doing okay. The 4th plant is confusing me. 3 of them are tiny little seedlings, and they look like they're doing okay. It does seem like the soil dries out like every single day. I've been watering it. I don't know if I'm watering it too much, to be honest. Just give it a little spray. I don't know. I need help. Because like I check it each morning. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it dry every morning? I'll give it a little bit. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just doing okay. All right. And then the 3rd seed, so like 3 of them just like came up like little seedlings. And then the 3rd one, it looks like the seed is still attached. And it's like growing up with the seed. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Hey, guys. What you need is a wicking system. What the fuck is that? Hey, cassette van. What's that? I'm not sure I understand this. The West only supported Greek independence. When was this? At around 1900, 1910, 1920-ish? The West only supported Greek independence when it could be used as a vassal into the Mediterranean. Oh. Greece is like a project of the West, right? The U.S. has always sort of acted like the Greece is theirs, right? What is that? What's sort of going on there? IV drip bags for your plants. I can't keep buying things right now. I need to keep things cheap. Yeah, that is a cool idea. At that point, I just go hydroponics. I don't know. Basically, just use a piece of fabric. A piece of fabric goes from a reservoir into the soil. Okay, so I got them in the big pots, by the way. That's I should start there, right? I after I did the paper towel thing, you know, they cracked open, little wormy guy. I put him in there, in the big pot with a lot of soil, you know, covered it up. I didn't tamp it. I sprayed it with water. You know, and it seems like each morning that spot that was like sort of like a round, and again, I don't soak it or anything. I just sort of give it a little bit. By the morning, it seems like it's always dry. Like it is like, and the entire color is the same. So I'm like, I got to give it more water in the morning, right? So otherwise, a different system. Should I just like have a bowl with a little piece of fabric and I just set it to the side? And this is what you're saying? A ratchet strap that goes from a reservoir into the soil. A ratchet strap? If you have a picture, let me know. But yeah, I'm willing to try something else. Unless you think I'm doing fine. Hey, Squiddy. Welcome in, homie. Go and follow Squiddy here. I'm happy to keep spraying it in the morning. I just don't... I don't want to over or under spray it. Like when I wake up in the morning and I check it, is it bad that that spot is dry? All right, whatever. I hear it's fine for it to go through cycles of like sort of dryness. As long as, you know, it's not long. and not totally parched. And I got the humidifier in there going too. All right, there's a lot I got to talk about. What about temperature? What should the temperature in there be? I don't know how to control that. How do you fucking control that? Dimitri crossing the Rubicon in the Jeep Rubicon. You love to see it. Thank you for joining the paid Only Dance community with a Prime subby. You love to see it. Folks, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free subscription every month. Please use it on my channel. 65 to 75 degrees. All right. I think mine said like 85 or some shit. How do I get it below 85 when it gets hot? All right, let's talk about air intake. Don't I have like a negative air situation going on in there if it's piping out air? And I got everything else cinched up? What am I doing? Someone walk me through this. What am I missing? 85's hot, but it's not ideal. Let me go peek at it now. Like a little vent. It's like 85. I got a couple temperature things in there. Okay, first of all, the tent came with a nice fancy computer. And I should be able to check it, but the thing dropped so many times that the connector, which looks like a little headphone connector, it bent and it won't work. So I need to get another one of those when I get paid out in about a week from Twitch. So I should be able to just check and keep an eye on it, but I can't, so it sucks. So I do have little, handheld units, whatever, about that big. One of them says 85, one says 88. So, like, what is going on here? Should I, I gotta get the temperature down. This is what I gotta do, right? Okay, I need a weed to-do list. This is getting complicated. I love it. Having a good time. That's roasting. Get the heat down. Hey, Gash. Wow, thank you. For the 14, homie. All right.
Egan 420.
All right, grow to do. I gotta get temp down. How do I do that? Now, it's got these little vents on the side. The tent's got a little vent, and I've had it cinched up or closed up. Should I have airflow coming in? And how's that going to work when it comes time for it to flower and when it gets smelly and when I can't allow that? How am I going to control the temperature? Do I have fans? I actually do not have fans in there going. I can't afford to get fans right now until I get paid out. Get an inline fan with carbon filter. Wait, hold on. This might work because I have an inline fan. I have a spare fan is what I'm saying. Is that a specific thing, an inline fan? Okay, because I got another tent and I was going to use it for drying. I got the fan and I got another filter. Will that work? And then I have cool air pushing in there? Is that what I want? Because I got that. That would be nice. Inline fan or best bet is climate control the room. It's in indoor. It can be finicky climate control. Greenhouse is so much simpler. It is indoor. Thank you, Antoine, homie. Thank you. And the tricky thing is I'm in this room just right next to the heater for the house, for the apartment. This is tricky. You should be exchanging air into the room every few minutes. Sucking the heat out, drawing cooler air in. Right. We say inline fan, and I'm not quite sure what that means. Is that just like one of the fans that pushes air Okay, the same type of of fan that I have inside the tent already, sucking air through my carbon filter and pushing it out of the tent. Is that the same kind? AC Infinity is the standard for inline fan. I got one of these things. Again, I grabbed another tent. I do have another. I have a spare. All right, I'm set. So I got that. I know what I'm doing. No, I got the. I don't have the AC Infinity. I've got the. I got the Vivo Sun. But yeah, the same one that I've got like inside the tent. So you just get another one. You stick it outside the tent. That one will pull air into the tent. Okay. Great. I actually got this stuff. Good. I can't afford to buy more stuff. All right. Should I do that now? Just open a flap for inbound. I think I could. Let's actually just try that for now because I got my flap open and I just tried that. So let me see if that works. Otherwise, I'll set up this inline fan. Thank you for walking me through that. Let me peek at that real quick. All right, I'm going to turn up the fan inside there too. I think I could do that from here. We need a grow tent channel in Discord. Well, that's a sort of a fun idea. Let me wrap my head around how to do that. Circulation fan. Off. Why? You running recipe. Is off for 24 hours. All right. Should I go to a manual plan over here? Yoshi's screaming outside. Zenron? What does that mean? All right, I'm gonna. Hey Yoshi, what's going? What's wrong? Separation anxiety, homie? Oh my god. Election day tomorrow. Everyone go vote. Go vote so fucking hard. And go tell me about it next. Alright. I'm gonna stop this stage and I'm gonna go into a manual phase. What the fuck? Hi, Yoshi. Oh my god. Why are you so cute? Everyone loves you. Running recipe. I don't want a recipe. How you doing, boo-boo? God damn. I don't know what I'm doing over here. Ross, how do I do this? Weed feed? You run a recipe or do you have a manual thing going over there? I'm doing seedlings. How bright should my lights be? Circulation fan speed. Voting for weed feed tomorrow? Oh, as in we talk about it tomorrow? Hey guys. We got so much to talk about today. I gotta get this set right now. What's up, Portsides? Sell your Tesla stock, yeah? With how much heat they're outputting, I think you have plenty of lumens. All right, what do you think? I'm just going to go with 20% for now. All right. Cycle schedule. No. These are going to go 18 on. 18 on. 6 off. All right. How many moomins? You're silly. You're silly. I like you. Okay. Fan speed. Get that fan going. Fan all day? It'll circulate all day. Duct fan. We want that duct fan moving. Lights as bright as the sun. What are you talking about? When I'm seedlinging? When I'm doing seedlings? Duct fan. This is the one. I want this moving. I think this is not moving right now. So let's get the duct fan going. I guess 24 hours a day, right? Oh, Yoshi, I love you. Okay. Temperature. Again, I can't measure that right now. It sucks. I gotta get another one of those things. I don't even know where to buy it. All right. Let's see what happens in there. Dries a bone in there. It's reading for like 40% humidity. All right, so let's talk about lights. I don't know. I literally put it at 21% intensity. I don't know how to do this. If I go to recipe. I think it uses 60%. So I'm going to go with that. Okay. Cool. Lights 100%, 16 on, 8 off. While doing seedlings. 2 of them in there, but they're super hot. All right. I'll just listen to you. Fine. $16 on, 8 off. Heard. You do the sunrise to sunset thing? All right. Seedling. Humidity between 60 to 70. I can't. Yo, my humidity's all over the place. Maybe it's just because I'm opening it up too much. But I'll peek in the middle of the day. It's like 80%. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like right now it's like 30. What is going on? Am I opening it too much? Temp sub 70%? What? Below 70 degrees? All right. You got to move the air to keep the temps down. Might help to make the room the tent is in colder so you can find a balance. Fuck. That's the room I'm in. The only way to do that is to open the window. And then I'm like inviting outside noise. Keep humidity over 65 for seedling. so they don't dry out. Okay. You put a dish of water in there. I've got a humidifier running. If the humidity gets too high, let me make sure it's running. Definitely running. You could plug the heating vent. Plug the heating vent. What, homie? I know. This is how I learn. In seedling mode, you can turn the light down and get it very close, so it's just lighting the seedlings and not a big empty tent. What do we think about this? Cuts down on power and heat. Honestly, I start seeds in a sunny window for a time before moving the lights. What do we think about that? Are you drying your filament before printing? No. Welcome in, darling Sierra. No, not really. But I'm starting to think maybe I should, just by the way you say that. Good morning, homie. The filament can hold moisture. Yeah. Oshi, you just want so much attention. A 100-watt LED, so the power draw is negligible. No. She says no. She's so good. This is the Yoshimi Show with Yoshimi from the Yoshimi Show. All right. I may do the low and slow LED route, the low route. If I can't get my temperatures down. Additionally, what the fuck with my humidity? I do wait. Okay. I think I gotta fill that thing twice a day. What soil am I using? The one with the frog. I think I gotta water. I think I gotta do my. I gotta remember to do at the end of the night to fill my humidifier, because when I wake up in the morning, it's empty. So I gotta do that. I want to try to see if I can lower the temperature and keep humidity up. Okay, that's what I'm doing next. All right, hold on. Good news is temperature's going down and humidity's going up right now, so I love to see that. You love to see it, right?
We do it because it's right.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
Fans are going to bring humidity down. All right. Maybe I got to dial in the fans. Sorry, Yoshi. I know you don't like that. I'm sorry, homie. Got 5 girlies budding right now. Love to hear it. I got 4. All right. I'm so excited. If I can't deal with the temperature and the humidity simultaneously, I'll hook up the other inline fan to pump in cool air from outside the tent room. As long as the air outside the tent is cooler. This is tricky. Fuck me, dude. So this room gets roasting. Let's just say that. This room gets hot because there's a lot of lights and my computer and all the electronics that I'm running. And actually, this little speaker system behind me gets pretty hot too. There's a lot of power draw in this room, actually. So, and now I got the tent. Now I got the tent with the lights. So by my calculus, carry the 5, it's going to get hotter in this room. So It's going to be hard to pump in cooler air into the tent if there's no cooler air around. Jesus Christ, what am I going to do? All right. Well, I'm in the problem-solving game. I love it. Might need an air conditioner. Vent from outside. Well, hold up. Actually, this is different. When it gets super fucking cold, I'm going to be pushing a vent, you know. I'm going to be pushing the air from the tent outside. My question is, does any of that cool air get in? How much do I need to be worried about that when it comes to that time? Will there always be, like, positive, you know, suction outside of the vent? I will always be fine as long as it's running? As long as it's running, right? As long as it's running. Nope. Negative pressure. You need a vent fan. What? Hold my hand. All right. Fuck. All right. Let's put a pin in that one. Yoshi, get out of the way. Oh, Yoshi, you are adorable. Yeah, I need to get my temp down. I need to get humidity up. And then I need a solution to vent problem that I just realized. You say get a vent fan. A vent fan? Are we talking about another inline? As a person who owns two of the exact same light that Dan is using, the lights themselves do not produce a ton of heat. So it's probably not the heat. Okay. So it's probably not the lights producing the heat. So I gotta think about that. Okay, good. Yes. Okay. So again, a vent that's an inline fan inside the room, pulling air through a filter, a carbon filter. Inline with tubing going outside. Inline with tubing going outside. Pump cool air in? Wait, hold on. This is gonna get really... Can't do this. This is gonna get really ugly. The cold is gonna give you really tight butts. What? Hold on. If this is gonna be like really elaborate, like outside my window, I cannot do this. Because my landlord will probably shut it down. Hold on, what is going on here? Humidity up, air circulation up, temp goes down. You can lower your light and reduce the power to, but you'll still need to account for humidity. All right, let me just... What the fuck is going on with this vent idea? In line with tubing going outside? Oh, so it's just like another hole? Trying to figure this out. I got to come up with like a window contraption. I need to come up with a window contraption, right? that allows me to do this discreetly. I think I may have to like 3D print something. Something that, you know, fits in between my window. Do you see where I'm going with this? This is going to be fun. I'm going to have some fun with this. Something that, because it's got to be discreet. Something fits in between my window. You know, enough size for duct, you know, that goes all the way across. Okay. And then it's like, you know, yay thick. About that thick, right? 2 holes. Do you see where I'm going with this? 1 coming from the tent, going out. I got to try to find a way to get that through a certain hole out there. You know, it's going to come through a certain hole. It's got to be somehow directed out through its own holes. And then another one with its own vent holes to the outside coming in. Is this what we're doing? And that's how I'm going to have some... Well, this is going to be like this, right? That's how I grow weed. And we're growing weed. But I got to like... I think I'm going to have to like 3D print this design. I'm going to have to design this thing. The old in and out. Yeah. Kids love it. Okay. All right. I just figured that out. Yo, I could sell this design. All right. So I got to design. Jesus Christ. Design and print. Window. In. Out. Vent. Unit. This is going to be weird. How am I going to do that? This is outside my pay grade. This is way outside my pay grade. I got to like separate them, right? They got to like go out their own ways and then come in their own way. And then I got to be able to convince my landlord it's, you know, it's just regular old air ventilation. Oh yeah, it's just air. It's just smelly. Just wait until you want to automate it. I got a Zigbee network with humidity temp sensors going into Home Assistant. Pipe it out to create fancy VDP graphs. What the fuck? That's wild, Gash. Hey, homie. All right. I think we've been talking about weed too much. I need to move on to content. Yeah. Okay, let's do this real quick though. All right, Discord's working. Just air, nothing to worry about. Yeah, but if I'm gonna have a thing where I'm trying to get rid of the smelly air and it's pulling in the smelly air back into the tent, that's not working. That's a bad design. I gotta figure that out. I like literally gotta design the shit out of this. What the fuck? From the outside, it looks like this. Wow. Pretty intense. Did I have like a bottle over my shit? Y'all want a picture? Do you want pictures? Oh, I can't open my tent. I should be opening my tent less, right? All right. Hold on, let me peek. All right, it hit 80. I definitely want to get it below 80. What's ideal? I am going to put a Waze camera in there, especially since I'm not using them too much for the 3D prints. I don't really use them. Open the door, let the heat out. That's assuming it's cooler in here. All right. Just invite the cool air into your home. All right, and then I'm going to take some little pictures for you. Huh? The weed feed. You should automatically add here, right? Right before your eyes.
This is fine.
Getting upload errors. What the fuck? Get them all? They look a little dry, don't they? All right. Yeah, we got to get the humidity up. Super dry. I'd give them a coffee cup full of water. Spray them with water. All right, let's give them some water.
Nope.
Okay. Little seedlings get most of their water through the moisture in the air, so if you can put a dome over them, get their local humidity up a bit, that's better than over watering their roots. All right. See what I can do.
My man.
These tiny little glass jars, would these work? Oh, I wouldn't be able to like put holes on the top. This is bad, right? Shit, what do I want to do? All right. Those would work. You don't want holes as long as they don't crush the seedlings. Those would work. All right. Well, Cash says yes. What do we think? Is this a bad idea? Spend more money. I don't have more money, motherfucker. He's expensive. All right, let's just go with closing up the tent and hoping the humidity goes up. Just sort of spray it around the rest of the soil a little bit. I think that'll help.
Don't get cheap on me, Dodson.
When I put the soil in there, you know. No, it didn't seem especially. I mean, it doesn't want to be. You don't want it to be soaked. All right. Let me figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Do I just got to go with this little cloth idea? Who's got that idea? It's okay. I think we'll be fine as long as I check on it often. And not over water it. And I've erred on that side. But I think we'll be okay. Let's get the humidity up. Let's get the temperature down. We're going to figure out a solution to the vent problem. We'll figure that out down the road. Here we go. Thank you all for helping me out. Do we start today with the Young Turks host? The guest host? Oh, I just gave you a peek at the episode 1. Okay. Yeah, like, what's going on here? Oh, did you see this video? I want to talk about this. CIA officer Frank Snepp discusses planting stories in major newspapers. I don't even care whether or not this guy was a CIA officer. This could be like fake video. Like this could be from a movie. I would not care because this is how it works. This is how they do it. And it's good that we watch it. We're going to check that out. All right, but let's find this thing. This guy with the rotisserie chicken. Don't forget about that guy. No one mentioned that. There it is. There we have it. I don't even know what to do. What song do we have for this? Breaking news. Child trafficker Matt Gaetz will join Cenk Uygur, Anna Kassarian, and Nina Turner during midterm elections coverage over on the Armenian genocide denying Young Turks. Don't forget, they also committed the Armenian genocide. The people who did it, they're the Young Turks. Learn more about Turkish nationalist history with Karem and me on our channel and our show. Yeah. Why isn't he doing that on his Twitch channel? Why isn't he doing what? Midterms coverage? Why is he joining Matt Gaetz? Cenk Uygur. Breaking news. Cenk Uygur, Gulenist op, inviting Matt Gaetz on a show to position himself to the left of Matt Gaetz. It's pretty easy. It's not that hard. All you have to do is sit next to him. It's literally the easiest thing you could do. And then people think you're a leftist because you're sitting next to Matt Gaetz. Cenk's going to make him an honorary gray wolf. Yeah. I need like a sound of a wolf. Oh, and then like cackling, like, because that would be funny for a gray wolf to make fun of the gray wolves, and then they would kill me because that's what they do. All right, don't get killed. All right, I got a lot on my to-do lists over here personally, so if you don't mind, can we get to the good part of the show? What do you want to do? Time stamped. Hassan talking for like 15 minutes. Ooh, let's go, yeah.
Hey.
If anything, this will be good for B-roll. I'm not gonna watch this now unless someone's really excited to watch this.
Hey, Andy Milanakis said hi. What's up, Andy? What's up, dog? Long time no see. Hey, chat. I Greek. I'm mad at you.
Hey, I need coffee.
Yeah. Are you an Armenian genocide denier? No, motherfucker. What the fuck? Like, I've literally never. I swear to God, at this point, if it's like, it's become a meme in this community for obvious reasons, because people are constantly like coming in. It's like one of the more common memes about me for some fucking weird reason is that like I deny the Armenian genocide.
Just a bit they do, I think.
Like, you know, this.
I don't know.
The Armenian genocide happened. The
6 months less.
The ridiculousness is that people act like I don't believe in it or whatever. But I'm trying to fucking be very careful with the statements that I am making currently, so that the motherfuckers don't like clip the shit out of context and be like, "Oh, we got him, boys." But I feel like that's.
I'm on bated breath. I gotta hear what he's got to say. Is this just me though?
That's what it's gonna take. You know what I mean? Like for half the time I legitimately feel as though people just wait.
I gotta hear what he's got to say
People
here.
just wait for
But I can
like
wait.
a
You can tell me.
for like, you know, to catch me slipping, I guess, like to like say something that I when I believe the opposite of it, so they can
Just talk
clip it and
about
be
it.
like, nope, that's it. We knew it, dude. We fucking knew it, dude. We knew it. It's time to clip it. It's time to fucking ship it. It's like, you know, you can't.
Talk about it.
You're not gonna catch me slipping.
Educate your audience. Go.
I always say dumb shit, so. Slipped, clipped, shipped. Yeah, exactly. Will you react to the Jordan Klepper special today? There's a Jordan Klepper special today? Sure.
Folks, if you catch me slipping, I mean, it happens. I think it has happened. I've learned that I've said things on this channel that have been wrong. I've been slipping. But the point is here is to catch yourself slipping. Isn't that the point? So if you catch me slipping and you come at me like a comrade, like a coomrade, sorry. That's awesome. That's a great thing. That's how we grow. I love to grow. So like, let's do that. And that's, I hope, what this community does here, right? But there's another way to do that, which is this clout chasing, clipping and shipping. And that's what he's talking about. Yeah. You ever see John Stockwell interview? No, we should check that out. Put it on the list. Philip Agee.
Anyway.
Some rabbit holes to
People
go
keep
down
posting
there.
this picture under all of Joe Biden's tweets.
Is he gonna
So
say it or
funny.
what does he
It's not a
say?
picture.
Oh my god, dude. Ross, I think you're actually not lying. That's the sad part.
So I don't get.
There's a lot of really, really, really weird Grey Wolf stuff, actually. There's like a Grey Wolves fan cam YouTube account. There's an Abdullah Chatley, like, a fan cam account on YouTube. It's off the charts over there.
Get that, like, what?
And on over here on Twitter too. There's a band. Oh my!
What is this like? So I know what this is. I will describe the memes to you in a second, right?
Describe the memes.
I don't know if this is like, this seems very anti-Turk, even though I think it's supposed to be pro-Turk. You know what I'm saying? Because like, so this is you know, JJJ, like
he did mention yeah, as I was walking. Grey Wolves confirmed. Oh, we got him. Flipping and shipping. Oh my god, we totally got him, dude. Screen cap it. Oh, you're so fucked. Oh my god, dude, we totally got him, dude. Look at this. Look at this screen cap. I got it. Oh my god, he's totally fucking Grey Wolves confirmed. Easy. My work here is done. Do you see that? Get this guy. I fucking knew it. I knew it. This socialist homeowner, car owner, automobile owner. Oh, I fucking knew it, dude. I knew it. Put a fork in him. He's toast. That in my back pocket. That's what I call blackmail for when I need that for another day.
Whatever. Like, this is the sign of the Grey Wolf, right? Like, the wolf is very important in Turkish mythology and Turkic mythology in general, because it's like I
could tell you all about it, and we're gonna do a piece on it. It's gonna be great.
Like, we derive from the wolf. Like, a wolf has a lot of symbolism in Turkish mythology.
In a way, homie.
Mythology, basically, right? Turks are all wolves. And
yo, there's a couple different stories that are a little bit like, they make you turn your head so much that it falls off your fucking neck over here.
The ultranationalist party MHP, MHP, they throw this up. Ülkücüler, like,
that's Turkish's party.
The really
the Grey Wolves is the paramilitary arm.
The nationalist motherfucker.
People are like, oh no, the Grey Wolves, they don't exist, but they do.
There's like that collaborated with the American government during the Cold War against the fucking against the communists in Turkey.
This is pretty much what our entire show is going to be about right here.
Of course, to no one's surprise. Like they throw
Gladio
this
B.
up and they believe that like they're all wolves and shit
NATO.
like that. So I don't understand if this is
6 months.
I don't
So
understand if this
excited
is supposed
listening
to
to this right now.
be pro Turkey because it's so fucking whack. It's so whack that it's like it's not exactly doing. Abi bunlar furi olabilir. This shit kind of slaps though. He's saying, "Long live our race." Çin'e bedel kırkımız. He says 40 of us are worth the entirety of China. Oh yeah. No, this is like some fucking. This is straight up. I'm
Damn.
telling you, this is ultra nationalist shit. Like,
Yeah.
this is a very,
fucked.
very hyper. Motherfuckers don't understand how
Problematic.
nationalist Turks are. Like, it's so funny to me when I meme about.
I cannot go that route. I cannot do the dancing wolf emote route. I can't go that route. Didn't Chapo Trap House nickname their fans Grey Wolves? I think I'm going close enough by naming our show Chatli Trap House. So Hassan is not a Grey Wolf, confirmed. He did this. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at him. He's doing this sign. You can't deny it now.
About this stuff, and I make fun of it all the fucking time. But like, Turks are like Brazil posting all the time. Okay.
What's that?
Like, imagine
super nationalist Bolsonaro Brazil posting.
The entire nation of Brazil.
John Oliver would cream.
Like they are hyper fucking nationalist. So he's saying Yaşasın ırkımız Çin'e bedel kırkımız, which means long live our race.
1 year.
40 of us are worth the entirety of China.
Can't say that.
We'll sing our songs Türkü, which is a Turkish version of. It's like a very Turkish song. And you were saying they slap, motherfucker, not the lyrics. I'm just saying like the fucking beat.
The bop.
You know what I mean, bitch. Shut the fuck up. This is what I'm talking about. Like, dudes are like, oh my god, I can't believe you got him. We got him, boys. We fucking got him, boys. He said this shit slaps. It does slap if you don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Happy 12 months, years, sunflowers.
Wait, I need to find the full version. Does anyone have the full version?
Just realized I'm making a show about Turkey. And I totally forgot this fucking guy over here is Turkish. How did I not realize what I was doing there? This seems like a desperate call for attention. Well, maybe I get his Come on, dude. How is he not gonna want it? How is he not gonna want to watch it? After one episode, you're not gonna. Yo, come on, let's go. If you're gonna have turkey, don't forget the stuffing and the cranberry sauce.
Turkey is
Exactly.
Turkish folk songs, yes.
Movies, yet you say
What does
Mortal
that mean?
Kombat is unwatchable. Curious.
Abi meme videosu bu. Yeah, I think whoever made this is
There's
like
a backstory. There's a backstory, I believe, about how the birds in North America that we call turkeys. I do believe the colonizers, started to call them turkeys because they thought that they looked like the birds that they saw back in Turkey, in Turkey. Is that not a wrong story?
like making fun of
6 months,
these
big boil,
sorts of
get
people.
this bread.
That's correct. That's a bit of like information people should know too. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I should dig into that and double check.
Waiting for Hassan to tweet so I can reply with this in the comments. Okay.
So it's not that they named the fucking country Turkey after the bird. It's that we named the bird after the country Turkey. Or the birds from there. As in our dumb colonizer peoples. Europeans came to call it the guinea fowl, the turkey cock, or turkey hen, because the bird came from the Turks. Am I sort of right? I gotta dig into that one. Hold on. North American bird think I need to do a deep dive on that one. Or at least, that seems like a shallow dive. Mini dive. All right. Let's do that sometime.
Are you trying to get fucking banned? Huh? Sriracha Sydney? Is that where you're trying to get banned? Teşkilat Türküsü Remix. Mevlüt Can Kaptan.
Dude, anytime I see Wolf
I just
shit
love
today.
the merger. Yo, I swear to God. I don't know what it is, but I fucking... Something just... I love the merger of trap.
We can do better than that, I'm sure, but I
love
appreciate
the
it.
merger of trap and Turkish folk songs. Türkü. It's like the most like fucking... I don't know how to describe it. Like it's like if you did country music trap basically, but it's not even country music. It's like, okay, it's like the most K-Kona country music that you can get, where it's like the most K-Kona country music you can get that you.
No, I liked our song, but I'd do something else.
For more than 1,000 years, the city of Istanbul has stood as Europe's gateway
I'd pick
to
a different
Asia.
one.
We begin with the international heroin ring.
There is a war in Sicily, and in the past year and a half, it has killed 200 people.
And a moment later, the shots rang out.
Fine. I'm fine with that being a placeholder for now, but like, what is he talking about?
That you fucking put trap to, you know what I mean? It's like, but it's kind of good.
Did you say you wanted a Wolf Howl sound clip? I don't know. Do I? Do I? Do I? Check Discord. The one that I have is
like,
good. I have
walk,
one.
walk, walk, walk. Your
Oh, the song that I have is good. What am I checking Discord for? Okay.
You know, your long, your.
You did not. Oh my God. When the fuck am I gonna use that? That's perfect for something, I'll tell you what. Where am I? That's so fucking silly. Love your face, homie. Thank you for making that.
Your road ahead is very long.
Oh my God.
He's saying, God damn your enemies.
Should I use this song? Or do you think that gets me in DMCA?
Düşmanların kahrolsun. What the fuck?
I want him to... Let's be honest. Don't... Fuck. Shit. I clicked the wrong button.
It's not a fucking creative decision.
Click the wrong button. I want to be honest. Now I want to get his attention. Now that I realize what I'm doing here. And yo, if I'm making this thing, I want to make it real good. Where's the fucking link? Who gave me this link? How do I pull this up again? Was it in the Discord? Motherfucker, I'm losing it. Can't believe this. This is how we got here. We didn't even finish talking about Matt Gaetz. You should reach out to his people. I'm going to make the first episode because just like I need people to get on board with this whole project. We haven't even made our fucking Patreon yet. I think we should do that now because I'm working hard now. So, I don't know. In the meantime, please support on my Patreon. I would really appreciate that, folks. When I'm not streaming, I'm spending at least a couple hours a day working on this awesome project. It's going to be so good. And I got to learn how to do some good editing stuff, but I think when it comes together, it's going to be off the charts. Please support on my Patreon. And when we get our Patreon going, Karem and I for the project, you can cancel on mine and switch over there. Please, please, please support. What is the project? Oh, it was that thing that I just showed you. It was the intro. It's called Chotley Trap House. We're doing a whole series on the Turkish Grey Wolves, the paramilitary deep state organization related to Hassan Abi. He's a leader in the Grey Wolves organization, confirmed. You cannot deny it. He does the Grey Wolves hand signal, as does the MHP, the nationalist something party over there. Yep, we clipped it. We shipped it. He's gonna regret this one. I tell you what. Got him. Anyway, thank you, homie. So, is this sarcasm? No, I don't think he's actually Grey Wolves. But all this other part is serious. We're doing me and a friend of the channel, Karem, are doing a whole series on this. We'll probably invite guests throughout the way, but we need to get support on Patreon. All right, let's be honest, I want to get paid for doing this work. Okay, and I think Karem should too. And if we have guests, hopefully maybe we could spread the wealth. You know, so each episode we're going to try to focus on a thing and present it in a really nice, tidy way. Because there's ways for us to sit here and I do a deep dive, and even for me, some of the information sticks, some of it doesn't. I want this information to be presented to me, in a way where someone has taken hours of research and distilled it down in a nice, tidy way and packaged it up in an understandable, way that you're able to follow through it. And it's sort of like, I don't know, I think we're getting to like documentary level, in some ways. So, I want this project to be done really well. This content deserves to be understood, because I think this is a thread of understanding that most Westerners just simply don't have. I didn't know who the Grey Wolves were until a few months ago. Now that I get the Turkish deep state, and I'm coming to a better understanding every day, just by simply learning about it and talking about it and thinking about it every day. The Turkish deep state and learning about, what am I doing with, I don't know what I'm counting with my thumb anymore. I was counting something. This thread of understanding is super important. I don't think Westerners get it. And I think by coming to understand this, they'll have a much richer understanding of the world. Some people do understand Turkey and its geopolitical importance and what's been going on over there. But if you're someone like me, you haven't been paying extremely close attention to geopolitics. Hey, you got a bad girl? But maybe unlike me, you haven't spent hours and hours researching and working with comrades to come to a dialectical understanding of what's happening in the area. I was so curious to hear what he had to say there. Turkish nationalists are furries. Is this a different video?
Signal of more.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I don't really remember what I was saying. So that's sort of the project. It's about the Turkish deep state. It's got these really interesting connections to the Sicilian mob and also drug trafficking in the United States, in pizza parlors and Italian-owned bakeries and stuff like that. There was a huge story about that broke in, I think, the 80s, called the Pizza Connection. The Pizza Connection is probably going to be a great episode of ours. Involves the Golden Crescent, the sort of, I guess, pathway. A pathway, whatever, of sort of, I think, unprocessed heroin. Yoshi, unprocessed heroin from Turkey. The Golden Crescent. The Golden Crescent. It's not pizza yet. It has to get its way up to Sicily. They really called it the Pizza Connection. That was the name of the investigation at the time. Yeah, it was an unprecedented trial, a federal trial. They spent $50 million, more than any other trial at the time. Incredible stuff. A couple people were shot along the way, including this guy Pietro Alfonso, owner of this pizza parlor outside Chicago, in a place called Oregon, Illinois, in the Quad Cities. Sorry. And it's still there today. It's run by his kids. His kids also run another chain of pizza, I think, also called Alfano's in like Rock Island, Illinois. And there's news stories about them fucking intimidating local pizza chain owners, trying to intimidate them out of the area. This is our neighborhood. Get out of here. We make the pizza. Isn't that fucking wild, dude? This is going to be a great one. I think this whole Pizza Connection could be its own series, its own season. I think it could be a whole season. We'll probably do an episode on it, though. There's a lot to talk about. Okay. But first season is going to be, we're going to have plenty to talk about the Grey Wolves and all the shit that they do in Syria. The Grey Wolves right now up in Ukraine, motherfuckers, fighting in Ukraine for Ukraine. There's likely thousands of them right now in Ukraine. These are like, Grey Wolves are like, a lot of them are, and we're going to talk about it so much. Karem knows so much more than I do, but I'm learning too. A lot of them are veterans of the Chechen wars. Them or their dads fought in the Chechen wars and sort of passed down generationally. There's so much to talk about. We've got, I think, a whole season of content to make, and my goal is to make it really, really, really good. I want to make a great fucking product. I really want to have something to be proud of here. I do this live stream. I show up every day. We learn so much here, right? I feel like I'm doing a disservice where I'm not taking the learning that we're doing and, getting that back out there in a more digestible way. So I think this represents an evolution in my content. I hope, where, when I look back on my daily stream, we got some good stuff here, but, it's just it's like a big 9-10 hour thing sometimes. So there's like nuggets of really great stuff. I want to try to find a way to distill my live streams into those nuggets, but also take my content to the next level, produce the shit out of it, right? So like that intro bumper that you saw, I want to sort of like make a whole episode that's on that level almost, All right. So we're going to do a mini deep dive on the turkey. Let's see where Hassan left off here. Did I answer all of your questions? Do you have any more questions about this project that I could try to answer? I'm really trying to get your support on this one. I really, really, really am. I want to make something that y'all are like, oh yeah, I was fucking in on the ground floor on that one. I think this is it. I would absolutely watch that. Yo, these guys are involved in so much shit. These guys are like paid hitmen for hire. There's this really incredible story about Abdullah Chatli, the guy that our show is named after, if the name sticks. And it's this story where, this guy's a hitman for hire. He gives a gun to this guy in Rome, I believe. I think he hands the guy the gun to do this, to shoot the goddamn Pope, the second John Paul Jones. Is that right? Wait, that doesn't sound right. Whatever they got, JPJ. Yeah, Pope John Paul. I mix it up. PJP. Yeah. And that's actually what's referenced in that opening video. And then the shots rang out, and then there's this video of the Pope falling over. I got a lot of B-roll of the Pope's Mercedes like zooming away. I'm so stoked to make this. I cannot wait, homies. I'd like to Pope Paul Joseph Watson. Dear God. No. Shoot it with fire. Kill it with fire. Shoot it with guns. What am I trying to say here?
No! No!
Okay. Yeah, so I'm really, really, really excited about this project. I really hope to see this one come together, because I know I get a lot of ideas in my head and I abandon them. Whatever. This one's, I think, too good to say no to. So let me get back to this here.
Pressure to come in the future.
America.
This is like this is just the start.
No, there needs to be a YouTube button where when you click in the timeline somewhere, you can undo, right? Why don't they do that for me? Specifically me. Upset about that.
What the fuck is he saying? Oh, dude, I need the fucking lyrics to this, dude. Trabremik teşkilat türküsü, teşkilat türküsü. Allah Allah.
I would change the intro song if it would get his attention more. And if we think would work, I would totally borrow the song.
Hassle.
Türküsü ne ya? Türküsü sözleri. Okay. What is he saying?
Someone give me this
Koş
link.
yürü 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 yürü, yolumuz uzun, gök börü börü börü, düşmanların kahrolsun, Turan'dır yurdumuz, genç ahtsızlar ordumuz. The young, what? Ahtsızlar? What the fuck is ahtsızlar?
Got it.
Yaşasın ırkımız, Çin'e bedel kırkımız, söylenir türkümüz çağlardan çağlara. Yaşasın ırkımız, Çin'e bedel kırkımız, söylenir türkümüz çağlardan çağlara. Yürü 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 yürü, yolumuz uzun dağları, bürü bürü düşmanların kahrolsun. Koş yürü 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 yürü, yolumuz uzun, gök börü 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 düşmanların kahrolsun.
It's low quality. Can I get a higher quality? Is that the same one? I want the remix, you know? You think I'll get away with it? There's only one way to tell, huh? Check this move out. You ready for this? Hold on to your butt holes. See if this tanks my stream here. Alright. I'm going to take the song. I'm just going to literally re-upload it to my YouTube here. Watch this move. Watch this one. Ever see this move? Come on, homie. I'll run a copyright check. This is how I know whether or not I can get away with it. All right, what do you think? Big brain, small brain? What kind of move was that? YouTube compression might kill it. And fuck you. Well, give me the song. I would like to find a better quality video. Audio. I sort of like this song better, do you? Dan, I cannot recommend enough before you fully set out on this deep dive to read The Thrice a Stranger, Hellenism, Kemalism, and Zionism by Sappho. Okay. Papantonopoulou. Phenomenal explanation of the socio-political ideology of the nationalism found within Turkey, Greece, and Israel. It's not a link I could share easy, but I could to find on my... Okay. All right. Well, that does... I do got to do some reading, I think. If you can help me out with that, that would be really appreciated. Especially if we can get it free. You know what I mean? I love free. It's the best. By Sappho. I don't know why I'm writing things down today. All right. If you can help also fucking download this song. All right. I gotta find the song too, folks. So if you've got a lead on any of these things, please feel free to help. Drop them in my Discord. Still checking over here. It says restrictions none. That's promising. That is promising. That is a good thing. Delete it now. I don't need it. That is promising though, right? And I think that would help get attention. And let's be clear. Let's be honest, folks. I need a project that gets some attention over here. We gotta go chill in Amaranth's chat and lure some Turks into here for Dan. Dude, let's get some Turkish viewers. All right. So I'm very excited about this project. I hope you are too. I'm gonna try my best not to do too much like homework on stream. You're thinking for the outro song? It'll be used for something, that's for sure. I need bumper music. You know, like in between stuff. Yeah. I really want to make this like high the fuck quality, you know? Really darn good. I want it to be something I would want to watch. I don't want to watch my stream. Me? Just looking at a dumb guy looking at Wikipedia pages? God damn it, I can't stop thinking about that bad empanada tweet. One totally wrecked me. Alrighty. I'm excited. Let's go. He was talking about Vaush. Good. I made a joke that it was about me. I don't think he knows who I am.
Hey guys.
I guess I missed that tweet. Bad empanada tweet is something about people watching a dumb guy read read Wikipedia. Anyways, welcome in, Amber. Hey, homie. Turkish viewers? I'm half Azerbaijani. That kind of counts, right? As they say, what is it? 2 states, 1 government? Something like that. Come on. We're looking together. That's what's fun. What's up, Matt? You guys luring unsuspecting Turks? Yes, that's right. That's right. His fans literally call him reading Wikipedia articles his research streams. Oh, shit. Well, that's what I call my research streams. Well, I call them my deep dives. A lot of the time we're like discussing Wikipedia along the way, you know? I read source. Yeah, I read source articles. I've seen a book before. The guy goes, I've read all the theory. And then like half his audience goes, oh yeah, he has. Because they don't understand sarcasm. Deep dive mode. Edit mode. Deep dive edit mode is based. I don't think people like watching that though. I want that to be my whole... I would do that. I would totally do that if y'all were into that, but I'm telling you, there's like 5 people who are really into it and the rest of you are not. He doesn't leave Wikipedia. The turd. All right, anyways, back to Wikipedia. We're having fun. Okay. All right. So please help me find this song. Help me find any books that I should read about Turkey's deep state and the Turkish nationalist movement, especially if they're free, especially if you can just highlight important sections, if you can help just take screen capture the important pages. Do my research for me. Okay, I like deep dive mode, but I never have anything to add. That's fine. I'm just saying, I do deep dive mode, viewership goes down, there's no subbies, there's no biddies. It dries up over here. Sad, you know? I figure out what I got to do over here. Because line goes down and I get scared. Oh my god, dude. This is when I get sad as a streamer. Okay. Anyways, let's focus on the content that we had for today. We got that CIA guy. Do we cover enough this Young Turks guy? Do we cover enough the Matt Gaetz? Just have to be okay with crickets every so often. I'm okay. I'm okay with having a stream where people are sitting back and watching, but I can't pay my bills. I'm fucked. What am I gonna do? Always caught between this fucking thing. All right. Feed your frog crickets? All right. Whatever. Matt Gaetz. This whole thing tracks my theory that he's a Gulenist op. That's jank. October Revolution on this day. Let's talk about this next. All right. Let's do the thing here. Let's do a stream. Okay? Let's have ourselves a stream. People's Dispatch. I can't say I'm familiar with this. Today, this day in history, we remember the brave revolutionaries began the socialist October Revolution, taking over key positions in St. Petersburg, culminating in the storming of the Winter Palace. Let's go. All right. We want to do it in English? Sung by Billy Bragg. This is tricky. Billy Bragg's tricky, especially when he's muted. Do it again. I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip it. We're gonna stay on track. Staying on track. No, I'll do it. I take it back. Different song. I'll do it. All right. My understanding is Billy Bragg was sort of like an anti-Corbynite. For the reasons you can imagine.
Stand up, all victims of oppression.
Sounds so weird.
For the tyrants fear your might. Don't cling so hard to
Where's this guitar?
For you have nothing, you have no rights. Let racist ignorance be ended. For
Such a great resonant voice.
Empire's fall. Freedom is
Undeniable.
merely privilege extended unless enjoyed by one.
You sang Solidarity Forever? I don't know. Problematic. You got another version? Alright, fuck it. I got ADD. Let me grab this.
Well, the struggle continues. The struggle continues.
Hold on, I fucked it up. You gotta do two-hander. Alright, that's funny. Next. Paul Robeson, yeah. Thank you, Quiet Mercenary. I got your link. Is the one? Yeah. This guy's got a rich, deep-ass voice.
United forever in friendship and labor on my...
Of course, his performance in front of the anti-American activities committee. The best performance.
The great Soviet
See your Robeson emotes.
will live through the ages. The dream of
Subscribe and get your Robeson emotes today. Right here.
Long live our Soviet motherland.
Yo, they hated him because he's a commie. Yep, I got your links. Okay, good. This is funny too. Let's move along. The working class of Russia, organized in Soviets and led by the Bolsheviks, took power, started a revolution that would shake the ruling classes and inspire millions around the world. Wait, there's more pictures. I like pictures. I learned through the pictures. The Russian Revolution would also have a vital impact on anti-colonial struggles throughout the global South. This iconic photo. Offensive replies, show me. Okay, no. A little short history there. Anything to add? Me after 2 drinks. Hey! Let me tell you something. I like the sounds, but I think you should stick to podcasts. I don't know if he should have done a full set of music. With that said, I wish I had that guy's skills, because I'm making a show that could really use those sounds. Double-edged sword there, isn't it? You got to take the good with the bad. Communism will win. Yeah, I like your optimism. I like your energy. I like this.
Da haben die Proleten Schluss gesagt und die Bauern, es ist so weit und haben den Kerensky davon gejagt.
All right, this is a bop.
Und die Vergangenheit und das
What do we think here?
war im Oktober, als das so war. In Petrograd in Russland im 17er Jahr.
Da hat der Soldat das Gewehr umgewandt. Da wurde er
Could I
wieder
start from the top? I'm starting from the top with the captions.
Da haben die Poeten Schluss gesagt und die Bauern, es ist so weit. Und haben den Kerensky davon gejagt und die Vergangenheit. Und das war im Oktober, als das so war. In Petrograd in Russland im 17er Jahr.
Da hat der Soldat das Gewehr umgewandt. Da wurde er wieder Prolet. Worauf sehr schnell vom Krieg abstand die Generalität.
Und das war im Oktober, als das so war. In Petrograd in Russland im 17er Jahr.
Da hatte der Muschik den Bauch nicht voll und da las er dann ein Dekret, dass der das Korn jetzt fressen soll, der auch das Korn abmäht.
Und das war im Oktober, als das so war.
Is that what it was?
In Petrograd in Russland
Such a
im
pop.
17er Jahr.
Die Herren haben durchs Monokel geguckt und haben die Welt regiert. Und ehe ein Matrose in die Neva spuckt, waren sie expropriiert.
Und das war im Oktober, als das so war. In Petrograd in Russland im 17er Jahr. Und wer dies Lied euch singen tat, lebt in einer neuen Welt. Der Kumpel, der Muschik, der rote Soldat, haben die euch hingestellt. Und das war im Oktober,
Such a wow.
als das so war.
So catchy.
In Petrograd in Russland im 17er Jahr.
All right, so it's a song, written sung by Germans about the October Revolution. That was a bop. That was really catchy as fuck. Fuck, man. I loved it. Thank you for sharing that. Oops. All right, a lot of stuff going on here. October Revolution, check. Democracy, now. Wait, do we want to finish here? What else does he say? I want to finish here. I know, I'm a weirdo. I got to get back here.
Ahtsız ne demek lan?
Or is this my homework? Someone tell me this is my
Ben
homework.
Türkçesini bile bilmiyorum ki ne demek ahtsız ne demek?
Fucking Germans.
Yetimler, sahipsizler. Oh, okay. So he's saying our entire army is young orphans. Okay, it's like a weird word that I've never heard before. Ulusun kurdumuz. He's saying, well, this is a double entendre. Ulusun ulu is like the wolf cry, right? But it also is he's saying like let the wolves cry, like let the wolves howl. But ulus also means holy. Ulu also means holy, and ulus is like a triple entendre. And ulus means our nation. So it could mean any of those things. Nihal Atsız Türkçü bir önler ne? Why is the children afraid to recognize the Armenian genocide?
Homie, that's a question that's off topic. It's the question's not based in historical materialism. It's not based in any sort of discussion that we have here on the channel. It's a kind of question that someone uses to derail content. It's literally in a question a capitalist would ask. It fails to ask the question. It constantly trips you up. It's literally a question that like these like infiltrators on Reddit use in communities like our democratic socialism, our communism, and it's meant to divide communities. And it's coming from a place that doesn't understand what communism is. It doesn't reflect on the fact that communism seeks to disarm the authoritarians that currently own the world through capitalism. Like, what are you doing, homie? So I'm just saying that kind of question is really not the kind of question that we just stop and answer here, because that requires us to throw a wrench in our content and start way back at square one with you. And I just want to say I don't really want us to be wasting our time with this. That's why you're curious. You're just asking questions. I get it, J-Bo. All right. Well, I'm going to give you a week to go ask questions elsewhere.
Sorry for best question. No, I'll get to that in a second. I've talked about it before. Dağlardan dağlara.
That's literally a question. That's literally Empire Apologia. Okay? That's Empire Apologia. Go read some Perenni. You got a week to go watch some Perenni videos. You got a week to go watch my Rev Lo-Fi if you need a vibe in the background. If you don't like the music, you can click the links in my Rev Lo-Fi and just go watch the videos. You got a week to go do that, because that place is not coming from a comradely place. That place is coming from a neoliberal place. You are a neoliberal, homie. Go have fun.
He's saying let our wolf howl from mountain to mountain. Turan'dır yurdumuz.
Wolf howl.
Our nation is Turan. Genç aslar ordumuz, uzun kurduğumuz dağlara dağlara, yürü yolumuz uzun. Okay, there's not a lot going on here.
I should have asked the question like, well, like what are we saying comparing authoritarian to? But again, like I got to stop the entire conversation and go there. I want to do some other shit.
Kind of a...
I'm not here. Let me be clear, folks. I'm here to make content for folks that are willing to engage in a comradely way, in the sense that, I don't know. I don't want to have to like start at square one. What am I trying to get at? I'm trying to say that I do make content. Everyone's welcome, okay? Everyone's welcome to watch. But this is not a one-on-one space. That is part of what I'm trying to say. I'm not a space where I'm trying to reach out to neoliberals and be like, hey, it's okay what you believe. It's okay that you've been, it is okay that you've been propagandized, but it's not okay to to come at this without an absolute understanding that if you're going to ask a question like that,
well, what about all communists? Aren't all communists authoritarians?
Shut the fuck up, okay? That is such a baby question. I'm not doing this here. The whole point of it, look at me. The wrench is thrown in there. All right. So if you cannot see that the capitalists are the authoritarians, it depends on it. And if you cannot see that communists, despite flaws, are working towards undermining that the biggest contradiction right now in the room, if you know how to read the room, which you clearly don't if you're going to ask that kind of question, there are people in the room trying to resolve that contradiction, and there are people in the room trying to uphold it. And if you're going to come in here asking that question, I know what side of the room you're on. At the very least, you're at the baby table, like looking up at the adult table, trying to get attention. I'm not interested in this. Great vid on Taiwan under capitalist dictatorship. Is this for later, huh?
The Republic of China, commonly referred to...
All right. We'll hold on to this later, maybe for a Kuomintang deep dive, because that is something I could learn more about. Okay. I want to make it clear. I make content for revolutionary leftists, for international proletarian revolutionary leftists. If you're going to be in here being like, hey, Dan, the Holodomor.
The Holodomor was not real.
Then, like, just go back to your baby space. Go back to watching Keffels. Go back to watching Vaush. Go back to watching all your dumb fuck sock dem streamers. Like, they keep you in a nice little comfortable space where they say, oh, well, did you, where they feed you that talking point. Where did you get that dumb fucking talking point, right? Ask yourself that question.
Well, Dan, I heard that they're all authoritarians.
First of all, what does authoritarian mean? Second of all, who told you that? And why did you believe him? No. If we told you that Stalin did no provable crimes, would you believe it? Would that blow your mind? Tell all your baby talk chatters to come to the airwaves and I'll entertain their silliness. I gave him a week off. I didn't ban him. But that's just like, hey, Dan, will you please go back to 101 and restart your stream for me? I'm not doing that here. I'd like to think my chatters appreciate that. So with that said, we've gotten stuck here too long. So let's move on.
It's repetitive.
Yeah, reactionary anarchists say that. Not my homies. Yeah, we peeked at this one the other day. If you want to look into this chatter, if you're still here. Western idea of a dictator within the communist setup's exaggerated. This is inter-CIA conversation. This is not meant to be unsecreted. So if you want to dig into that, there you go. I want to get back to this. Gotta get my hands on this high-quality version of the track. CIA videos on the Discord and the live stream. Thank you, Dimitri.
I think one of the funnier parts about this situation was Tulsi Gabbard saying, like, finding a way to make this Islamophobic for some reason, where she said 1.5 million Armenians were killed over 100 years ago by the Islamist Ottoman Empire. Bro, like, if there's one thing the Ottoman Empire was, it fucking wasn't necessarily Islamist at most points, okay?
It was,
so I find that really funny.
But it was done by the... It was done by the MHP.
And
I'm sorry, it was done by the Young Turks. It was done by like this guy. I need to do some homework on this more. But fucking 1917, 1914. Yeah, they did some genocide up in here. Ottoman Empire. But like which forces specifically? I need to understand. Turkey joined on Germany's side, so the Ottoman Empire at that point. So it's this guy Enver Pasha. So they're Ottoman, I guess, yeah. But I don't know, I sort of think of this guy as like, he starts doing this genocide with... I need to dig into this more. I'm trying to like draw the thread. I know they were Ottoman, but it feels like these cup leaders, yeah. I gotta find out more about this group. All right. Sorry. Thank you for indulging me.
The Armenian genocide was not even conducted by the Islamist parts. It was like,
or the nationalists.
It's not like in any way, shape, or form tied back to Islam. So I find that really fucking weird. It is shameful that it's taken so long for the formal recognition of the genocide.
I gotta figure that out.
Occurred never done previously for of fear of angering Turkey. My aloha is with Armenians.
What?
Anyway. Okay.
It took me a second. I'm like that, literally that much slower than
A
Hassan.
lot of American schools barely cover the Ottoman Empire. From my experience, I would guess most Americans could tell you nothing about it. To be honest,
Always
yeah, most
appreciate
likely.
Whatever time
Fuck,
I have
I need
to
more
spend on
coffee.
your stream, both politics and gaming.
I love
Have
this
a great
stuff.
Last day of your week.
This motherfucker wrote in Turkish, the Armenian genocide is real, but the government is lying about you saying you beat the nameless king.
How many papers? What's happening over here?
Have you seen this amazing TikTok someone made about you? No, but it's probably not amazing if you're saying
We
it
need
like
to overthrow capitalism. No amount of
I need to do an Armenian genocide deep dive. God damn it.
no amount of action that people take, short of labor militancy, will stop the devastating impact of oligopoly on.
We're just watching Hassan at this point. Is there anything else? Does he go into any more
ranted about that after
Turkey Grey
it was
Wolf
the
stuff?
IS I love why even a year ago.
Hold up. Give me a
How
second.
the fuck have I changed on Twitter? Asked every
Get some bread from your
Right, he's
local
done.
Turkish.
Good. Thank you. I need to do an Armenian genocide deep dive. I need to find a better version of the song. I need to read Thrice a Stranger. I need to do a mini dive on the turkey. Jesus Christ. I'm still shady on my timeline about shit, too. So I still got to dig down on that. And we still got to make our Patreon. I did a pretty good job figuring out a little background on the fall of the Ottoman Empire. 22, the Sultan is ousted. The last Sultan, he gets ousted. There's lots of photographs of him walking out. It's great. It's gonna make for a good B-roll. I'm so excited about this. Matt, let me know if you're like an expert on any of this stuff, and we'll pull you in. I think we're thinking toying around with a model where we pull in one person for each episode. I think that'd be so sick. I would love to see if Erdogan's actually locked Hassan up. Wait, what? I feel like he's at least under the cone of protection. What, dude? Is this some crank shit? We can do a crank episode. What's your crankiest turkey take? Turkey. Hassan would literally be arrested if he returned. Because the shit he's talked about it. He said he won't go back to Turkey till change in government. Oh. Really? Oh my God. This is going to be a desperate reach for attention, but this would get a ton of attention for the show. He's denounced Erdogan too much. Yeah. Are Turkey and Turkmenistan connected? Hold on. Where the fuck is Turkmenistan? Oh. What? Yes and no? Oh,
Hey,
there are
guys.
Turkish people? Turkic people? Oh, okay. What am I doing here? Fuck, misclick. Here. I hope that helps answer your question. We're going to get into this. But yeah. Part of the like founding myth of Turkey, its modern incarnation, and is that they were stuck, I believe, for like 400 years, centuries in the Ergenekon Valley. And then a mythical fucking blacksmith blasted a hole through a mountain. And then this wolf, Asenna, led them through the mountain. Is this all tracking? Is this all? And is that wrong? Is any of that wrong? I need to have Karem make sure that that's pretty much the gist of it there. All right. And then they ended up here in modern day Turkey. But these people are like considered, you know, like Turkic. Many of them are Turkic. You see here. Distribution of Turkic peoples. This is a good one. 1850, 2020. Well, actually, that doesn't help. Turkmenistan's on the other side of the water. This helps. I'm shaky on my ancient Turkic mythology. Rise of the Ottoman Empire, Beyfius, 1302. Oh shit, look at the editing. It's off the charts. I'm already in love with this. Okay, hold on. Rise of the Ottoman Empire. Do I need to know this? Right now? Fuck, I do want to have more Ottoman Empire background. I do want to, but I don't think we're going to go into depth on this on the show. But I know it'll help me. At the same time, I feel like this is homework for me. I'm trying to identify... Folks, I'm trying not to bore y'all. And I know this is hard. I'm going to try... It's really hard for me to strike this balance, especially doing this live. I don't know. How many people want to watch this? Give me a 69 in chat. Rise of the Ottoman Empire, 1302, homies. It's 20 minutes. That's promising. I like a 20-minute video.
You've got mail. Was able to download and post Thrice a
Dimitri.
Stranger on deep dives on the Discord.
Homie,
Yes.
thank you. You do that? Homie, that's VIP shit. Thank you so much. You're now a VIP.
Nice.
Also covers pre-Ottoman. All right, then I got to take notes. No. I'll watch it.
Nice.
I'll watch it once, and then I'll take notes. That's homework, is stopping and taking notes. I can always come back later. But I can only lose a viewer once. I don't want to lose you, viewer. I'm trying to find ways of keeping people to stick around. I think my beautiful long hair is going to help to do that, right? As soon as I get a haircut. This YouTube channel is problematic sometimes, but the overall is good foundation. I bet I'll learn some editing tricks too, which is good for me because I need to level up. Alrighty, I think we got enough support, and thank you for the 200 biddies, and away we go.
Being one of the longest-lasting empires in world history, the Ottoman Empire was a military, economic, and cultural powerhouse for multiple centuries. However, the origins of the mighty empire are shrouded in mystery and traditional folklore. Today on Kings and Generals, we'll be exploring the humble origins of the Ottoman Empire and the peoples and figures that helped with the foundation of a state that would one day span onto 3 continents. In this series, we'll go through early Ottoman history from the days of nomadic Turkic warriors migrating from the steppes of Central Asia to the reign of Mehmed II and his famous Siege of Constantinople in 1453. As with most such stories, it starts off small. Having an edge means having an advantage later. And so here we've got a chance to apply this strategy to something very important. You, our sponsor
We're up to 62% humidity in the tent. Let's get a W in the chat, baby.
Tiege Hanley brings you their simple and affordable skincare products for guys, and they really make improving your appearance and health easy. The best option is to get their Level 1 system, which gets you a daily face wash, a twice-per-week exfoliating scrub, a morning moisturizer that doubles as sunscreen, and an evening moisturizer that maintains your skin's hydration at night. And they give you an instruction card that explains the best way to use it all, the amounts, the order. Basically, it's pretty easy to do, even if you're not familiar with using stuff like this. Helped us filthy historians out a lot, that's for sure. With over 5,000 5-star reviews from around the world, it seems Tiege Hanley is catching on, and if you want to try it for yourself, go to Tiege.com, where getting amazing skin is just the start of what they can offer. You can even get a Tiege membership for a 20% discount, the ability to customize your packages, and partake in monthly deals, with free US shipping and low costs for international. Even better, use our link in the description to get 30% off your first box and a free gift. Go see how everything's better with healthy skin. For centuries, the hilly mountain ranges of
What did I miss? Did I just miss the ad? Oh, perfect.
Anatolia had been the breeding grounds of major civilizations, and an integral part of many major empires from world history.
Sorry, I thought I was going to play something and I was going to have to go back, but it was just the ad. Sorry, but I fucked that up. All right, what are they doing here? So there's modern day Turkey. You can see Istanbul. It goes right up to Istanbul. See that? So in order to get through this passage, you got to get through Turkey. Or go around, I guess.
The Hittites, Lydians, Achaemenids, and Alexander the Great's Macedonian Empire. From the 2nd century BC to the 11th century
But you know what is now Turkey?
AD, Anatolia, with its rich natural resources and major urban centers, came under the domination of the Roman Empire and later its medieval Byzantine successor. Over the centuries, the peninsula also served as a natural fortress for the Romans in their wars against the Sassanids and the various Islamic caliphates of the Middle Ages. However, the Roman hold on Anatolia would
Oh my god, it looks like a video game.
decline in the aftermath of the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, which would see the great Seljuks under their leader, Alparslan, conquer most of the peninsula in a swift military campaign.
Anatolia is
what
the modern
followed was
Turkey
a great
peninsula,
migration of Turkic peoples into Anatolia, thus forever intertwining the histories of these people with the lands in which they now settled. Within a century after Manzikert, the great Seljuk Empire would crumble from within after years of decentralization and mismanagement. In Anatolia, a new rump state, the Sultanate of Rum, would continue to carry the Seljuk legacy in the region, with its rulers styling themselves the successors of the once powerful Seljuk Empire. During the course of the 12th century, the Sultanate of Rum would find itself at the forefront of European Crusader armies and a resurgent Byzantine Empire under the Komneni dynasty, which would result in the Sultanate losing its military and political influence within the western regions of the Anatolian Peninsula.
I'll tell you what, if I didn't do any of my stuff, okay, let me just let it play, I'm sorry.
However, with the Latin Knights crippling their ostensible Byzantine allies at the sack of Constantinople in 1204, and a new Mongol threat to the east preoccupying the many Islamic states of the Iranian plateau, the Sultanate of Rum was afforded a period of peace from its hostile neighbors. During the reign of Kekubad I, the Sultanate of Rum would go through a military and architectural golden age of its own, which would see the state transform into a regional power at the crossroads between Europe and Asia. It is during this period that the Ottoman story would begin. Before we go into the origins of the Ottoman Empire, it's important to remember that many of the events regarding the foundation of the state are shrouded in mystery, owing to the fact that only a handful of major primary sources were written about the Ottomans during this era, and the fact that the Ottomans did not start to record their own history up until the 15th century. Consequently, many modern-day historians are conflicted by the series of events that led up to the foundation of the Ottoman state. So we will instead relay the story as it is traditionally told. During the early decades of the 13th century, many nomadic Turkic tribes from Central Asia and Iran fled their ancestral homes in the wake of Genghis Khan's invasion of these regions. One of these fleeing tribes would be the Kayis, the direct predecessors to the Ottomans. Originally from modern-day Turkmenistan, the Kayi tribe would be attributed by 11th century Turkic historian Mahmud al-Kashgari as being one of the original 22 tribes to come out of the lineage of Oghuz Khan, the legendary and mythical founder of the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. Later Ottoman genealogy from the 15th to 16th centuries would cite that the Ottoman dynasty had direct blood connections with the mythical warlord as a way to gather imperial legitimacy within the Turkic-speaking world. However, evidence of this direct blood connection is met with skepticism by modern-day historians. Whatever the case, during the 1220s, the Kayis, along with many other Turkic tribes, began their migrations west towards Anatolia. During this exodus, the leader of the Kayis, Suleiman Shah, would drown in the Euphrates River in northern Syria in 1227, thus leaving the tribe to his son, Ertugrul Gazi. Before the closure of the decade, Ertugrul would successfully lead his people into Anatolia and enroll himself and the Kayi tribe in the service of Seljuk Sultan Kayqubad I. During this period, the Sultan of the Seljuks ruled his realm through various Turkish governors and dozens of separate semi-autonomous chieftains whose leaders were known as Üç Bey, a title similar to the Western European Margrave. These chiefdoms around the Sultanate would supply the state with warriors called Ghazis, who were Muslim soldiers who prioritized fighting and plundering in non-Muslim lands.
You think that one might be better? Let's go here.
In the mid-9th century, most of the Islamic world was united under a single empire called the Abbasid Caliphate.
In 9th century.
They had ushered in the golden age of Islam. Science, culture, literature, all were flourishing. The borders were secure. The caliphate appeared as if it would never fall. However, God, it seems, had other plans. The house of cards that Caliph al-Mansur had built a century earlier finally caved in when Caliph al-Mutawakkil was assassinated by his own guards in 861. As his lifeless body laid there in a pool of its own blood, it painted not only the floor, but also the future of the caliphate.
Go. Oh, I thought the bass was gonna drop. Let's go, man.
The story of al-Mutawakkil's assassination begins after the reign of al-Mamun himself. In 833, the patron and the inquisitor al-Mamun had passed away. The caliphate had recovered to some degree from the great Abbasid civil war between al-Mamun and his brother al-Amin that had installed al-Mamun as caliph. He died away from Baghdad, and his younger brother Abu Ishaq declared himself caliph instead of al-Mamun's son al-Abbas. Abu Ishaq took the title of al-Mu'tasim. Al-Mu'tasim had been one of the more peculiar Abbasid princes. He was around 10 years younger than al-Mamun and had been a child when Harun al-Rashid died. He was neutral in the civil war, but after the dust settled, he did not indulge in wine, poetry and women like most Abbasid princes. He bought slaves with his resources. These slaves were mostly Turkic by birth and were hardened men. They had lived nomadic
that framing.
Lives before they were brought to Baghdad, and so they were skilled in warfare. Specifically,
it is top of the hour. I'm gonna shill. Please, help me keep this content alive one way or the other. You can do that lots of different ways. You can subscribe to the channel. You can gift a subscription. If you have Amazon Prime, you have one free sub on Twitch every month. You just gotta link up your accounts. And then hopefully you use it on my channel because I make your favorite content on Twitch. It's undeniable. You love to see it. Yeah, love your face. Thank you.
Mounted archers who could fire arrows from horseback. They had no political loyalties in the Abbasid Caliphate and were loyal only to al-Mu'tasim. They came to be known as the Ghilman, which is plural for Ghulam. I'd be calling them Ghulams from this point on. While they were few in numbers, they were more capable than most soldiers. Al-Mamun had relied heavily on his brother's elite fighters during his campaigns. They gave the young prince a remarkable military clout, and were perhaps the reason he became the caliph after his brother. The new caliph, al-Mu'tasim, was physically more active than his predecessors, and was more comfortable living in the barracks with his soldiers than in a palace. While he knew how to read and write, he had little interest in it.
Let's get to it.
Similarly, he wanted the buildings he built to be sturdy rather than pretty. he went about changing the face of the Abbasid establishment.
We're getting weird narratives here.
Major portions of the state were being handled by loyal former slaves. Al-Mu'tasim enrolled more and more Turkic slaves into his army and began relying on them for almost everything. Not a recipe for success, I might add. The new Turks, who didn't even speak Arabic, were constantly clashing with the older elites, who were sour over losing their influence. This often turned violent. So Al-Mu'tasim decided to make a new city around 160 kilometers to the north. He began the construction of a city called Samarra. This was a brilliant move, politically speaking, because in his new city, he rewarded land to those most loyal to him. Soon, a sprawling city with bustling markets and beautiful palaces sprung up on the bank of the Tigris. Even though he was in a shiny new city with a shiny new army, he had a bit of a legitimacy problem. His claim was shaky at best. His establishment had no roots in the Islamic world, no family ties, and his army was made of foreigners. What does a ruler do to seem more legitimate? Holy war. Yep, holy war.
Holy shit.
After his generals crushed some rebellions, he took an army against the Byzantine Empire in 838. This was to be a very publicized and ambitious campaign. Al-Mu'tasim made a two-pronged attack throughout Anatolia and went to Amorium near Ankara. It was a small town, but it was on the road to Constantinople, and it was the birthplace of the Byzantine Emperor Theophilos. So basically, it was meant to insult the emperor more than anything else. The siege went very badly at first, but the Caliph found out that one of the walls had been repaired very quickly and cheaply. The Caliph focused his attack there, and within 12 days of siege, the city fell. The Caliph took the loot and prisoners and marched back. However, on the road, he found out that the emperor was pursuing him. He decided to kill the prisoners who were too weak to keep up. Around 6,000 prisoners were killed on the way back. The campaign was celebrated in poetry and propaganda. Although it showed an important weakness of the new regime, the Arabs and the Khorasanis, whom Al-Mamun had put in power, weren't comfortable with the Turks. In fact, they called them slaves and no better than dogs. These people decided to do something about the new regime. They plotted with Al-Mamun's son, Abbas, to overthrow Al-Mu'tasim and his Turkic regime. They were supposed to strike before the army reached Inner Anatolia, but Abbas had hesitated. He wanted to let the Caliph take Amorium so that he would not be accused of sabotaging a holy war. However, in truth, he had lost his nerve. The plot was big and, well, it got leaked when one of the plotters, intoxicated, told a guard of how the Turks will be gone soon enough. Eventually, Al-Mu'tasim found the lead plotters and arrested them. He invited Abbas over for drinks and led him to believe that he had been forgiven. Under the influence of wine, Abbas told him the names of all the leaders of the plot. All of them were arrested. As the army marched back to the capital, Al-Mu'tasim unleashed a campaign of revenge on the plotters that would make Joseph Stalin blush. Abbas was suffocated with a blanket. Others got their own sadistic punishments, ranging from being beaten to death to being drowned and buried alive. An example of the Ghulams plotting to get more power is that Al-Afshin, one of the military commanders, was the most popular general in the Caliphate. The Ghulams didn't like him that much because he wasn't one of them. He was an aristocrat, a Persian vassal prince, and the fact that he was invaluable to the Caliph made them very uncomfortable. He was accused of plotting against the Caliph and of apostasy, a crime that was and is punishable by death. In the show trial, he was asked various questions, but the one that broke the camel's back was whether or not he was circumcised. He knew that he was trapped. If he said that he was, he would have to prove it in public, and he preferred death over that, so, well, he was given death. He was put in prison where he was either poisoned or starved to death. His body was displayed just like the bodies of the other plotters. Al-Mu'tasim himself did not live for long after that. He fell ill in 841 and died in early 842. He might have been the most influential caliph since Al-Mansur himself. He reorganized the military, founded a new capital, led a somewhat successful campaign, and, well, also rather directly destroyed the caliphate.
Which part stuck in phone?
There were 5 men from Al-Mu'tasim's establishment that controlled all parts of the caliphate. Let's call them the Furious 5. They chose Al-Mu'tasim's son, Harun, to be the next caliph. He took the title of Al-Wathiq.
Today I was looking away.
Wathiq was the exact opposite of his father.
Yeah, there's been some weird signs throughout.
He was the least influential caliph of the Abbasid dynasty. During his reign, he probably never even left Samarra. He ruled from 842 to 847. There were some rebellions in Hijaz and Baghdad, as well as some action on the Byzantine front.
Oh, this is 833 to 861. Christ, this is such a... I'm sorry. This is literally way too tight of a time space. What am I doing here? I think we're doing better over here.
In order to gain religious glory and fiscal wealth.
Yeah. Very tired of far right here in Spain. Greetings. Welcome in. Wow. I'm glad you've been watching for weeks. Thank you for watching the channel and, you know, cheers. Fascists, you know, will die. And it's just like everyone else. But fascism itself will die. It needs to die. Fuck the far right. Let's go. All right, let's try to figure out what's going on here. Where are they over here? Somewhere like I can't figure out. 1220s.
Placing them near the western frontiers of the Sultanate. Now that they had established a home base for themselves, the Kayis would spend the next couple of decades conducting small raids into the neighboring empire of Nicaea, joining the ranks of other Ghazi warbands and Turkic clans in the process. It was during these raids that Ertugrul Ghazi would seize the village of Suyut for the Sultanate in 1231.
Suyut.
Once again, for his military services, Ertugrul Ghazi would be gifted the villages of Suyut and Dominic by the Sultan, achieving the rank of Uch Bey.
Uch Bey.
The Golden Age
I should learn Turkish.
Of the Sultanate of Rum would end
Turkish
alongside
language.
the death of Kayqubad I, as the Mongol armies of Ugadei Khan, Genghis Khan's son and successor, were now at the doorstep of Anatolia.
Rise of the Ottoman Empire.
The
Rise
newly
of the
crowned
Ottoman Empire.
Kayqusrad II, lacking the martial and diplomatic talents of his late father, began his reign by openly refusing to submit to Mongol suzerainty. The new Seljuk Sultan would instead form a Muslim-Christian coalition against the Mongols in 1243, but in the ensuing battle of Köse-Dağ, the Mongols would decimate the coalition, thus ending any major resistance to their hegemony in
Right, yeah, the Christians that live in this area, present-day Armenia Christians,
Anatolia.
Right?
Consequently, most of the Sultanate of Rum would be annexed, with Kayqusrad II becoming a puppet ruler to the Mongols. For the rest of the century, the Seljuk Sultan's authority slowly deteriorated, as governors and
do I need to pause here or what?
Chiefdoms around the Sultanate started
Eileen, do you want me to pause and read that?
Acting more and more independently. As the Sultanate of Rum was going into full decline, the Kayi tribe were slowly settling down in Suyut, putting aside their nomadic lifestyle for a more urban one. Being located on the western frontiers of the Sultanate of Rum, the Kayis were able to avoid direct Mongol military presence, which resulted in the tribe being a haven for Turks fleeing from the Mongols in eastern and central Anatolia. After almost 5 decades since arriving in Anatolia, Ertugrul Ghazi would die from natural causes in 1280. His son, Osman Ghazi, would take control of the Kayis in the wake of his death.
That's just a little, that's much deeper down the rabbit hole than I'm able to handle right now.
By the time of Osman, the Byzantine Empire had retaken Constantinople from the Latins, and the Mongol Empire had been divided into 4 separate states. However, the Sultanate of Rum continued to be a puppet state to the Mongol successor state of the Ilkhanate.
What the fuck up? He only gets to like 1304 here. Jesus Christ. We want to keep watching?
Continued to be a puppet state to the Mongol successor state of the Ilkhanate. Due to its physical location, the Kayi tribe during this time period had ongoing relations with the various semi-autonomous Byzantine governors of Bithynia, commonly known as Tekfurs. For one reason or another, during the beginnings of the 1280s, tensions between the Byzantine Tekfur of Inigol and Osman Ghazi would erupt into a full-on war, which would see the latter defeating the former in a small skirmish near the village of Hamza Bey. In the wake of their triumph, the Kayis would then capture their first fortified castle at Kalacha Hisar in 1285 during a surprise night raid, which would give Osman Ghazi a base of operations to conduct future campaigns into Byzantine lands.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making it up as I go.
The Tekfurs of Inigul and Karacha Hisar would once again try to prevent Osman Ghazi from expanding his reach in the region. However,
figure
the
it out
ensuing
together.
Battle of Ikizce would once again prove disastrous for the Byzantines, allowing Osman to capture the fortified castle of Karacahisar after a lengthy siege. The next few years would see the Kayis slowly encroach on Byzantine cities in Bithynia as raids into the region became more and more frequent. These early successes had earned the Kayis a large following, as many Ghazi warbands from Anatolia began to enlist their services to Osman in order to participate in their lucrative raids. Now that he'd acquired a steady influx of Ghazi warriors, Osman Ghazi would also strive to get the support of the Sufi Hanafi religious lodges in the region as a way to shore up his political influence among the Muslim population. In an attempt to secure an alliance with the Ahis religious order,
Should I change the captions to Turkish to get more Turkish viewers?
Osman Ghazi would marry the daughter of its leader, Sheikh Edebali, who was also his dear friend and mentor. According to later Ottoman chronicles, one night when Osman stayed over at the home of Edebali, he witnessed a dream in which a large tree sprouted from the earth, covering the entire sky with its leaves and branches. The following morning, when Osman discussed his vision with Sheikh Edebali, the Islamic preacher told him that it symbolized that God had ordained him and his successors to one day rule a worldly empire stretching around the earth. Osman's dream would become in later centuries a major foundational origin story for the imperial house of the Ottoman Empire, and it would serve as a means to justify Ottoman successes in the 15th and 16th centuries as divinely ordained. During the 1290s, the Kai tribe would extend their reach into Byzantine Bithynia, conquering the towns of Bilijik, Terekle, Goynuk, and Eskişehir from local Byzantine Tekfurs. It is important to remember that Osman Ghazi's military actions in the region were not simply just a conflict between
Osman, you're saying here, here's the thread, I caught your thread. Here's where it ties in. You were mentioning it earlier, I probably didn't. Descended from the Kayif branch of the Oyuz Turkmen. All right. You're saying here, as well, that. Ottoman namesake. Ottoman namesake. What the fuck is with this? Then what? That's who the Ottoman Empire's named after? This guy, Osman? What? He is why it's called the Ottoman Empire. Regarded ruler of a Turkmen principality in northwest Anatolia. Okay, let me wrap my head around this one. Where again? In Soyuz? Hey guys. In Soyuz? Regarded as a founder of the Ottoman Turkish state. All right, that's an important thread there, huh? Both the name of the dynasty and the empire that the dynasty established are derived from the Arabic form Uthman of his name. Haley Joel Uthman. Everyone taking note of that, okay? Okay, Ottoman namesake. I'm taking notes. Just writing it down. Ottoman namesake. Usman. Yeah. All right, we're learning. Which place? Soyuz or something else? We're talking a lot about Soyuz up in here. Soyut. Way off. Is this his place? Principality? His principality?
In Muslims and Christians,
or somewhere else.
As many Christians, even former Byzantine Tekfurs, like Michael Kossis of Hamankaya, enlisted their services to Osman. As central authority from Constantinople was waning in its Anatolian provinces, more and more Byzantine Tekfurs and Christian soldiers began making individual deals with the up-and-coming Turkic powers in the region. As the Kai tribe grew in terms of territory, Central authority within the Sultanate of Rum had become non-existent, as Turkic governors and Uchbeys around Anatolia looked at the puppet Seljuk Sultan in Konya with open disdain. By the end of the century, these Anatolian elites began looking for any opportunities to break their ties with the capital in order to release themselves from Mongol suzerainty. The opportunity would come in 1296, when the Seljuk Sultan was imprisoned by the Mongols due to
Hold up. When the Ottoman Empire conquered what is now Greece, my people did not have to call themselves Greek, but Rumeles, Romans. Greece was called Rumelia, meaning land of the Romans. My people did not call themselves Greek, but okay.
In order to release themselves from Mongol suzerainty. The opportunity.
Byzantines called themselves Roman. You kind of relabeled them. Hold up.
He would come in 1296, when the Seljuk Sultan was imprisoned by the Mongols due to a failed plot to gain independence for the Sultanate of Rum. Taking advantage of this void in power, many governors and Uchbeys of the Sultanate began to declare their independence across the peninsula in droves. During a Friday prayer in
Byzantines purple here, Eastern Roman Empire.
1299, Osman Ghazi II would declare his independence from Konya, ordering that prayers in his name should be read out in the mosques of his domains instead of the Seljuk.
This is the guy Osman
Sultan. Now birthed as an independent state, the natal Ottoman nation would be the master of its own destiny. For Osman Ghazi, the beginning of independence meant the beginning of grander ambitions, and in 1301 he would call for a military campaign to strike deep into Byzantine Bithynia. In a swift military campaign, Ottoman forces were successful in capturing the towns of Köprühisar, Inegöl and Yenişehir. The town of Yenişehir would be transformed into a capital city, as Osman moved his administration and personal household within its walls. It was also during this period that Muslim families and the families of Ghazi soldiers began to move into the recently conquered urban centers of Bithynia, thus leaving behind their ancestral nomadic roots in the process. Before year's end, Ottoman forces had begun blockading the major Byzantine city of Nicaea, a city that the Sultanate of Rum had lost back during the First Crusade in 1097 and had since regained its status as a regional capital for the Byzantine Empire in Anatolia. After years of neglecting his Anatolian provinces and failing to stop the encroachment of multiple Turkic beyliks into his lands, Osman's blockade of Nicaea was the slap that Byzantine Emperor Andronikos II Palaiologos needed to jump into action. During the summer of 1302, he announced a military campaign to retake the lost Roman lands in Asia Minor. The emperor's son and co-ruler, Michael IX, had launched a military campaign of his own in the region earlier in the year. However, he was met with failure, as his armies were bogged down by Byzantine refugees who were fleeing the peninsula after Osman's military campaigns in the previous year.
Get wrecked!
A 2,000-strong relief force was sent out from Constantinople, led by the Megas Hateriachis Yoios Musilon, to rendezvous with the forces of the local Byzantine Tekfurs in the region and lift the blockade of Nicaea. Being dropped off at the coastal town of Yalova, the relief force would proceed to march down south towards the Byzantine city of Prusa, modern-day Bursa, where local Byzantine forces of the region were grouping up.
What happens when someone speaks Turkish in chat? I don't know. I'm gonna have to let them. Turkish is the only foreign language allowed in my chat. Turkish.
However, being made aware of a sizable Christian army in the region by his scouts, Osman Ghazi and his 5,000 men were able to swiftly intercept the Byzantine relief army near the village of Koyunhisar.
I'm sorry, non-English language.
On the 27th of July 1302, both Ottoman and Byzantine armies made ready for battle on a flat plain near the village.
Trying to do better.
The Byzantine force, under Yoios Musilon, was solely composed of foot infantry, 1,000 of which were recently hired Alan mercenaries from the Balkans. Meanwhile, Osman's forces outnumbered the Byzantines by more than 2 to 1, and were made up of mostly light Turkoman cavalry, many of which were from allied Turkic beyliks from the surrounding regions.
What's Marhaba?
The battle would begin when a general charge of Muslim cavalry smashed into the Byzantine line.
Oh shit.
Almost immediately, Byzantine battle cohesion had fallen apart as the Alan mercenaries under Hyrjos Musellon began prematurely withdrawing from the battle, leaving the regular Byzantine foot infantry at the mercy of the Turks.
Shit.
As a result of the cavalry charge, the Byzantines' lines of defense were decisively broken, forcing the remnants of the Byzantine relief force to withdraw up north towards Nicomedia. The engagement that would later be known as the Battle of Baphius would be the first major victory in the history of the newly established Ottoman state.
So much death, and for what?
During the aftermath of the battle, Ottoman forces began spreading out in the countryside of Bithynia, raiding and capturing settlements as they went, even managing to capture the coastal city of Gemlik. A year after the battle, the Byzantine Tekfurs of Prusa, Kite, Adronos, Kestel and Ulubat would begin a military campaign against the Ottomans as a last-ditch attempt to repulse the forces of Osman Gazi and re-establish Byzantine authority in the local region. Upon gathering up their forces, the Byzantine governors decided to strike at the Ottoman capital city of Yanishahir and then proceed to relieve the city of Nicaea, which was still under an Ottoman blockade. Upon hearing the news of an impending Byzantine counterattack into his newly conquered territories, Osman Gazi quickly mustered a 5,000-strong army and met the Byzantine forces at a nearby mountain pass at Dimbos near Yanishahir. Sources state that the Byzantine army was slightly larger than the Ottoman host, 6,000 to 5,000. But since both armies were forced to fight in a narrow ravine, the Byzantines were unable to take advantage of their numbers to flank their foe. The engagement, that would later be known as the Battle of Dimbos, was a bloody affair for both sides, with the Byzantine Tekfur of Kestel and Osman Gazi's nephew, Aydodu Bey, being among the casualties. Eventually, the ferocity of the Ottoman troops under Osman and his son, Orhan, eventually pushed back the Byzantine army, thus resulting in the Battle of Dimbos being a Pyrrhic Ottoman victory. After the battle, the Byzantine Tekfurs and their forces broke off from one another and fled back to their individual holdings to the west, hoping to defend their territories from the wrath of Osman. However, in the months after the battle, Ottoman forces under Osman and Orhan would quickly besiege and capture the towns of Kite, Kestel and Ulubat one by one, further lessening Byzantine presence in Bithynia. Ottoman forces in the region would once again resume their blockade of Nicaea, and also begin to blockade the city of Prusa. Thanks again to Tej Hanley for sponsoring this video. Get your first...
Shut the fuck up. Alright. Well, now I feel like I gotta watch the rest. What happens next? Takes us up to 1300... A what? It takes us up 1303-ish. Yo, you're just gonna leave me hanging? This skincare. It's something else. What happened? What else happened? That's the beginning of it, though, huh? Rise of the Ottoman Empire. How the Ottomans took over Western Anatolia. Western Anatolia? Here we go. Alright, is this homework? How much support do I have for watching this video? We still gotta watch other stuff. We got other stuff to do. No. We got other stuff to do. Shit. Oh no, where's my notes? We gotta do the Democracy Now! Headlines. We gotta watch this CIA guy stuff. We gotta talk about the guy who ate rotisserie chicken. Alright. How much support do I have for watching this next video, though? If I've got enough, I'll do it. Type 69 in chat. Let's go. 69s. Let me see your 69s. Do you want to watch this next one? Do you want to continue? Otherwise, I'll make it homework. It's fine. I don't care.
Nice.
Alright, watch my 666 wants to watch it. Kayleen's down. You're always down. You're always down to history, clown.
Nice.
Alright.
Nice.
89. You said 89. That's funny. Abstain. No homework. You think it's homework? No, you said 69. Is that enough? We have 63 people in chat, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? It doesn't feel like enough, you know? I need at least 6. Okay, so now we're up to 10%. I don't know. I don't think that's enough. All right. This is my homework. That was interesting, though. I was, like, getting into it. Especially because I really want to know what takes us up to... I want to piece together what takes us up... What takes up from, like, sort of the founding of the modern-day Ottoman Empire... You know, not the modern-day... The Ottoman Empire up until about, you know, 1900-ish. I got to get there. Watch the next one. I will, but it's going to have to be on my time. I might have like research time in the stream. I need to break up my stream. I think I'm convincing myself I need to break up my stream into like sexy time. Sexy content, you know, bite-sized current events stuff. Current events and news. And then more deep divey stuff. Because this is how I lose viewers, you guys. You don't know what it's like for me to lose viewers. The worst. I want to keep them. I'm entertaining. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. I always feel like I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Do you follow chronological order or just randomly? Well, it's been a little bit of randomly, and I'm trying to piece together actually a timeline of stuff that's been happening since World War I. It's been hell for me. So I need to find a way to get chronological here. You watch while working, so I just go with the flow. Yeah, right. I just go with the flow too. You wanted to get to the Balkan Wars. When does that happen? I'm not taking notes here, so I got to go back and watch this anyways. All right, I feel like we don't have enough, and I got to set that aside here. We'll come back to that later. That's a later thing. Fucking Matt Gaetz. When is this going to be today, by the way? Oh, yeah. It's election night. Can you believe they're going to do this? I cannot believe this, homies. This is so weird to me. What do I make of this? I need to understand the diaspora of the Tatars and Turks in other lands. So do I. There's so much I don't understand. Talk about that, I guess. Is it going to be a debate? I don't know. It'll probably get debatey, that's for sure. Yo, this just... If, like, Jank does not yell at this guy in his face, and if they don't have, like, a heated back and forth, I'll be very surprised. This is Jank's opportunity to position himself and convince his advertisers, convince his audience that he's a leftist. He's on the left of Matt Gaetz. Because Gaetz is a fucking clown. It'll be easy to do that. And Gaetz is happy to do it because he's like a fucking sicko. All negative attention for Gaetz is good. Hey, guys. Because his audience is very much like, hey, if you piss off liberals, that's good. So not only is Jank convincing his advertisers and his audience, he's also convincing Matt Gaetz' audience that he's a liberal, a leftist, or whatever, how they box things together. And by such, they're making content. Oh, come on. Yo, this is like this weird symbiotic relationship that they have with each other. Sorry. Y'all see where I'm going with that? Jank's overrated. He's a Gulenist op. I know of a few American politicians I really emphasize with Sanders' ideas. Except for the whole bombing of Yugoslavia and arming of Ukrainian Nazis. Anyways. Yeah. What the fuck? Gates on Young Turks. Yep, you got that right. I know, homies. Why would he have that pedo on? I've just explained it to you. It's not like a good place for media. It's an operation. You know, when that next round of Dem funding comes around, they want to make sure they're on the bankroll. Y'all remember the $18 million or whatever of, you know, pretty much Hillary Clinton Foundation related money? Come on, dude. That operation doesn't fund itself. Neither does this. That's why I ask you for $5 at a time. Please support my channel with this subscription today. They're all going to have a love fest. What do I know about Nestor? They're all going to have a love fest over law and order for the homeless. Yeah, right. You give a 50-50, he doesn't even dunk on Gates. It just ends up being more election wonkery. Wow. Yeah, he did that. He's doubling down on Caruso. Wait, what? What about Caruso? Where is Nestor? Where's Nestor? Where is his son? They're going to have this fucker on election night. Yeah. Hold on to your butt holes. Russo's Young Turks has been super lock 'em all. Yeah, they've been a little bit bootlicker, lock up the homeless. They're reactionaries, homies. Calling it now. Young Turks will end the segment with some form of, we may disagree on a lot of things, but thank you for joining us to discuss this, Mr. Gates. They're going to end on good terms. Yeah. Whereas I just could not find a way to sit down in the conversation with someone like that and ending it on good terms. By doing so, they're grifting on my own credibility, my willingness to share the same space with them. That is disgusting, dude. That's platforming. But this is reactionaries platforming reactionaries. What do you expect? I'm not even kidding. Like, they are in that same box in that sense. Now, within that bigger box, yeah, they're like split up into sort of different camps sometimes, but not really. Those two probably agree with each other more than you'd realize. Behind the scenes, they're rating women. Behind the scenes, Jank and Matt Gaetz are going to love it. They're going to have they've figured out by this point where to do the locker room talk. They're going to do it off camera, off mic. They're going to be like comparing their binders full of women. Let's be clear here. These fucking sickos. What do you think of the American what? I don't know. I don't know what that word means, I'll be honest. What does that mean? Pretty wild stuff. A hello to moron. That's a funny thing. All right. What I'm hearing in the back room. Grey Wolf confirmed, by the way. Grey Wolf confirmed. On your radar, what else? Railroad strike. Sunset of the Ottomans. Sunset of the Ottomans. 2 hours, 13 minutes. From the 14th through the 20th century. Oh, fucking, that's everything else. That's everything I wanted. However, yeah, that's not for today. Okay, thank you for that link, though, Sunwater. That's like exactly, I need to catch up from 1300 still today. But, anything else on your radar here? I've seen all that. For the CIA discussion. Let's go, Dimitri. Thank you, homie. We'll do that later. Let's get into, though, Democracy Now! Headlines. Have we done that yet? Welcome
to Democracy.
Are y'all ready? How long does it take Amy Goodman to manufacture consent for Empire? I give it no more than 30 seconds.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Political candidates and their supporters made their final pitches on the campaign trail over the weekend. This just days ahead of Tuesday's midterms. In the pivotal state of Pennsylvania, 3 U.S. presidents took to the stage Saturday in Philadelphia. President Biden and former President
69.
Barack Obama made a rare joint appearance to get out the vote for Democratic U.S. Senate candidate John Fetterman and
Fucking Barack Obama.
We do it because it's right.
gubernatorial candidate Josh Shapiro.
Barack Obama.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy, too.
Meanwhile, Trump rallied with Fetterman's opponent, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Republican gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano, east of Pittsburgh.
I think I just need like a folder of sounds for each person. Let's just go to town on the sound effects.
Have zeroed in on threats to democracy.
I'm going to be the political sound effects guy.
Rising political violence. Some 300 Republican candidates across the country have denied or questioned the 2020 presidential election. This is Biden speaking Sunday while campaigning with New York Governor Kathy Hochul in Yonkers.
We all know in our bones that our democracy is at risk. Latest polls say 76% American.
He goes, we know it in our bones. This motherfucker's always thinking about his bones.
People worry about maintaining our democracy. And we know that this is your generation's moment to defend it, to preserve it, to choose it.
Governor Hochul's opponent, Republican Congressman
I feel gaslit.
Lee Zeldin, sought to help Trump overturn his 2020 election loss. We'll have more on the midterms after headlines. Early voters have already cast nearly 40 million ballots, breaking midterm records. In Pennsylvania, the NAACP and other groups sued state election officials Friday after Pennsylvania's Supreme Court said mail-in ballots that don't have a written date on their outer envelope should not be counted. In Missouri, a judge has blocked a new law that seeks to restrict get-out-the-vote initiatives by local groups. The law would disproportionately affect Democratic and black voters. In Atlanta, Georgia, voters in Cobb County filed a lawsuit Sunday after election officials failed to send out over 1,000 requested mail ballots. The ACLU and Southern Poverty Law Center are demanding an extended deadline of November 14th to count those votes. The ACLU also condemned a recent Georgia law which shortened the period voters can request and return mail-in ballots. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has addressed an open letter to
vote.
Elon Musk, urging Twitter's new owner to, quote, ensure human rights are central to the management of Twitter under your leadership, unquote. The top UN official also condemned Musk's firing of Twitter's human rights staff and most of its ethical AI team. Bloomberg is reporting Twitter has asked some employees to return after it began mass layoffs on Friday. The firings included teams that worked on combating election misinformation days ahead of crucial midterm elections. It's believed 3,700 workers, or half the workforce, was fired. Meanwhile, journalists and voting rights advocates are warning Twitter's new subscription model for verified accounts will flood the platform with imposter accounts that could mislead the public. Twitter will start charging $8 a month to have a blue check mark added to accounts, allowing users to...
Yank used to do genocide denial, but he doesn't anymore.
Create Twitter handles impersonating political figures or news sources. We'll have more on developments at Twitter later in the broadcast.
But he's more the type to do genocide pretending now in Xinjiang, which would honestly track with his prior Armenian genocide denial, if you understand the thread.
In Ukraine, officials are advising residents of the capital, Kyiv, to have a backup plan in case they need to leave the city due to complete loss of power and water as winter approaches. This is Kyiv's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko.
Our enemies are doing everything.
Wait, did we get to the part? Did we get to the part?
To keep the city without heat, electricity, and water supply. And in general, they want us all to die. This is their task. And how well we'll hold out depends on how well.
Considering his wife is Chinese? It doesn't mean, that's not an argument.
We're prepared for different scenarios.
Russian attacks have hit 40%
It's
of...
like, oh, well, that's interesting, considering, you know, it's like a dismissal of the argument. If anything, it just proves he doesn't care about shit. What is my cat doing in the background? Let me figure this out. Let me go back a little bit.
Residents of the capital, Kyiv, to have a backup plan in case they need to leave the city due to complete loss of power and water as winter approaches. This is Kyiv's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko.
Our enemies are doing everything to keep the city without heat, electricity, and water supply. And in general, they want us all to die. This is their task. And how well we'll hold out depends on how well we're prepared for different scenarios.
Russian attacks have hit 40% of Ukraine's power grid. Occupied city of Kherson and surrounding areas, which have been bracing for a major battle, also recently lost power. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia will continue attacking critical infrastructure with Iranian-made drones. Over the weekend, Tehran confirmed it provided drones to Russia, but that the sale happened months before the start of the February invasion. The Wall Street Journal is reporting.
Is it all true?
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has been holding undisclosed talks with top Russian officials in an attempt to reduce the risk of nuclear war. Over the weekend, the Chinese leader Xi Jinping warned for the first time against the use of nuclear weapons amidst rising tensions. During talks with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Beijing, Xi reportedly said the international community should, quote, jointly oppose the use or threats to use nuclear weapons, unquote. It's a rare rebuke of Russia's posture for Beijing. Meanwhile, the Washington Post reports the Biden administration's been privately encouraging Ukraine to appear open to negotiations with Moscow and to stop publicly rejecting peace.
Sorry, I can't pay attention. There's so much going on right now. I need to take things one story at a time here. Stop and pause and break it down. Jesus Christ, there's so much going on here. All right. They're doing it in Iran bad here. I don't know how much of this to believe. I've not confirmed these stories myself. Yoshi, you please need to be good. You're like making everything hell today and yesterday. She's been so bad lately. The other day you watched a video where a Turkish tourist guide denied the Armenian genocide as saying those were simply errors. Jesus Christ. All right. Ross, what? Is that a rebuke of the U.S. or Russian nuke policy? Let me get to that one next. I need to take things one thing at a time. Yeah, dovish means... peace, war, hawk, yeah, okay.
Is reporting National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has been holding undisclosed...
Do you have any links or anything on those Iranian drones? Allegedly, they said they admitted that they were sending them, but it's because they made the sale months before the war started. Are they still... how many have they sent? When did they send them? Are they still sending them? What if they're not still sending them? When did that stop? I need to understand this. If you have any links about that, let me know.
Talks with top Russian officials in an attempt to reduce the risk. The Street Journal is reporting National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan.
You're sending Jake Sullivan?
Has been holding undisclosed talks with top Russian officials in an attempt to reduce the risk of nuclear war.
How about just stop arming Nazis on the border? How about stop placing the 101 infantry like on their border in Poland? Or come on, they're probably on the ground, right? Oh my God, shut up, homie. Go cry somewhere else. Sarah Yoshi. Like, stop escalating this war. hold on. I got notes that we didn't even talk about from the day that I wasn't streaming here. Go cry somewhere else, homie. No stream here this day. Yo, we didn't even talk about this. U.S. to send 400 million more military aid to Ukraine. More of it. More. $400 million more. More money. More money. I cannot tell you why this is not a good idea, homie. If you can't figure out why more money to Ukraine isn't good, go home, kid. Go watch your fucking video games. Go play your fucking cartoons.
Over the weekend, the Chinese leader Xi Jinping warned for the first time against the use of
Sorry,
nuclear
Yoshi.
weapons amidst rising tensions. During talks with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Beijing, Xi reportedly said the international community
You say we sent some missiles yesterday? I need a link.
should, quote, jointly oppose.
What do you got, Killeen? You always got good links for me, Killeen. I trust you.
U.S. Army Brigadier.
I love how it seems like you came out of nowhere, Killeen, but you've been here 3 months. You're thrown down with the links. Love your face. Kiev rocked by deadly explosions from kamikaze drones 3 weeks ago. Oh, yeah. And this is where the story seems to come out of nowhere, right? The Iranian drones, right? This is where they start talking about it, right? Let's talk about that. I don't think we talk about that enough. Am I wrong about that or no? This is when we start to hear in the media about Iranian kamikaze, drones, Iran, kamikaze drones. Right? Or no? Have they been reporting on this before or what? Oh, Yoshi, you're so good and you're in a bad spot, but you're so good. I'll have to move my stuff over here. All right, don't spill. So, this guy's a retired military industrial complex guy. So then we're sus or not? All right, let's give him 5 minutes.
Retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson joins us now. So good.
Go back to that video. Russian troops present. This is back. Sorry, it timed you out. What is that? This is what we sent. Thank you. Oh, Spain. Right, you're in Spain. You're not U.S. I get it. Spain is sending another package. Now, we do understand at this point that the United States has sent about 3/4 of the military aid that the Ukrainians have received thus far, that we are to believe. We have really no idea. But this is our best knowledge at this point. We will update it as we go, of course. And that means that as U.S. is running out of stuff, so is the rest of Europe. Yeah, I forget, homie. You got to give me time to learn, okay? You might have to tell me something 3-4 times, and I still won't learn. And then I'm sorry. It's not personal. I appreciate you though. I'll eventually remember you're in Spain. Thank you. So these are Aspide missiles. Little little 6-pack. I understand. It's obvious. I'm not very bright. It's obvious. Some of these too. Semi-active radar homing. These are also what they're sending. Okay. Back here.
Retired U.S. Army Brigadier
This is
General
from 3 weeks ago.
Steve Anderson joins us now. So good to have you with us, General. Let's first start, if we could, by talking a little bit more about the capability of these kamikaze drones. What specifically can they do?
They're so insistent on calling them kamikaze drones.
Why are they?
They're just loitering munitions.
Seen as the choice to make right now?
Well, thank you very much for having me. I think it's telling to see just how desperate Vladimir Putin is. He has to go.
Did they just send ATACMS? Hey, guys. Spooky Russo kamikaze vibes, yeah. Brave drones. It's got these, it's got this red scare to it. I heard we're sending kamikaze bullets to Ukraine. Kamikaze bullets, they just They just go crazy. They just dive right into whatever it's in front of them. Not a big thing, but imagine how things are in Europe. That even U.S. are sending things to Ukrainian front. Who's next sending? What? Anti-communism is used for our military endorsements as well. We're sending ATACMS. These look like 12 packs. ATACMS. Doesn't this require a whole setup? All right, Kiev's rocked by these kamikaze drones.
Go to the Iranians to get drones like this.
It's pretty thick.
But these can be very effective drones. They're intended to be fired in
your face,
in groups,
follow
in
carpet
swarms.
packs.
And their launching platform has
Swarms.
5 rockets on them. They're rocket assisted. They fly to their target. They have 1,500 miles of range. So that means that they can launch these things conceivably from Moscow all the way into anywhere in Ukraine. They carry an 88-pound warhead, which is enough to maybe not take out a bridge, but cause some pretty significant damage. I mean, you don't want flying in your apartment window in the morning, that's for sure. But these things are effective.
Yeah, homie, you would know.
We saw that the Ukrainians were able to knock out 85%, but again, they're being deployed in swarms, so a few are going to get through, and those that get through are intended to terrorize the Ukrainian people. They're trying to take out infrastructure. They're trying to knock out.
You just cannot believe how shameless they are.
Out energy assets prior to the winter to make life more miserable for the Ukrainians. But look, spoiler alert to Mr.
Oh my God, these fucking boomers.
Putin, it's not going to work.
So, General, when a U.S. official
alert.
says that the administration will consider the use of these drones when deciding future support for the Ukrainians, what do they need to counter these kamikaze drones?
They need more air defense artillery systems. I mean, right now they have the S-300 they got from Slovakia, and they've got these NASAM systems, these joint...
Fucking Rad left dad in the house. Spoiler alert, Mr. Putin. Putin's going to be so mad when he sees this report on CNN.
Norwegian, U.S. Air defense systems, 2 of which are inbound in the next 2 months, another 6 for a
the next 2 months.
8 are going to come
as in they're not built yet
over the coming months. But the problem with this,
as in this war is going to keep going for at least 2 months, and that's when they're going to consider negotiating. They're not even negotiating yet.
They're
not really negotiating. They said they're sending fucking Jake Sullivan. You kidding me?
Medium range system. Okay.
They got U.S. negotiating.
The problem with UAVs is they're low range. So what they need is they need some low range capability. And I submit to you that we need to look the United States at providing the CRAM system. That's the CRAM, counter rocket, artillery, and mortar. These are incredibly effective systems. They're made by Raytheon. They're intended to go after low-flying targets. They go after rockets, artillery, and mortar rounds. If you got something that's good enough to shoot out a mortar round, then, I mean, it's going to easy pickings for anything that's flying in a UAV. Now, I had 20 to 25 of these systems when I was in Afghanistan, 2016 to 2018. They're incredibly effective. These are the systems.
Oh, my God. I hate it. It's military industrial complex QVC. You're absolutely right. 100%.
Systems that the United States need to get on the ground in Ukraine now.
Yeah. Nice.
Once they get there, how quickly could they be put into use? Because we've talked about a lot over the last several months about certain systems.
Look at them baying for this.
Yes, yes. These sickos, yes, sickos, yes. How quickly can they shoot them at these sicko Russians?
Systems, learning how to use those systems, being up to speed in time. What is that amount of time that they would need?
They are mobile systems, so they can literally be put up in a matter of hours. We're not talking days or weeks. They can be driven into the systems they need. They can be established. Now, the problem there, of course, is they'd be operated by probably American contractors. Right now, there's a prohibition against that. I submit to you that this is a bridge we need to cross. We need to get American contractors on the ground to operate systems like this. Also, to help repair all the systems we've given them in the past that they're breaking, the 777s, the HIMARS, the systems that we've given them that are operating
and destroyed
with devastating effect against the Russians, but they're not able to maintain them. And if we really want to help the Ukrainians push the Russians all the way out of their held territory, to include...
That's a big admission that we're just sending them weapons and, you know, vehicles and stuff. And they don't have the ability to fix them. Dude. They're treating war as if it's just like another industry of like disposable one and done, you know, single use weaponry. Isn't this off the charts? Gosh. It is. Is anyone talking about this? Am I tugging on a thread that people aren't talking about enough? That's for damn sure. They're like, oh, fuck. I noticed your helicopter has been shot by the Russians. Well, you can't fix it because, you know, you're not set up for that. But gosh, we got to do something about those darn Russians, right? So we'll just send them another helicopter, right? Right, AOC? Right, Elon? Right, Bernie? Fucking Bernie. Barney Slanders. Fuck that guy, dude. Barney Slanders killed my gerbil.
Crimea, we're going to have to surge logistics capabilities and get U.S. contractors on the ground.
That guy.
Not only providing air defense expertise and operations, but also to provide logistics support.
All right, I want to rush by this. You suggested there should be U.S. contractors in Ukraine.
You just can't believe what you're seeing right now.
Putin is likely not going to see the nuance between a U.S. contractor teaching the Ukrainians how to use this hardware versus actually being in the fight against Russians. So you think it's worth it?
Oh, absolutely, Victor, absolutely. He probably will perceive it as some sort of an escalation, but it's one that we need to we need to go.
It's an escalation.
Across this bridge right now. We need these systems. We need to show our support to Ukraine. We need to show the Russians that we are behind the Ukrainians all the way, and that includes putting American contractors on the ground. We're going to send them.
Folks, we are on the side of the South Vietnamese all the way. Even if that means we're going to have to put U.S. contractors on the ground, because definitely it's not happening right now. It's not already.
The message to our allies, to the Ukrainians, to the world, to the
this guy's. I think this is just literally Uncle Sam. He just took off his hat and beard.
Russians,
nice
that we're
shot.
serious about making sure the Ukrainians win this. This is an existential threat to us all, and we must do everything possible to include putting U.S. contractors on
everything possible
ground in Ukraine now.
All right, Brigadier.
Homie. Holy shit. That segment was awful. That's how the brainworms get in. This is how libs become fucking warhawks. This is how they get libs to bay for war. Please, let's do a war. Oh, I know sometimes the United States does bad stuff, but maybe their heart is in the right place this time. The fuck out of here. That was wild stuff. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't watch stuff like that very often. It was just scary to watch. I usually watch scary stuff like this. The way that she does it, though, is much less, is a little bit more nuanced, but it's still the same shit. Okay, so we were in the middle of this video. So back to this one.
The use or threats to use nuclear weapons, unquote. It's a rare rebuke.
Hold on. No, I need a break. And I'm going to take a break and we'll come back in a minute. Fuck, man. How about that? How about that? The war isn't for the people we kill abroad. It's to warn the folks at home what could happen if we pull that shit here. It's part of it, yeah. But, it's also for the wealth. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, is he on the board of a defense contractor? How about we circle back and do that one in a minute? No, I can't push this button because I get DMCA'd.
Good.
Sorry. I gotta play this and I'll be right back in a minute. I'm gonna run the ad too. Y'all grab a beverage. Refresh your drinks. Oh, it's already run the ad. I can't run it. I'll be back in a few.
What was the threat? The Americans themselves, the American ruling class, had very little cap, didn't have all that much. I told you about Hoover and a few other speculators, other people like that. But they joined in with 14 other nations to invade the Soviet Union, to overthrow the socialist government that had just been put in after the Tsar was overthrown. That process of invading a revolutionary country is still happening before our eyes. If you want to understand those years after the Russian Revolution, just look at what's going on in Nicaragua. Invasion, either by directly with troops from your own country, or by using surrogate troops, and they use the white armies and the white generals, the white guard armies. Embargoes, isolation, withholding food supplies, sabotage, encirclement, refusing diplomatic recognition. These are the methods that are used, and these are the methods, time-honored methods that are being used right now by Reagan against another revolutionary government, which is Nicaragua. That process. Water has ice cubes in it that float right down your throat. That process of encirclement and destabilization continued right until World War II. On the eve of World War II, Foreign Minister of the Soviet Union named Litvinov went...
All right, good. My tent says 81 degrees, so it's down. We got to get it down, huh? What's my ideal temp? 75? Remind me. Keep reminding me. The answer is yes. Yes, what? I don't have LinkedIn. We gotta log in. Remember my fucking LinkedIn password. Stephen M. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Arlington, Virginia. Board member of Vote Vets. President of Energetics. Hold on. What is this? Ange. This Ange. I don't know what we're looking at. All right, I'm going to dip out. Here.
Russia's posture
go back 15 seconds.
Tensions. During talks with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Beijing, she reportedly said the international community should, quote, jointly oppose the use or threats to use nuclear weapons, unquote. It's a rare rebuke of Russia's posture for Beijing. Meanwhile, the Washington Post reports the Biden administration's been privately encouraging Ukraine to appear open to negotiations with Moscow and to stop publicly rejecting.
To appear open to negotiations. Jesus Christ. That just goes to illustrate how far we are away from them negotiating. As in, they're not negotiating now. So much so that Ukrainians don't even appear to be negotiating, and they have to be pressured to appear to be willing to negotiate. At that point, maybe there's a chance they might negotiate. Jesus Christ.
Rejecting peace talks. The move is not intended to lead to negotiations, but rather to avoid alienating other nations who fear a protracted war in Ukraine, the Post reported. A new United Nations report finds the past 8 years are on track.
Yeah, every day we don't get closer to negotiating. Are we not getting closer to nuclear war? What the fuck is going on?
To be the hottest ever recorded. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres dubbed the report a chronicle of climate chaos, outlining the effects of worsening heat waves, melting ice, and torrential rains. Earlier today, Guterres delivered opening remarks as the COP27 climate summit gets underway in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt.
And the clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing, global temperatures keep rising, and our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
On Sunday, COP27 President and Egyptian Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry said this year's talks will, for the first time, focus on how rich nations should compensate countries in the Global South for the unfolding climate catastrophe.
Inclusion of this agenda reflects a sense of solidarity and empathy with the suffering of the victims of climate-induced disasters. And to this end, we all owe a debt of gratitude to activists and civil society organizations who have persistently demanded a space to discuss funding for loss and damage.
Ahead of the talks, Egyptian authorities arrested hundreds of activists in a broad crackdown on dissent. They also published guidelines limiting protests during COP27 to designated zones and will require 36 hours advance notice. On Sunday, Sana Saif arrived in Sharm el-Sheikh to demand Egyptian authorities release her brother, Alaa Abdel Fattah, the Egyptian-British political prisoner. Alaa intensified his 6-month hunger strike by foregoing water on the opening day of the climate summit. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has expressed support for Alaa Abdel Fattah and vowed to raise the issue while he is at COP27. In a letter, the new British Prime Minister said securing Alaa's release was, quote, a priority for the British government both as a human rights defender and as a British national, unquote. Meanwhile, cybersecurity experts are warning some 25,000 COP27 attendees face a security risk from the summit's official smartphone app. The software requires users share their location, photos, and even emails, raising fears Egypt's authoritarian government will use the data to silence critics and spy on dissent. Democracy Now! Will be broadcasting live from COP27 beginning on November 14th for the second week of the COP. In Iran, demonstrators took to the streets of Tehran and poured onto college campuses over the weekend as nationwide anti-government protests entered their seventh straight week despite a violent police crackdown on dissent. Video published on social media shows protesters marching and chanting, "Clerics get lost." Rights groups say at least 318 protesters and 38 members of Iran's security forces have been killed during protests that erupted after the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in the custody of Iran's so-called morality police. 49 children are among the dead. On Sunday, a large majority of lawmakers in Iran's parliament co-signed a letter declaring the protesters enemies of God and advocating for the death penalty for some of those arrested. In Syria, at least 9 people were killed and over 24 others wounded after Syrian government forces bombed tent camps of displaced people near the northwestern city of Idlib. At least 3 children were reportedly among the dead. In Italy, at least 250 asylum seekers aboard humanitarian rescue ships remain stranded off the coast of Sicily after officials barred them from disembarking on Italian soil Sunday. Only select asylum seekers from those boats, including children and others deemed sick or vulnerable by the Italian government, were granted entry to Italy. Meanwhile, 2 other rescue vessels remain at sea with hundreds of asylum seekers aboard with no port willing to grant them refuge. The 2-week-old far-right government of the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has vowed to block foreign-run migrant rescue ships as part of a brutal crackdown on asylum seekers arriving from the Mediterranean. This is the captain of the rescue boat Humanity One, run by the German NGO SOS Humanity, which has refused to depart the Sicilian coast until everyone on board disembarks.
I urge for a place of safety for all the people on board. It's not only the 104 unaccompanied minors, but all the people on board need a place of safety. By law, they have the right to disembark in a place of safety.
In Tanzania, a commercial plane crashed into Lake Victoria Sunday, killing 19 people. 26 people have been rescued. The jet belonged to the airline Precision Air. Local authorities blame the crash on bad weather. Here in the United States, Iowa authorities are looking for 18-year-old Piper Lewis, a sex trafficking survivor who escaped from the correctional center where she was serving her probation sentence. Lewis was 15 when she killed her rapist.
I miss her doing the consent manufacturing for Iran.
Later pleaded guilty to manslaughter. A judge sentenced her to 5 years probation. But the teenager could now face 2 decades behind bars for violating the terms of her sentence. And officials from the Centers for Disease Control say the United States is now in a flu epidemic, as recorded cases, hospitalizations, and deaths nearly doubled over the past week. There have been at least 730 flu-related deaths in the U.S. Officials warn vaccination rates are decreasing, with adults having received 5 million fewer flu shots in 2022 compared to last year. Government officials say they're prepared to deploy troops, FEMA personnel, and ventilators as hospitals become overwhelmed with the triple-demic of flu, RSV, and COVID-19. This comes as Pfizer announced last week trials of its experimental RSV vaccine were around 80% effective in protecting young infants up to 6 months from severe illness when administered to pregnant people. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Oh, man. What could go wrong when you have a triple-demic and an oligarchy? Plutocratic oligarchy. At that point, I'm just repeating myself. What you eating? I got some stuff in a bowl. Talk about the CIA guy, Edward Snowden. November 7th. Most important video of the year filmed in... was the most important video of the year? Was filmed in 1983? Was there a that was missing there? All right. CIA officer Frank Snepp discusses planning stories in major newspapers. Here we go.
You briefed the press.
Well, I got a button. I got a button for this. Way too quiet. I don't have a deep state button. Hold up. Fuck. Oh, even better. Easy.
You briefed the press, did you not, when you were there?
Well, I had several jobs. One of my jobs was that...
Do that again.
You briefed the press, did you not, when you were there?
Well, I had several jobs. One of my jobs was that of analyst. I also was an interrogator and indeed briefed the press when we, the CIA, wanted to circulate disinformation on a particular issue. Disinformation is not necessarily a lie. It may be a half-truth. And we would pick out a journalist. I would go do the briefing and hope that he would put the information in print. For instance, if we wanted to get across to the American public that the North Vietnamese were building up their force structure in South Vietnam, I would go to a journalist and advise him that in the past 6 months, X number of North Vietnamese forces had come down the Ho Chi Minh Trail system through southern Laos. Now, there is no way a journalist can check that information. So either he goes with the information or he doesn't, and ordinarily or usually, the journalist would go with it because it looked like some kind of exclusive. And I would say our percentage planning that kind of data was 70 to 80%. The correspondents we targeted were those who had terrific influence, the most respected journalists in Saigon, like Robert Chaplin of the New Yorker magazine, Kai's Beach of the Los Angeles Times from time to time, and also he worked for the Chicago Daily News. Bud Merrick of U.S. News and World Report, Malcolm Brown of the New York Times, even Maynard Parker of Newsweek magazine. We would go after these gentlemen. I would be directed to cultivate them, to spend time with them at the Caravel Hotel or the Continental Hotel, to socialize with them, and slowly but surely to try to gain their confidence by dolloping out valid information, information which was true. And then I would drop into a conversation the data that we wanted to get across, which might not be true. One piece of data, for instance, that we managed to plan in the New Yorker magazine had to do with a supposed North Vietnamese effort in 1973 to develop airfields along the border of South Vietnam.
You said that their success rate was 70 to 80%.
The reason we...
Doesn't mean that the volume of information that we saw... yeah, I hope that makes sense.
We wanted to plant this information was that we were trying to persuade the U.S. Congress that Saigon should continue to get a great deal of aid, and that the North Vietnamese were the chief violators of the ceasefire accord. That was printed in the New Yorker magazine under the byline of Robert Chaplin, as indeed was a great deal of such information which we tried to circulate. If I planted a piece of information with a reporter, I would ordinarily then try to create an environment in which he could not check the information. I would go to the British ambassador and brief him on the disinformation I had just given the reporter. So when the reporter wanted to cross-check what I'd told him with, say, the British ambassador, New Zealand ambassador, or what have you, he would get false confirmation, the same message coming back at him, and he'd say, aha, I've got proof that Frank Snepp told me the truth, when in fact, what he'd gotten was simply an echo of what I'd given him in the first place, via the British ambassador or other of our friendly diplomatic contacts. I am, as an ex-CIA agent, opposed to the disinformation activities in which I was involved. I admit that I was involved, and I think it served no useful purpose. Propagandizing the American public or Congress is not the CIA's job.
You okay, Zoot? S's.
Nope.
All right. I don't know who that guy is. That could be from a movie, for all I care. But, yo, it's important that you see that, like, people can do that. Even if that's, like, fake, like, that's clearly, like, a system that you're like, oh, I could sort of see how that could be manipulated. All right, but it is better to have a material understanding of the world. And with that said, I'd like to find out more about this. Yeah, he tweeted today. Thing's much longer, entirely worth a watch. And government sued Snepp in case went all the way to the Supreme Court, which ruled intelligence workers had to submit any statement for censorship, even those unrelated to secrets. What? Oh, 16. It's 16 minutes. It's fine.
Frank, I think a good many of us have the impression that the CIA operates completely undercover, that you're all spooks, as they say, or they used to say out in the Pacific. Do you have a high profile, or do people know what you do for a living?
Surely. In Saigon, I had various covers. I was a State Department officer. I was a military officer at one time.
Skip the bit that we've seen already.
Everybody I dealt with, agents, journalists, knew that I worked for the CIA. It is the agent who works under very deep cover, under unofficial cover, as a businessman, as a journalist. Now, he's the one who is not identifiable and whom nobody else would identify with the agency.
What years were you there?
I got there in 1969, just as Vietnamization was getting underway, and I left with the last CIA contingent on the roof of the American Embassy when the North Vietnamese were moving on the city in 1975. I was there through the latter stages of the war.
Did you go out on that helicopter in the famous pictures we saw?
Well, the CIA helicopter was the one that forms that famous photograph.
There's audio, I'm so sorry.
But I wasn't on that one, no.
You can't tell you.
You briefed the press, did you not, when you were there?
Well, I had several jobs. One of my jobs was that of analyst. I also was an interrogator and indeed briefed the press when we, the CIA, wanted to circulate disinformation on a particular issue. Disinformation is not necessarily a lie. It may be a half-truth. And we would pick out a journalist. I would go do the briefing. And had a natural disinclination to trust any of to persuade them to. Reporting from correspondents who were operating independently of the agency, who did not rely on agency sources, was very good. I cite in particular Peter Arnett. I remember after the fall of Saigon, one of my jobs was to query journalists who'd stayed in Vietnam after the collapse, and as they came out, I was to get in touch with them and try to persuade them to report on what they'd seen. This was not a disinformation job, it was an intelligence collection operation. I contacted Peter Arnett at Associated Press headquarters and I said, Mr. Arnett, I'm Frank Snepp from the American Embassy. Could you tell me what you saw? And there was a silence on the line and he said, you can read about it in my Associated Press dispatch. He was one of the few journalists who turned me down, however. There were a great many others who were willing to trade their information for information I might have, which was a frequent transaction in Vietnam.
Any other reporters you can remember who refused to have anything to do with the CIA? Can you name them?
Well, there were lots of young reporters who didn't want to deal with the agency because they were very suspicious. Many of them had come out of the anti-war movement in the United States and had a natural disinclination to trust any official agency. Offhand, the names escape me because, again, we weren't interested in going after the reporter for Ramparts magazine. We were interested in targeting those reporters who could get their material in the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, and so forth. And once again, I want to make it perfectly clear that we were not hiring these reporters. They were not operating as our spies or as our dupes. But in a war situation, when there are so few sources of information, a reporter may rely on a CIA contact, and he becomes vulnerable. In Saigon, if I planted a piece of information with a reporter, I would ordinarily then try to create an environment in which he could not check the information.
I see now the clip has been clipped from this.
I would go to the British ambassador and brief him on the disinformation I had.
How much did I skip? God damn it.
Just given the reporter. So when the reporter wanted to cross-check what I'd told him with, say, the British ambassador, New Zealand ambassador, or what have you, he would get false confirmation, the same message coming back at him, and he'd say, aha, I've got proof that Frank Snepp told me the truth, when in fact, what he'd gotten was simply an echo of what I'd given him in the first place, via the British ambassador or other of our friendly diplomatic contacts.
Frank, a two-part question. What were the objectives of or what was the objective of the CIA? What about the moral implications of what you were doing in feeding disinformation? Did the objective override the moral implications, moral problems?
Well, the objective of the agency in general is to generate intelligence and get it back to Washington, to get at the truth and make sure the policymakers understand it. When you plant disinformation, you are diverging from that objective, and I think probably in retrospect, it was very counterproductive. I am, as an ex-CIA agent, opposed to the disinformation activities in which I was involved. I admit that I was involved, and I think it served no useful purpose. Propagandizing the American public or Congress is not the CIA's job. As to the morality of what the CIA was doing or that particular activity, the war was a very relative thing. It was a relativist environment, and morality seldom came into play when you were operating in the field. In my estimation, a CIA man should be amoral. That may sound pretty shocking to somebody, but what if my morality were that of a Nazi or agent, if you will? You wouldn't want me to be your intelligence officer. Keep the morals out of intelligence. Keep the truth in, and stay away from disinformation.
Well, what was the primary purpose of the CIA as you viewed it? Was it an intelligence gathering agency, or was it an agency that was primarily involved in covert operations?
They were both part of the CIA's mandate in Vietnam, and the agency performed covert action, covert operations very well when the operations were held to a limited size and were of limited objective. When they got big, like the Phoenix program, they got out of hand, and innocent people died as a result. Innocent by that I mean people who are not connected with the communist movement.
You might refresh our memory on the Phoenix program.
Wait, what? Wow. Snowden's an op. See that? So he goes, and by innocent, I mean those not involved in the communist activities.
Big, like the Phoenix program, they got out of hand.
First of all, he's saying CIA's bigger back before it got popular. He's like a CIA hipster over here. It was never good. The founding of it was bad. Shut the fuck up, homie. It was founded by Wall Street. And he's go, well, it was better back when they did small stuff. And then they got out of hand, like the Phoenix program. And then he's going to go, they crossed a line when they killed people who weren't communists. Is that what he's about to say here?
And innocent people died as a result. Innocent, by that I mean people who are not connected with the communist movement.
What in the fuck is that, homie?
Might refresh our memory on the Phoenix program, briefly.
The Phoenix program was it was a program designed to neutralize the communist cadre network throughout South Vietnam, mainly through capture. But it got out of hand, and what happened was Phoenix operatives operating under CIA control and the control of other agencies.
I believe it.
Would kill the suspects, the people who were suspected of VC connections.
Let's talk about Frank Snepp for just a moment. You wrote a book titled Decent Interval, right? It was published. It's on the stands right now. What was your personal experience with the CIA after writing that book?
My personal experience with the CIA was a lawsuit. The U.S. government sued me for publishing Decent Interval without the CIA's approval, even though nobody ever accused me of publishing any secrets in the book. The lawsuit went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court came down with a decision which is historic in its implications. The Supreme Court decided that every government worker in a position of trust, whether in the CIA, State Department, National Security Council, has an implicit obligation to submit what he says or writes.
Here's what I think. That was a limited hang-up. As in, what this guy's saying, he knows that people in power, the owning and ruling classes across the globe, already know that that's how it works. They already know it. He's not giving anything away. It's new to some of us because, you know, we're busy. We have jobs. We're not paying attention to everything 100% closely. We're just trying to get by. You know what I mean? So, this is what's called a limited hangout. He's giving you a limited view of what they actually did. As in, if he told you, you'd be so fucking overwhelmed, you would shit your pants. I would be so overwhelmed, I would come to your house and shit in your pants. So he's not really saying anything that anyone at the time doesn't really know. So it could be new to you. Makes you wonder what he's not saying. I think it's an operation because they sue him. And then after this, seems like they sue him. It goes to the Supreme Court. Ruled intelligence workers had to submit. Seems like they came down on the side of the CIA censoring him, right? That's an operation, homie. Or is that a reach? Let's listen to the end of this.
about his work to the government for censorship. If he doesn't, he is liable to monitor.
He did more to give the U.S. security state a black eye than any online communist has in my lifetime? You think so?
Monetary penalties, forfeit.
I don't know. I think that's thinking, not thinking creatively. Again, like, was anything that he said information that, like, that's why I typed it, yes. Okay. All right, homie. All right. What I'm getting at is this, homie. Is it impossible that this is an operation?
Forfeiture of all of his profits and all of the profits from Decent Interval. My profits were forfeited to the government, and he is subject to a lifelong gag order, which means that he must continue to submit his statements to the government for approval. Again, even if there are no secrets involved, and even if he has signed no secrecy agreement with the government. This involves an implicit obligation.
It comes off like it could be a limited hangout, right?
Signed a secrecy agreement?
What they call it?
I signed 6 different secrecy agreements, and the secrecy agreement that I signed on leaving the agency said the only thing I had to protect was secrets.
There were other unintended consequences, as we know.
I protected secrets. The Supreme Court said that didn't matter. I was obliged to protect even non-secrets. This is something unprecedented in American law.
Straighten me out on one thing. If you write on anything else other than the CIA and your experiences, you do not have to submit it, right?
Novels, screenplays, all are submitted.
Everything?
Everything. Not to the CIA, to the U.S. government for censorship. And again, anybody in the government now is under the same...
The kids running in the background, where are they?
Same regime of censorship. One of the victims of the Vietnam War was the First Amendment, and my case was one of the cases that came out of the Vietnam War.
To whom in the government do you submit it for review?
I submit it first to the Central Intelligence Agency, and it's a case of having the criticized censor the criticism. If I object to something the CIA tries to delete, then I go to court. And I have to argue before a judge that what I want to keep in is not injurious to the agency. That's an impossible argument to make, because the courts in this country increasingly defer to the national security community in any cases like this.
Well, now, how did your case differ from the decisions in the Pentagon paper? Was there any similarity at all?
Yes, indeed, because in the Pentagon Papers case, the Supreme Court recognized for the first time in American history, or I should say for the second time, that prior restraint, the use of gag orders, was permissible under certain circumstances, in instances of impending peril to the national security. In my case, the Supreme Court broadened the circumstances under which prior restraint, the use of gag orders, are permissible. And now gag orders can be applied to people who are not threatening the national security, who have simply held a job in the government and wish to speak about something that they have gained knowledge of as a result of their government employment.
What is your view of the Supreme Court decision in the Pentagon Papers case?
It differs with the view normally held by the press. The press views the Supreme Court decision to let the New York Times and the Washington Post publish the Pentagon Papers as a great victory for the journalistic profession and the principle of free speech. My view is somewhat different. As I said before, that decision by the Supreme Court in effect recognized the legitimacy of prior restraint and the use of gag orders under certain conditions. And that's something that is not in the press's interests. And yet the press is often so short-sighted as to emphasize the small victories and to neglect the implications of what has been done by a court.
Well, as a strategy analyst, you've seen and read the Pentagon Papers, I presume. Was there any breach of security in that, in your opinion?
There were several pieces of information in the Pentagon Papers which bore classified labels. As to whether their publication was injurious to the national security, I would say not. Some of the information which bore a classified label was in fact disinformation, information which was not accurate, but nonetheless classified.
Can you think of anything that
you classify a lie
would have given aid and comfort to the Moscow?
Absolutely not. The Central Intelligence Agency has itself conducted a post-mortem on the Pentagon Papers, so has the Pentagon. Both have concluded that the publication of the papers had no adverse consequences for national security.
If I'm doing a deep dive. Oh, this guy's great. Is that the same guy or no? I like how they got the yellow perenni. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting little rabbit hole there. I don't know. What he said there at the end makes me think it's perhaps he's not an op. Interesting though. Okay. See you. Regardless though of whether or not Snowden is an op, functionally he fills the same role. He promotes the use of Tor, is a government op, is that right? And actively hates government programs like Social Security. Oh, jeez. What a turd bucket. What a bucket of turd. I think there's some famous horse videos we need to watch. We'll save those up maybe too. Let's check about the Philadelphia man. What? The link is gone? The Philly man who he's eating a rotisserie chicken? For 40 days? Got the link? How do you spell rotisserie? It's hard. Spell it right? Rotisserie. Oh, it's like French. All right, where's the rotisserie chicken guy? Where is this guy? Oh my God. He ate a chicken for 40 days in a row. Today's day 40. Today's day 40. He did it. Where is he? Down at the docks? What in the fuck? What a strange thing. Gotta eat the whole thing. Oh my God, above. They love it. They fucking love it. You don't understand. What is there not to understand? The 40 days part? The chicken part? The him eating it part? What is so hard to understand? It's in Philly? What don't you get about this? Spell it out for me. How can we help Zoot understand? That's not a difficult feat? You try it, asshole. Are you kidding me? Go fuck yourself. You gotta be joking over here. We got a liberal heckler over here.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
Just kidding me. Judas, what? Eating enough food for 40 days. That's the shocking part, is that he got to eat for 40 days straight. Allegedly ate a whole chicken every day. It's fucking absurd. Can you imagine not being impressed by that? I don't get it. Like, do you not have a soul? Are you soulless?
Ain't no angel gonna greet me. It's just you and me, my friend.
It honestly looks really hard. How is that not impressive? Go try it and get back to me. Go try it. Come on. Y'all are just fucking haters. Can't stop hating. I got more stuff from the other day that I didn't show you yet. Taiwanese soldier dies fighting for Ukraine? Hold on, what? He stood on a table. He stood on a table. How we doing? We doing okay, chat? Yeah, Taiwanese soldier dies fighting for Ukraine. This guy. Fighting for Ukraine.
I love the dialectic.
Yeah. How big is it? Big enough. You could smash it? No. Could you eat? It's not about whether or not you could eat one. And it's not about whether or not you could eat another one the next day. But the third day, you start to ask yourself some questions. Fourth day, fifth day, through the 10th day, those questions start to grow bigger and bigger every day. Why am I doing this fucking chicken thing every fucking day with a rotisserie chicken? Days 10 through 20, you start to regret a lot of your life decisions, not even including the chicken thing. Days 20 through 30, it becomes unbearable. Days 30 through 40, you're ready to die. You get to day 40, that's got to be pretty exciting, but still. That's a fucked up decision to make for yourself. You can't just be like, oh, I could do it. God. Get out of here. He's killed in action, this guy. Fighting for Ukraine. At the Taiwanese, half Taiwanese flag, half Ukrainian patch. Oh, God. Show us the tattoos. Oh, there it is. Hey, guys. Oh. You don't see the problem? It's delicious every day, homie? It's not even that delicious. They barely put any spices on there most of the time. How about that batch, though, huh? You can't do it because rotisserie recipe calls for black pepper and I'm allergic. There's like barely anything on there. So this guy's dead now. What is this? Who's got that emote? Who's Evo? Why do they have a Taiwanese flag? It's greasy chicken with crispy skin. Yeah, that's it, homies. That's it. Sometimes better, sometimes worse, but yeah, that's the main idea. He was 25 years old. First Taiwanese soldier to die fighting in combat. I thought that was wild. And then we didn't talk about the Turkish Legion. Oh my God, this person changed their... I don't know who this account is, but... check this out. Can I have my reader read this? Reader! Can I have you read this?
Azerbaijani mercenary Magomed Jafarov, who is part of the Turkish neo-Nazi group, Grey Wolves, and who fights in the ranks of the armed forces of Ukraine, announced the formation of the so-called Turkic Legion.
Turkic Legion. Yo, they're already there fighting. Are they just like What are they doing?
The basis of the new unit will be mercenaries from among the Turks, Azerbaijanis, Crimean Tatars, Uzbeks, representatives of other Turkic peoples.
This is not fine.
The appearance of the Grey Wolves in the current theater of operations cannot be called accidental. Bozkurt, trained by NATO instructors, have already participated in clashes with the Russian army in the Middle East.
That's not accurate. They're already there, right? I thought we were, like, I gotta get down to the bottom of this. Asai, gifted one to Liar Judas 666. Thank you, homie. What? Hold up.
My daughter woke up in the middle of the night gushing blood. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. 60 Minutes has found over 20 children whose parents say they have been affected by Havana syndrome after incidents while their parents served abroad. http://URL.
Almost all of these diplomats and intelligence officers told us that they were attacked in the homes that they were living in while overseas. And so it involved their spouse, it involved their children. And some of what they have told us about what happened to their children is particularly disturbing.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No.
Get out of here. They're still going with it? When are they going to give it up? Suit. Yo, what? What's going on, Benjamin? You got the brain fog? Homie. You got a lot going on. I'm sorry to hear that. Hang in there. Oh, that sucks. Havana syndrome. Get the fuck out of here with the Havana syndrome. Oh, it's because of the black pepper on the chicken? Well, don't eat chicken then, I guess. Next. No, I'm sorry. That does suck. Havana syndrome stumps investigators as U.S. officials report injuries on White House grounds. No fucking way. They are saying that is happening on White House grounds? So this is 8 months ago? I didn't know about this. This got swept under the rug because a week later, Russian tanks rolled in. Oh my God. So why are they picking this back up now? No, this is back in June. They made that in June. This back in February 20th. Get out of here. Havana syndrome? What about COVID? Long COVID? No one cared? Peter Wade. Crickets, yeah. It was crickets. Folks, it was crickets. Look at them still pushing this. All right, there's... I posted that back in June. I'm not going to watch that. All right, all right. Oh, did we talk about this one? Bootlicking socialist on the editorial board of the socialist journal Catalyst calling for 500,000 more cops. Also, they're Harvard professors. No, we've been calling out this Havana bullshit for a long time. Havana syndrome bullshit. Ever since they made it up. You know, anyone who's like relatively familiar with CIA shit, you're like, oh yeah, that's bullshit. That's not true. That's false. We made it up. All right. However, one of the obvious writers, Adnan Adnaner Usmani, trained by Vivek Chibber, and I've read their work before, calls himself a socialist in addition to being a social scientist. Usmani also sits on the editorial board of the socialist journal Catalyst. That's one of the Jacobin side things. Calling for 500,000 more cops is a liberal and conservative, I say right-wing position. Here's the thread. 2 Harvard professors published an academic article calling for 500,000 more armed cops, who they say will arrest 7.8 million more people per year. What? Why? The article reveals alarming flaws in the elite academia at a time of rising fascism. Yeah, now we're understanding what catalyst means. This is one of my most important posts. All right, go for it. Here's the article in which Harvard professors call for the greatest expansion of militarized police surveillance bureaucracy in Western history. Below, I discuss the flagrant ethical and intellectual problems and how elite academia can be so dangerous. He's a Young Turks leftist. Hold on, are you serious? Did they have him on the show? Because that would be hilarious. It would make a lot of sense. Oh, shit. Whoa. Whoa. Red alert over here. I need like a sound that's like, boo, like, Jesus Christ. This is not good. Bruh. 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 Well, if they haven't had them on the show, they are now. Oh, God.
Nope.
Right? We're going to help them connect the dots. You can't say I didn't do anything here. What is this? Donald Trump claims protesters are assaulting cops. All right, can you... No off-topic links in the chat, please. No off-topic links, please. We're going to stay on topic. I'm sorry, unless you think that's on topic. That's my bad, homie. Because I struggle to focus, and I need your help, is all I mean. Thank you. Thank you, friends. I'm really trying my best, and I struggle each day. All right. Below, blah, blah, blah. Again, this is it. The injustices. I'm not going to read it. I know from off the bat it's bad. If you want to read my whole critique with links and more analysis, you can read it at this link. This is Alec Karakatsanis. Karakatsanis. I think that's how you say it, maybe. I'll explain why I dedicate the critique to all the junior faculty and students fighting against proliferation of unethical and dangerous academic practices. A warning to journalists about elite academia. Yeah. Well, I think we can see on his face why it's bad. Sometimes I don't need to read the whole thing. Next. Start the Oh, I like the tweet version. Let's go. Let's go. Give me the tweet version. Oh. Wait, hold on. Yeah, tweet thread. Nice. You ready? Oh, hold on to your butt holes. Look at this. This is going to be so nice. I'm going to have my reader read this. Reader! You know what to do!
One of the professors responded that they chose to use the number 697,195 from the UCR FBI reporting survey, even though they knew many local agencies weren't included. So, he admitted that the number may be much higher, like 900,000. Note: Wikipedia uses 900K. The professor then admitted that U.S. Census says 1,227,788 police. That's 76% higher than the number they chose to use. What's the significance of this? Using the...
I'm out. I didn't start with a premise. I didn't copy enough stuff. Let's try that one more time.
One of the professors responded that they chose to use...
Okay, it won't let me... I'll do it one by one. We were having a good time, huh?
To start, the premise. The Harvard professors claim 1. The US has way more prisoners than other countries, and 2. Way fewer cops. This is bad, they say, because 3. Prisons bring little benefit for their costs, and 4. Cops bring big benefits for their costs. Let me first address some falsities. I was skeptical of claim 2. So, I emailed the professors to try to understand the basis. Their response was shocking. I pointed out my skepticism of the primary claim that the US has fewer cops than other rich countries. It's notoriously fraught to count cops, and to count them across countries with very different systems. I asked for the data. I suggested to the professors that their US data source appears to exclude all federal policing agencies, e.g., Border Patrol, ICE, FBI, DEA, ATF, Capitol Police, Park Police, Military Police,
all
etc.
cops.
Potentially many non-local state agencies, and all private police forces.
All cops.
One of the professors responded that they chose to use the number 697,195 from the UCR, FBI reporting survey, even though they knew many local agencies weren't included. So, he admitted that the number may be much higher, like 900,000. Note: Wikipedia uses 900K. The professor then admitted that U.S. Census says 1,227,788 police. That's 76% higher than the number they chose to use. What's the significance of this? Using this number, they admitted to me, would mean the U.S. truthfully has 1.1 times the median rate in rich countries. Recall that the article began with the sexy, false, premise that the U.S. has fewer cops per capita than median rich countries. Nowhere in the article did the authors explain that they intentionally excluded hundreds of thousands of cops that would eliminate that premise.
Jesus.
Whatever else is true, judgment calls and assumptions regarding which estimates to use should have been disclosed to readers rather than taking low estimates that enabled them to suggest, wrongly, that the U.S. is significantly below average in terms of per capita police. Incredibly, the Harvard professors do not tell readers that they exclude private police forces, let alone offer a sensible reason to exclude them. This omission would be puzzling to residents of Detroit, who see private police forces taking over downtown Detroit. It would be puzzling to people familiar with many private universities and neighborhoods with private police across the U.S. As of 2021, there were 1.1 million private officers in U.S., almost tripling the number the Harvard professors reported. Confronted with these omissions, the professors switched course. They claimed to me that actually per capita police comparisons, a lead point beginning their paper, don't matter much. They care about ratio of police, prisoner and police, homicide. These points are silly because all they show is that US over-incarcerates relative to other countries and that US is also a violent society with lots of guns. Those denominators say nothing whatsoever about whether there should be more police, i.e. the point of their article.
A little quiet over here.
But the core of article is far worse. Although they name proposal for 500,000 more cops, first world balance, and say that international comparisons anchor this piece, the profs admitted to me none of these international comparisons are important. Why lead with them then? Instead, they suggested their core points relate only to the US and are points 3 and 4 above about the relative cost, benefits of prisons and police. But this is where the article goes off the rails.
Problem with this thread.
Problem with this thread is the assumption the professors oopsied themselves into this conclusion, and that's it's not purposeful. The most alarming aspect of the article is it ignores the costs of more police. I was dumbfounded. The article presents the main cost of their proposal as 7.8 million more arrests. They call it the main downside, and it is the only one they even mention. The professors then dismiss the costs of 7.8 million more people arrested as far outweighed by all the amazing benefits of police.
What?
But more arrests are not
Name
the only
one.
social cost of 500,000 more armed cops. It's incredible to see an article published in a major academic journal about the costs of police that ignores central role police have played for 150 years in preserving inequality and blocking investments in progressive social welfare. A primary function of police has been to protect private wealth and to surveil, infiltrate, and crush every major progressive social movement seeking to reduce social inequality since 1900. It's why cops infiltrated labor, civil rights, anti-war, and LGBTQ movements for decades. Conversation. Instead, they suggested their core points relate only to the U.S. and are points 3 and 4 above about the relative cost, benefits of prisons and police. But this is where the article
happening here.
It's why they equals crush environmental, abortion, animal rights organizing, etc. Take a look at NYPD brutalizing fruit, vegetable workers seeking $1 raise at beginning of pandemic after they were deemed essential workers but couldn't feed their own families.
All right, I believe you.
Further, police are central to gentrification, redlining, evictions, immigration enforcement, civil forfeiture, depletion of wealth in poor communities, etc. And they play key role in anti-abortion and anti-trans enforcement, as well as anti-democratic voter restriction laws. How can two scholars write confidently about costs of police but not mention one of the main things U.S. police will now do? Track women and parents of trans kids?
All right. I feel like I'm just being pulled along a huge long thread. I'm bored already. Sorry. I don't know what I was doing there. Yep, got it. Next. Yeah, right. Let's have the reader read it.
Holy shit. So liberal academics spread pro-police propaganda. Got it.
Reader. Nailing it today. Let's get this reader a raise, am I right?
Love your face.
Reader. Language. We want more of it. You'll hear about Z Library? Reader. Keep it up. Doing good job. Come on. Hit the button.
Z Library, one of the largest repositories of books in human history, has been taken down by the U.S. government.
Yeah.
The state doesn't go after neo-Nazi, doxing, or Klan sites,
Yo, how
just
about that?
projects that actually help people. This outage is likely to last days or weeks.
They go after leftist websites and libraries.
This website has been seized.
I don't even know what that sounded like. Was that cool?
Z Library isn't just subverting capitalism, it's also about accessibility. Today I was looking for a book that's otherwise 4 days shipping or 5 days library wait. There are no digital copies for sale. A user scanned, uploaded it to Z Library for free, but now I can't download it.
The fuck?
If you love trans-focused literature, check out http URL. With thousands of texts, it's the largest repository of trans readings in the world. I've uploaded, scanned, and OCR'd quite a few archival texts to it that can't be found anywhere else, too.
Sorry, transreads.org. I don't know why that did the thing. The library. Look it down. Yeah, it's my favorite website. And then we checked this video out yesterday. It was fantastic. I suggest you do the same. Great. Next. Learn what a deep state is, bro. Oh, no, wait. I was doing my research there, and it turned into me learning about a whole bunch of shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. Mid-70s. The Grey Wolves unleashed a wave of bombings and political assassinations, culminated in a military coup at the turn of the decade in 80. Dude. There's so much good shit in there. But I got real deep into the Pizza Connection on my day off. It was awesome. Got the BND arming Nazis. I think this is where... Yeah. No, I'm lost. I'm lost in the sauce. Never mind. Doc Wells and AG's interview. Hold on. Dimitri, which one? I stuck it in my back pocket over here. It's an hour long. Hold on. That's like something I'm not sure I see myself watching on stream, to be honest. Yeah. Or maybe another day. I feel like we've got our CIA fill for the day. Yeah. It's like, it looks interesting, and it's something I do want to watch someday. I'm just trying to give people a spread of content here. I appreciate you, of course, very much. Okay. Well, shit. Let's check out the Discord on my radar, on your radar. The Kuomintang one. Thank you. Alternate views, that one too. That's what you were just talking about. Ottoman stuff. Strike. Skipping that one. So how about candy, huh? How about some candy? Do you like... Hey, chat, do you like, what do they call them? Memes? Do you like memes? Memes? Alright, here. What do we got here? What character is that? Some skeleton. Toxic skeleton looking dude. I guess it's the United States. Who are you? You backed a coup in my country. The slightest idea how little that narrows it down? Yeah. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I gave it an 8 out of 10. What way to go. Watch my 666. It's pretty good. 8.5. That was Batman Beyond. Alright, what is this? Someone dressed up as Queen Elizabeth for Halloween. Oh, because she's dead.
Hello, my royal subjects with me, Her Majesty the Flag. Welcome to my funeral. I was tired of the box, so I got out. My funeral was only 10 days. I said, why not extend it? Has anyone seen Meghan Markle, that American twin? Anyone seen Meghan? Harry's here. Say yes, Queen. Prince Philip is here. Prince Philip decided to join us. Fish and chips. Fish and chips. Oh, let me make it
Eating.
Fish and chips. He's homeless. He's homeless.
I love that. Everyone's got to eat.
Came back because Charles is doing a terrible job. He doesn't have work for 7
You can't do the voice anymore.
years, and this is what we get. Bow down to me. All hail the Queen. You were better than Trump. Thank you. Thank you. God save me.
You were better than Trump.
Queen.
I don't know. Do a body count, homie. All right. That's something. I liked it. I gave it a 7. That last one was an 8.5. I think they said you were better than better as Trump. Oh, wait. What? I don't care. Whatever. Congrats to Elon Musk. Maybe now I can get verified. Oh my God. Oh my God. What? Are you kidding me? You are kidding me. What? No way. It can't be real. Wait, what is going on here? Hold up. Is this Elon posting this? Am I confused? Is this Elon posting the screen caps? Am I confused? I'm very confused. They trolled him, Dan. I don't think I get it, actually. I'll admit it. I don't know. I'm not tracking this one. Jesus. Who's messaging who? Follow me so I can message. Some random person trolled OJ. Okay. I see. For some reason I imagine this is OJ tweeting, I'm sorry, DMing Elon, like trying to get verified. I know. Oh man. All right, I feel like I just trolled myself there. Way to go, Dan. Not very bright. This is a great speech before Lula turned himself in. He really did, though. Oh, okay. That is... Check out your cute dogs and cats. I put this here. That worked for a minute until she got mad again. Cute cats, Nasai. Sweet little snuggle bugs. Babies. Oh my goodness. Sarah King's babies. Love to see them. I love it when they snuggle. There's been a new clip in here since last December, so I guess I'll just delete the channel. Fuck out of here. Struggle sesh. We used to do that. We don't do that anymore. It's sort of become a different thing. It always evolves. Discounts, ebooks. There's that thrice a stranger. Thank you, homie. MLism is something I need to stay focused on. It's more CIA stuff. Nice, nice. Shots fired. YouTube merch. I don't know what this is. Lynn, yep. Okay. We're up to date. But there's some good stuff to talk about in here. America, fuck yeah. Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah. All right, you want a little pizza connection intro? Well, who does not know about the Pizza Connection? 69 in chat or something else. Who does not know about the Pizza Connection? You know a little. You'll learn more. You're gonna love it. You're gonna learn more. You're gonna love it. Just from my mob history stuff. Ooh, cool. You're into mob history. Yeah, so this could be season 2 of my show. If I were to do something off the top of my head, this would be my plan. Who knows? If I do season 2. All right. Basically nothing here. Wait. But pretty much. All right. I think we'll watch it. It's 6 minutes. You're going to love this.
Well, I guess while we got
I like this guy's voice.
the camera rolling, it is July 8th, 2018. We're here at Alfano's Pizzeria and Italian Restaurant. Little does anybody know we're here at Alfano's because this was a world-famous heroin bust back in the 1980s. This was the operation being run out of the Sicilian mob. The top mafia head back in 1974 when they started shipping heroin out of here. His name was Gaetano Badalamenti. His nephew was Pietro Alfano. This restaurant was owned by the nephew of the head of the Sicilian mob back in 1974. They got busted in 1985, and it was called the Pizza Connection. People would come from Chicago and pick up a box of pizza, and inside the pizza box was their heroin supply. So we're here in Oregon, Illinois. The population is something like 3,000. Very low key, and that's where the literally the head of the Sicilian mob set up a heroin dealership, which included the mafia families in New Jersey, Brooklyn, Milan, Italy, connections, money laundering through Switzerland, of course, Italy, and Spain. I used to go to church with the FBI, one of the FBI agents that investigated it. And his partner used to come into my video store in the 1980s while they were investigating. They didn't tell me anything, but when they were gone, they told me that they had been in Spain, Barcelona, or here different places. They were two of the honest FBI guys that busted a $1.6 billion heroin operation that was run out of Sicily, and the New Jersey mob, which was supplying all the heroin to Chicago. When they got busted, it was called the Pizza Connection. The two good FBI agents that busted them, one of them was a friend of mine from church, another one was a friend of mine from my video store. Like I say, I know they were honest because the one FBI guy got shot in the face, and the police deputy chief of Rockford was told by the feds to destroy all the mob information and files back in the early 90s. That police chief deputy then became Winnebago County Sheriff's deputy, next in line, and his son became the U.S. Attorney. At the same time that the Illinois Attorney General was renting space from the mob-connected people in Rockford, who were also connected to what became known as the Family Plots bust by the FBI back in 2004, I believe it was. There's a lot of mob activity going on in northern Illinois, Rockford in particular. The Rockford gatekeepers, they are the ones that control what's going on as far as who's shipping in the heroin, the cocaine. I just found out in the past year that my Mormon banker's attorney and Mormon bishop was running cocaine laundering out of Amcor Bank. This is the man who has targeted me for 40 years. His name is Jack Ward. His father-in-law is next in line to lead the Mormon church. His name is Dallin Oaks. Dallin Oaks was a former Chicago Daily Machine prosecutor, Cook County prosecutor, at the same time that David M. Kennedy my Chicago Mormon leader in the Chicago stake was laundering money for the
Who's this guy? He runs a video shop. He's really important.
same operation.
He just seems to know
he was
everybody.
the chairman
He's in
of
the middle of
Continental
everything.
Bank when he was in partnership with the Vatican Bank. They were also part of this whole heroin, cocaine laundering operation. So my Mormon bishop was Jack Ward. He had a money laundering outfit going with the Systematics cocaine money laundering program from the Bush-Clinton CIA cartel, which has been running the heroin and cocaine in northern Illinois in America since 1959, when George Herbert Walker Bush put together the Mormon Mafia. And the Mormon Mafia is the best kept secret in America, and it's slowly been exposed, but they had connections also to the John F. Kennedy assassination and the Watergate break-in. So anyway, enough for now. I'm going to sign off. Again, we're at Alfano's Pizza in Oregon, Illinois, the site of the Pizza Connection bus back in 1985, when this was part of $1.6 billion heroin network being run out of Italy by the top Sicilian mobster Gaetano Badalamenti. Alfano's was owned by his nephew Pete Alfano. All right, closing down.
That was a wild ride, huh? Let me crank this out here. We're gonna go here. This is Google Earth Studio. I think it's sort of going at like half speed here. Where is it? Is it this? I lost it in the sauce here. It's like, oh God. Everyone slow down here. Like out here. All right, well, I need to work on my animation skills. I think that was it. Hold on, let me double check. It is it. Just looking at it at a weird angle. Really throwing me off, huh? All right, run it again. That was sort of decent, huh? I think there's a way to export it and export it to, I think Illustrator or After Effects or whatever that allows you to put labels and stuff on there. I got to figure out how to do this. Because this is like how I'd illustrate, hey, yeah, you come from Chicago, you come out here. And I do think it's this one right here. I think that's Oregon, Illinois. Or maybe that one, or I don't know. I got to figure it out. Which one is it again? Oh. First of all, you pause. One more time. Let me double check. On this river, east of the mighty Mississippi. Yeah. All right. Gotta figure out how to do some cool editing stuff. Yeah. Pizza Connection. How about the Pizza Connection, huh? I'm not going to save that. Do that again later. Just learned it about. Oh, sorry. Oh. Mark Hamill. Ambassador for U-24. Oh, there was a new Moss Robeson piece. Started a whole bunch of whole wheat flatbread dough. It'd be cool when you track the heroin out of Afghanistan through Italy to the United States. Sounds like the same move the Turkish did. You're making pizza with it? All right, here's Mark Hamill. Oh. Oh, using the map thing. What are you getting at, Ross?
Ukraine needs drones. Drones define war outcomes, and they're able to monitor the border.
Hold on. Sure, there's something in Star Wars. Anyways, he's a drone war apologist?
And protect both civilians and their soldiers. So what surprised me was not only were they interested in fundraising, but if you...
I think it's better to watch this and imagine the Joker from 90s cartoon Batman.
You have a drone. I was unaware
I think that's the
that
Mark Hamill
this
that's
is a
speaking right
popular
now.
hobby, and people that are hobbyists that are focused on drones, they have
You just think he doesn't
multiple
know?
drones. They say, oh, well, that's 2 years ago. That's the old model. I've got the updated version. And Ukraine can use even the most simplistic drones. They don't fly very far, but like you say, they're the eyes in the sky.
Fuck, dude?
And it's really crucial now that Russia is struggling on the battlefront. They've been attacking behind the battlefield, bombing civilian infrastructure, schools, playgrounds. It's really terrible.
Yeah.
And not to mention the fact that for the last 4 weeks, the large portions of Ukraine have no water.
Right.
There's power outages. So anything that can be done to help is greatly, greatly appreciated.
Oh my God, no. No, when the NAFO losers are on your side, you've done something wrong. He was FaceTiming Zelensky. He was showing Doug. And then now they got Slaba, my granny. Oh my God. Cat? Slaba, my granny. And then what do you say? That's right. And then you say in response, "Hello, I'm Slaba." That's right. And then we say, "Only Dan's over and under. Sometimes on the side, sometimes standing up. Then she got me on the counter." You know? It wasn't me. What's this, Zaya? You've been tanking my first NAFO attack on Twitter? What does that mean? I just block them all. Anytime they show up in my mentions, block. And then sometimes it gets to the point where they're clearly just trying to fuck with me. So I have to like lock down my tweets to be, you know, what is it? You send a tweet. You can make it who can reply. Gotta do what you gotta do. I don't give a shit. They make it hell, dude. They can go fuck themselves. Blocking NAFO people is good mental health, I'm telling you. Not that I'm like a mental health fucking genius over here. But come on. Just get rid of them. You're welcome. Yeah. Made one comment on a Bree Joy Gray post and blammo and one, more notifications than I've ever had. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I'm always like trying to figure out how I want to structure my content. And I can never nail anything down. But this is the part of my stream when I lose most of my viewers. So I feel like this is the part of my stream where I can just pretty much let loose a little bit more, in the sense that I want to do what I want to do. I got a couple hours at least to do that. So I'm going to do my like homework and the other stuff, deep divey stuff that is maybe less sexy. I don't know. For some people, for other people, it'll be more sexy, and you never know. That's the thing. Okay, so what I want to do is get back into a little bit of exploring some of my questions that I'm trying to answer. And we'll go from there. I've also got to make some content. Let me make a thumbnail from yesterday's stream. Let me start there. So I'm in what I call deep dive and editing mode here. So this is like me time. Y'all, please stick around. Feel free to hang out with me. Feel free to find another stream you find more interesting. I don't think that's possible. Are you kidding me? Look at this. We're fucking awesome. But I gotta make a thumbnail. I just want to try to be open. I try to be transparent about what we're doing over here. Yeah. And as I transition to making more content, including different kinds of content, including this new series. I don't know what to call it. Like, is it like a documentary series? What do we call it? It's just BreadTube? Am I just making BreadTube? I'm making a thumbnail for my live stream. Don't worry about it. But like, what am I doing? My stuff with my Chotley Trap House. What is that? It's like a podcast? But it's got video? I don't know, dude. All right, so yesterday's stream, we had what? It was the 6th. What did we talk about yesterday? We got to go to the video. Yeah. No, you know what I need to do? This is content time. So like, you know what else? If you're sticking around with me, do you want to help brainstorm with me? Number one, we got the Chotley Trap House. What we need to do is start thinking about maybe having like a guest each episode to like give us the goods on whatever topic we're talking about. So we need like a guest list. If you have people that you think know shit about Grey Wolves related stuff, let us know. I think it would be cool to have a guest on sometimes and like share the wealth, you know, share the income, whatever we got on Patreon for that episode. Having Moss Robeson on, yeah? That's great news. Wait, did I write down the new song? I called this the intro bumper, but I'm open to turning it into something else. At the same time, I'm open to changing the song, and it seems like that's what might happen. We'll see what happens with that. Might want to start looking at fleshing out a framework for season 1. That is definitely one of our big goals. That is definitely one of our big goals. We want to do it right, so I'm starting to think like episode 1 is farther away than I realize. I'm starting to realize that it's farther than away than I have realized. That's fine, dude. I just want to do it right. I want to do it right. At the same time, we could do episode 1 and then create our framework. That'll give us time, and that'll give people... All right, actually, that actually makes sense too, right? We don't have to have the framework done by the time episode 1 is done. That's why I called episode 0 episode 0. We do it.
We do it because it's right.
Okay, hold on. I like this thing with the papers here. I'm doing this thing with the papers like I'm Johnny Harris. All right, I got a bunch of different to-do lists. But here's my stream to-do list. Tequila. I know what that means. Okay. Do we want to make a button for we do it because it's right? I'm like writing it on my list. If so, should we just do that now? New, fresh, top-notch Zonko and Bingus. All right, fine. I just opened up Kira. Fuck me. You love to see this. Here we go. Oh, buddy. Beans. Beans over here, the magical fruit. Video. Is this going to loop? Because I have to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
Water has ice cubes in it that float right down your throat. That process of encirclement and destabilization continued right until World War II. On the eve of World War II, Foreign Minister of the Soviet Union named Litvinov went to, did I pronounce his name correctly? No, I can't say it that way. Went to the Western powers and called for an alliance with England, the United States, and France against Nazi Germany. And that if the Germans attacked Czechoslovakia, they would all join in, or attack Poland, or attack anybody, that all the powers would join in to fight Hitler and contain him. The Western Allies refused those overtures from the Soviet Union. Not because they were appeasers, not because they were simple and naive, quite the contrary, because they had a plan of their own, and that plan was Munich. And the plan was, we give Hitler Czechoslovakia and he goes east. And they were waiting for a war, and that war was supposed to come, and it was going to be Nazi Germany finishing off Bolshevik Russia. Just as they had sent armies in against Russia just a few years, less than a decade before, so they now plan to do the same. And so they've done again and again. And that war was fought, and most of it was fought on the Eastern Front. 7 out of every 10 German soldiers who died in that war died on the Eastern Front. The scale of fighting was enormous. The battles of Kursk, Stalingrad, the Battle of Berlin. There's nothing like it that happened in the Western theater, on the Western Front. the Battle of Berlin, you saw 2 million German soldiers against 3.5 million attacking Soviet soldiers. The losses were stupendous. But at the end of that war, the Soviet Union emerged as a major power, very weakened, very much weakened, having lost most of its industries west of the Urals, having lost 20 million people. Most of its transportation, by the way, at that time was still by horse or oxen in most areas for most of its population, but it still had the Red Army. And yet it was not an army that had any intention of marching through Europe. Although that was a NATO myth that was cultivated at the time. And there's an interesting set of documents that just came out in the American Historical Review which point out now that the West and the State Department never really believed that the Soviets were going to invade Western Europe. That was a myth which they consciously propagated. They knew that after an exhausting war, the last thing the Russian people would ever go for, or the Russian leaders themselves would ever go for, was another war. There was no sense, they had no interest in such a war. The war they fought against Germany was defensive, and they wanted to rebuild their country. That was a myth that was consciously propagated, that if we don't stop them, if we don't build NATO, if we don't double, triple, quadruple our defense forces, the Ruskies will be marching under the Arc de Triomphe. The point of all of what I've said so far is just to point out to you that the Cold War did not begin in 1947, but it began in 1917. That the Cold War has been going on even before the Russian Revolution, in the sense that the U.S. has been consciously, and other Western countries have been consciously suppressing any kind of revolutionary forces. When Ronald Reagan says that we've got to stop the Sandinistas and overthrow them because they are an extension of Soviet power, we might ask ourselves,
82.
We've been in Nicaragua 11 times.
82 degrees in there. Warm, right? So it probably will need an inline fan. Is the temperature in this room much better? I don't know. This outside the tent is 81. I don't know if I believe that. I believe it's 100. I don't know if I believe it's 81 out here. Hey, new chatter, Arctic Mule, welcome in. How you doing? All right. If I can't get the temperature down by tonight, I'll have to do an inline fan from the outside. Right? Dang. All right. I might have to get to work on the contraption sooner than later. How soon does it start to flower and to get smelly? Figure this out. All right. Growing to do later. Later. Charlie Trap House. Later. You just random notes. So are you. Bunch of papers. What am I doing over here? Bruh. 2 lists. Bruh. Bruh. This is bait. I'm staying focused on my shit. Oh my god, dude. Motherfucker. That is awful. She's a hack, dude. It's an op. I mean, yeah.
Bruh.
All right. So. Got some stuff to do here. Thank you for sharing adorable cat stuff. I was making this. For this stream. Yesterday. What were we talking about? Let me do the drag, click and drag thing. Turkey. I was showing off all the stuff. Did Aaron good? Did we watch the whole thing? Oh yeah. This dumb thing. I hate how long this stuff takes. I just want the thumbnails to make themselves. You know what? Fuck it. Doesn't need anything on there. I think I'm just asking too much of myself sometimes. Full live stream. Ooh. Find out what we talked about. Watch it. How come it's not working? Aren't I supposed to press? What's this, Judas? Oh. Oh my god. Not let me hit the shift button. Yeah, full stream. Full live stream. Oh shit, I like that. That. Great. Everyone's having a good time. Yep, we'll get the V out of there. I was wondering what you meant, Judas. Thanks, homie. Thank you, homie. Good looking out, man. Wait, I need a screen cap from the actual stream. Okay, well, let's do that, Dan. My hair. I need a professional person to cut my hair up. Cut it up. All right, let's find something where I don't look stupid. That should be hard. I'm scared it's gonna be hard. You're good. Kind of cool moment, Cat. Perfect. We did end up watching it. Oh, we watched the other one. I love their content. Actually, hold on. Hair was looking really good right there. Go back. Holy shit, with the hair over here. Yeah? Hold on. We had a real moment right about there. Yeah. Let's just catch that right in the good light. About as good as it gets. Okay. Everyone's happy with that. And then I take it back to Photoshop. It just fits right in there. Nice. I'm just gonna be done. Just gonna be done with it. I don't have time to be making thumbnails and shit, folks. I'm busy. I'm a busy guy. That's the logic there. I'm done with you. Just named it wrong. Whatever. Who cares? Let her loose. Sent. Clipped it, shipped it. I wanted to watch this one next. How the Ottomans took over Anatolia. No. Yeah. So the previous video we watched was the other one. What they were doing up until like 1200 to 1300. Pretty much like the founding of the Ottoman Empire, huh? You with me at the beginning there? I think I want to pick it up here then. I want to do some homework. Should I go back and watch the other one and take notes? Because we're in the, I want to get in the weeds now, you know? All right. So how about this? On another thread of thought, I need to like organize my stream in a more, I don't know, palatable way, folks. So I would really love to brainstorm. Maybe now, maybe later. Tell me what you want to do. But like rethink how I structure things over here. I think Tech Guy had a great idea the other day. Maybe in the morning I do like reacts, I do like current events, news, stuff like that. Middle of the day, I don't know. Pick my butt. Like end of the day, I'm doing like more like editing, or I'm in the weeds on stuff, trying to answer and ask questions on stuff. Or I don't know, am I just overthinking things and I should just do whatever the fuck I want in the moment? With no plan whatsoever. What do you think, chat? Keeping in mind, I do seem to lose a lot of viewers in the afternoon. I don't know. All right. Guess I'll rethink my format once again. I want the stream to be more watchable. All right. Well, I suppose I want to go back. do something else. Is it this one? Rise of the Ottoman Empire? But yeah, this is the one we watched earlier. I would do this again, but now I'm going to take notes. Because I'm doing some Ottoman Empire background history. Because the series we're doing sort of picks up roughly, 1900, right about as the Ottoman Empire is toast. Just wrapping up there. The last sultan's in like 1922. But like, where did they start? I don't know, until today when we watched this. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to pull up notes. My notes. This is Ottoman Empire, but this is really should be its own page. I'm thinking I'll do that. This is its own struggle session. The fuck? Boom. Get rid of it here. Boom. Okay. Let's see here. No. We're about to watch starts before then. Boom. You go there. Let's go. Theater mode. And let's begin the show. This is Rise of the Ottoman Empire. Again, this will start, I don't even know what fucking year. I think they say 1302. Doesn't it end in 1302? Rise of the Ottoman Empire to 1302. I see now. I get it. All right, we couldn't paste the content from your clipboard. Don't talk to me like that. There we go. Let's take some notes. Let's try to see what we can learn here. I watched this before. I was just catching the vibes. Now we're going to take notes and try to ask questions along the way. Boom. Boom. I said boom.
Being one of the longest-lasting empires in world history, the Ottoman Empire was a military, economic and cultural powerhouse for multiple centuries. However, the origins of the mighty empire are shrouded in mystery and traditional folklore. Today on Kings and Generals, we'll be exploring the humble origins of the Ottoman Empire and the peoples and figures that helped with the foundation of a state that would one day span onto 3 continents. In this series, we'll go through early Ottoman history from the days of nomadic Turkic warriors migrating from the steppes of Central Asia.
Slow up. Way to do the transcript. Do you pop out? Get the transcript to pop out. Wouldn't that be nice? Sometimes you zoom in enough. Sometimes you zoom out enough. It goes on the side. If you're not in theater mode. All right. Is this too small for you to watch? I don't care. I'm in
history from the days of nomadic Turkic warriors migrating from the steppes of.
All right. So let me back up.
Ottoman Empire. And the peoples and figures that helped with the foundation of a state that would one day span onto 3 continents.
Where are they? Here.
In this series, we'll go through early Ottoman history from the days of nomadic Turkic warriors migrating from the steppes. We'll go through early Ottoman history from the days of nomadic Turkic warriors migrating from the steppes of Central Asia to the reign of Mehmed II and his famous Siege of Constantinople in 1453. As with most such stories, it starts off small
with good skin.
For a in the Descriptive mountain ranges of Anatolia had been the breeding grounds of major civilizations, and an integral part of many major empires from world history, like...
All right, they're calling it Anatolia/Asia Minor. Are those like just terms you can interchange with each other? Are those the same exact things? Do they mean similar things but others, but not others? Just seems to be, you could swap it up. One definition. I mean, it's just like it's all relative, isn't it? But generally speaking, they're interchangeable. All right. Is that generally speaking what it's understood to be? Right there at Istanbul and modern day Turkey and what's going on here? Oh, excluding Armenian land? What's going on here? All right, Anatolia.
the Hittites, Lydians, Achaemenids, and Alexander the Great's Macedonian Empire.
Wait, that seemed nice and helpful. Yo, that's like a nice quick history. Yo, give me that back. Dickhead. So Hittite? But if I played that that nerd game you played, I'd get into this even more. No, I mean, what am I trying to say? I'd be able to pick it up quicker or quickly. What's that nerd game you play?
Like the Hittites, Lydians.
Oh god, I'm terrible. No, it looks okay. Of course, it was just the same game I was playing, but on using ERF.
Achaemenids and Alexander.
You're going too fast.
Empires from world history, like the Hittites, Lydians, Achaemenids.
Me doing history. I'm studying. Hey, Mom, studying.
And Alexander the Great's.
Oh, I didn't get the whole thing.
From world history, like the Hittites, Lydians, Achaemenids, and Alexander.
Slow down, bro. Your editor's going too fucking fast. You asked of them so much. Like, hey, can you paint this map with all these specific things? And it just takes a second and it's gone. You're the editor. You're like, are you serious? Just slow down.
Alexander the Great's Macedonian Empire.
Oh, Macedonian Empire, huh? Oh, Macedonians. You know what they say about Macedonians? Yep, neither do I.
Empire. From the 2nd century BC to the 11th century AD, Anatolia, with its rich natural resources and major urban centers, came under the domination of the Roman.
Oh, I got these backwards up over here. Oh, Dan, you did it again. You silly guy. What are you doing? Wait. Oh, that's BC. I'm tripping. I was doing okay there. Shit. We got a long ways to go, kids. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Macedonia. Damn, got him. Get wrecked. You don't mind the absence of a Ukraine on these maps? Wait, what? I don't get your
Roman
joke.
Empire, and later its medieval.
All right, we're almost up to date here. This is all good background.
Byzantine successor. Over the centuries, the peninsula also served as a natural fortress for the Romans in their wars against the Sassanids and the various Islamic caliphates of the Middle Ages. However,
also on these maps up above,
the Roman hold
zoomed out
on Anatolia would decline in the aftermath of the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, which would see the great Seljuks under their leader Alparslan conquer most of the peninsula in a swift
Alparslan.
military campaign. What followed was a great migration of Turkic peoples into Anatolia.
All right, say that again.
The Middle Ages. However, the Roman hold on Anatolia would decline in the aftermath of the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. All
right, so here we go. That's what they're referring to down here, 1071. 1071, here's our timeline, here we go. Oh yeah, this is Anatolia. I want this up there. No, it won't let me copy pictures. I have to do it one at a time. Get up there. I'm gonna get up to here, up to 1071. Yes. Getting organized in the USA. Boom. Watch this. Collapse that. Get out of here. Yes. Get out. Boom. Yeah. See, here we go. 1071. All right. What happens in 1071? Roman hold on Anatolia declines. Here we go.
Would decline in the aftermath of the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, which would see the great Seljuks under their leader Alparslan conquer most of the peninsula in a swift.
All right. That's when they take it over. Well, that's when what fucking, who are they? The Great Seljuk? Great Seljuk? Is that the group? The fuck are they? They defeat the Romans. Go back to Rome, they say. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Right? Okay. Circassia is just depicted as not a country. The area north of Georgia. Of the Caucasus mountain line. Right up in here. They didn't seem to name it, huh? I bet you could tell me a lot about this. I'm sure Seljuks were the Persian Empire at the time. Do you want to hop in it and chat about it? Are you in a chatty mood, Nasai? All right. Who farted in here? Where? It's not me. Where's my phone? Yeah, let me pop in. Discord. Nasai. Oh.
Hello there.
Hey, homie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Great. Let me find my phone because I feel like something important might happen. So I feel weird right now. I'll be right back. You can feel free to intro yourself.
Hi, I'm Nasai. I don't need to intro myself. Everyone in chat knows I Hi, guys. It's time to unionize because Dan just walked out. This is our chance. I guess, did he watch this earlier today? I wasn't around.
Okay. Well,
you didn't miss anything.
I didn't. Okay. So
nothing you need to worry about anyway.
Yeah. So you can, chime in wherever you want, Nasai. But what I'm trying to achieve here, I guess, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get a picture of, I suppose, the Ottoman Empire, or I guess the land of Anatolia, sort of leading up to World War I. And I guess the end of the last Sultan, 22.
Gotcha.
And I think I might need to do some genocide non-denial, some research. Why did I say it like that? It's the Armenian genocide.
Genocide acknowledgement.
Sorry. Yeah. But yes. Anyway, so where are we? I'm watching the video here. There. And
this
you can
is
chime
all
in.
like background, so this is
It's all background.
So the Seljuk Empire would have been like around
who are these?
1000 AD or so. Whereas
found
the Turks would come like 2 centuries or so later. The Ottomans.
Okay.
So this is background. Basically, this is so the Roman Empire used to have most of this,
right,
at its furthest extent, and then it's a matter of how the Romans would eventually, they've split by this point into the Western and Eastern Roman Empire. So you got the Eastern Roman Empire there, also known as the Byzantine Empire, which used to also have Anatolia, and the Seljuks are the ones who kicked them out. So then it's, various sultanates or whatever take over the region from time to time, leading up to the Ottoman Empire, which would hold it for the longest period of time in modern history.
Okay. That's good to know. So that's the big brief history there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so we're looking at the you say the Eastern Roman Empire, also known, aka Byzantine. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I fucking didn't know. I got such a shitty knowledge of history. Okay. So the Seljuk...
Those two are completely interchangeable.
Very good. So the Seljuk... I don't know. Do I need to know much about these guys?
Not
How long
really.
do they stick around? Okay. So, okay, let's
Other
just
than
keep...
they're the ones who kicked the Romans out.
See the great...
So here they go. They're kicking the Romans out of the... What do we call it? The Anatolian Peninsula? Is that what we call this? Or is that the... Okay.
Seljuk.
Right up to Constantinople, now Istanbul. Here we go.
Under their leader, Alparslan, conquer most...
By the way, their leader's name is Alparslan.
Okay.
Is that relevant to you? This isn't a test or anything. I'm so sorry.
I'm just the leader of the Seljuks. It's whatever. It's
well, because we'll have in the 20th century, Alparslan Türkeş be the guy who starts the Nationalist Party, aka the Grey Wolves, and they call him So I wonder if that name. I'm gonna have to ask my guy, who from Turkey, who knows what's going on here. All right, so his name is Alparslan, but this isn't the founding of modern day Ottoman Empire. They come a little bit later, right?
Most of the peninsula.
Yeah.
Okay,
In
so
a
here we go.
swift military campaign.
But that was just interesting to me.
What followed was a great migration of Turkic peoples into Anatolia.
Turkic peoples into Anatolia, is that accurate? Right then, this is when they come?
I mean, I guess the Turkic peoples, also just historically inhabited the area. They came from a little bit to the east, but
more Turkic people
It's a very ethnically diverse area for most.
Join the already ethnically diverse. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's keep going here.
Thus forever intertwining.
Feel free to tell me when to stop.
The histories of these people with the lands in which they now settled. Within a century after Manzikert, the great Seljuk Empire would crumble from within after years of decentralization and mismanagement. In Anatolia.
Okay, so we're in agreement that centralization is a good thing. Centralized management of your empire.
Depends who you ask.
Okay.
What kind of
a new
empire.
rump state.
As Taiwan
So sorry.
occupies an unusual.
I'm sorry, I'm pulling another video over there too. All right, and I interrupted, and I'm sorry. Feel free to say that again, Nessa.
No, I was just saying that centrally, it depends what kind of empire you've got, I guess.
I guess fair enough. You would know better.
The Sultanate of Rum would continue to carry the Seljuk legacy in the region, with its rulers styling themselves the successors of the once powerful Seljuk Empire. During the course of the 12th century, the Sultanate of Rum would find itself at the forefront of European Crusader armies and a resurgent Byzantine Empire under the Komneni dynasty, which would result in the Sultanate losing its military and political influence within the western regions of the Anatolian Peninsula.
Whatever.
However, with the Latin Knights crippling their ostensible Byzantine allies at the sack of Constantinople in 1204, and a new Mongol threat to the east preoccupying the many Islamic states of the Iranian plateau, the Sultanate of Rum was afforded a period of peace from its hostile neighbors. During the reign of Kekubad I, the Sultanate of Rum would go through a military and architectural golden age of its own, which would see the state transform into a regional power at the crossroads between Europe and Asia. It is during this period that the Ottoman story would begin. Before we go into the origins of the Ottoman Empire, it's important to remember that many of the events regarding the foundation of the state are shrouded in mystery, owing to the fact that only a handful of major primary sources were written about the Ottomans during this era, and the fact that the Ottomans did not start to record their own history up until the 15th century.
Interesting.
Consequently, many modern-day historians are conflicted by the series of events that led up to the foundation of the Ottoman state.
Is it really that?
So we will instead...
Is it really like that? There's like a lot of debate about this.
I was distracted for a moment.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
They were, they kind of just glossed over the fact that the Byzantine Empire ceased to be an empire by this point. You'll see Bulgaria now exists. If you rewind a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah.
You see the Eastern Roman Empire broke to several successor states, including Bulgaria, Epirus, and Achaia, which is basically Athens and Sparta down there.
Yeah.
Then the Venetians come in and take Crete. So no more Byzantine Empire except the regions labeled Achaia there and Constantinople. That's what remains of the actual Eastern Roman Empire administration.
TLDR, Byzantine Empire broken up. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. This is 1235. I'm getting my shit confused here. Hold on, let me go back. The Sultanate of Rum come around. It's around 1195. Thank you. Byzantine Empire breaking up around, I guess right around then, huh?
Yeah, late 1200.
Late 1200s, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Preoccupying the many Islamic states of the Iranian plateau, the Sultanate of Rum was afforded a period of peace from its hostile neighbors. During the reign of Kekubad I, The Sultanate of Rum would go through a military and architectural golden age of its own, which would see the state transform into a regional power at the crossroads between Europe and Asia. It is during this period that the Ottoman story would begin. Before we go into the origins of the Ottoman Empire...
What is this, Carter? Mike from PA just visited from Istanbul.
Remember which one? Won't remember.
What are we looking at here?
Where's 69? Wait.
Why is this a thing?
64, 65, 66.
Is this interesting or what?
31? Wait, 42. No, 42.
This is 69 of Turks.
Okay, 31 is...
What are we doing?
Okay.
I don't get it. I'm sorry, I'm dipping out of that. That's stupid. Sorry. Alright, back to this.
It's important to remember that many of the events regarding the foundation of the state are shrouded in mystery, owing to the fact that only a handful of major primary sources were written about the Ottomans during this era, and the fact that the Ottomans did not start to record their own history up until the 15th century. Consequently, many modern-day historians are conflicted by the series of events that led up to the foundation of the Ottoman state. So we will instead relay the story as it is traditionally told. During the early decades of the 13th century, many nomadic Turkic tribes from Central Asia and Iran fled their ancestral homes in the wake of Genghis Khan's invasion of these regions. One of these fleeing...
Alright, so who are these people? Did they say did he say Turkic?
Yeah.
Okay.
People inhabiting Persia, you know, modern day Iran, that kind of thing.
So around the same time. Did he rewind? He was at 12:35 just a minute ago. Was that 12:25? Whatever. 12:27. So Turkic people fleeing Mongol Empire into Anatolia.
Khan's invasion of these regions. One of these fleeing tribes would be the Kayis, the direct predecessors to the Ottomans. Originally from modern-day Turkmenistan, the Kayi tribe would be attributed by 11th century Turkic historian Mahmud al-Kashgari as
Alright, there it is. There's the thread.
Being one of the original 22 tribes to come out of the lineage of Oghuz Khan.
Okay, hold on, yeah. One of OG 22 tribes to come from Oghuz Kayan. I think that is a yes sound. I could be wrong.
The legendary and mythical founder of the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. Later Ottoman genealogy from the 15th to 16th centuries would cite that the Ottoman dynasty had...
There it is. Hey Hodega, welcome in. So there's the thread there. They say founder of the Turkic people of Central Asia. This guy, Oghuz Kayan. Should I look into this guy? Real quick?
Yeah, I don't think it's that important, but...
Come on, dude. You're going to tell me this guy's not important?
I just don't think the formation and ending of empires really comes down to whichever particular tribe became like the ruling class.
Dude.
Yeah. But
let's just say you got a Bill and Ted time machine. You hop in and you go hang out with this guy and you're like, yeah, he's not that important. And he says to you, yeah, well, where's your hat?
It is important. It's empires decline and fall, and it's, you know, certain ruling families happen to be the ones in the position to take up the mantle of being the, you know, the monarchs of these states. But
look at that beard, though. Come on. All right.
As we know, the rise and fall of the wheel of history turns by class relations at the time, so you're just swapping out one monarch for another.
Wait,
it's interesting, I guess, because of their personalities or whatever. But
homie, an anonymous Uyghur vertical script narrative of the 14th century preserved in Paris is a manuscript probably already being modified to fit with stories of the Mongol conquest. Yo, it's this shit connects to like literally what's happening in Uyghur right now. I'm sorry, in Xinjiang right now. You get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the connection. There's the beginning of that thread, I believe. Is that? Oh my God, I just had a big... Is that the beginning of that Uyghur thread? The Uyghur Xinjiang
it's the
thread?
people who occupy Central Asia, east of Anatolia, you know. It's,
well, I'm just saying...
East of the Caspian Sea. Yeah, it's...
This guy is the, like... They call these... They look at him as like OG Turk, you know, OG Turk guy, right? I gotta ask... I literally gotta ask... All right, that's another question for him. That's another question, homie. Is this guy OG Turk? Okay. Because this whole thing about the Xinjiang's blowing my mind. Where'd it go? I lost it. Fuck. There. All right, we're going to continue.
I mean, the Turkic people were pretty nomadic to a point where, like, historians are having a hard time pinning down where they actually came from. Right? Some people say they came from, like, as far as northeast China. You know,
right?
They were nomadic, didn't have much
northeast
of a written
China.
history.
Oh, okay. I see. Well, you know, it would blow your mind to see what they want to do with the what they want to do with this here nation. Here's Erdogan with the current leader of MHP, the nationalist movement, the political arm of the Grey Wolves. You can see it going all the way up there. So they're saying right there, this is their pan-Turkic empire that they're hoping to achieve someday. They cut a lot of shit for this map, I think.
I mean, yeah. They should.
Right. That's some pretty deep shit right there. Okay. So, back to my notes. All right, back to the video. This is making more and more sense to me as we go. This is actually a really important thread. I had no idea.
Blood connections with the mythical warlord as a way to gather imperial legitimacy within the Turkic-speaking world. However, evidence of this direct blood connection is met with skepticism.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Turkic peoples is like a large group of several different ethnicities. It might as well be considered like an equivalent to like how Caucasian consists of, you know, French, Anglo-Saxon, German, all of that. Turkic people, and include like the Uyghurs. That's an ethnic group within the Turkic umbrella, as is like the actual Turks, as is Azerbaijanis, you know, so on and so forth.
Good shit.
By modern day,
like the Semites of the Near East, like you know, of which there are Arabic people. You know, it's a large group of different ethnicities.
You think it's like Slavic?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Historians. Whatever the case, during the 1220s, the Kayis, along with many other Turkic tribes, began their migrations west towards Anatolia. During this exodus, the leader of the Kayis, Suleiman Shah, would drown in the Euphrates River in northern Syria in 1227, thus leaving the tribe to his son, Ertugrul Gazi. Before the closure of the decade, Ertugrul would successfully lead his people into Anatolia and enroll himself and the Kayi tribe in the service of Seljuk Sultan Keykubat I. During this period, the Sultan of the Seljuks ruled his realm through various Turkish governors and dozens of separate semi-autonomous chieftains, whose leaders were known as Uch Bey, a title similar to the Western European Margrave. These chiefdoms around the Sultanate would supply the state with warriors, called Ghazis, who were Muslim soldiers who prioritized fighting and plundering in non-Muslim lands in order to gain religious glory and fiscal wealth for themselves. Subsequently, Ertugrul and his followers too would become Ghazi warriors under the Rum umbrella. In order to establish his loyalty to the state, Ertugrul Ghazi, along with his 400 Ghazi warriors, would fight alongside the Seljuks during the Battle of Yasychemen against an exiled Khwarezmian Shah. The pursuing battle would end in a decisive Seljuk victory, which would see the Khwarezmians being pushed out of Seljuk territories. For their services on the battlefield, Kayqubad would gift the Kayi tribe a plot of land at Karacha Mountain, near modern-day Diyarbakir, before permanently settling the tribe near Ankara, placing them near the western frontiers of the Sultanate. Now that they had established a home base for themselves, the Kayis would spend the next couple of decades conducting small raids into the neighboring empire of Nicaea, joining the ranks of other Ghazi warbands and Turkic clans in the process. It was during these raids that Ertugrul Ghazi would seize the village of Suyut for the Sultanate in 1231. Once again, for his military services, Ertugrul Ghazi would be gifted the villages of Suyut and Domenech by the Sultan, achieving the rank of Uch Bey. The golden age of the Sultanate of Rum would end alongside the death of Kayqubad I, as the Mongol armies of Ugadei Khan, Genghis Khan's son.
Sorry, let me just slow down here. All right, so the Kayi tribe comes, does work for the Rum, Sultanate of the Rum. They get up in there. They do some wars. They're very impressive fighters.
Little conquesting.
Little
conquering.
They settle near Ankara. They take over Suyut. And away we go.
Domenech by the Sultan, achieving the rank of Uch Bey.
What? All right.
The golden age of the Sultanate of Rum would end alongside the death of Kayqubad I, as the Mongol armies of Ugadei Khan, Genghis Khan's son and successor, were now at the doorstep of Anatolia. The newly crowned Kaykhosrah II, lacking the martial and diplomatic talents of his late father, began his reign by openly refusing to submit to Mongol suzerainty. The new Seljuk Sultan would instead form a Muslim-Christian coalition against the Mongols in 1243, but in the ensuing battle of Köse-Dağ, the
Muslim-Christian coalition, so we got these like Christians that live in modern-day Armenia?
Modern-day Georgia, mostly.
In Georgia? Mostly Georgia.
Well, historic Georgia, for that matter. Georgia's actually pretty well preserved in terms of its borders compared to a lot of countries in that region.
Oh, good for them.
They did it. They made it. They also made a Stalin.
Excuse me?
Said they made a Stalin.
What do you mean by that?
That's where he's from. Stalin is Georgian.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. All right.
Mongols would decimate the coalition, thus ending any major resistance to their hegemony.
Wait, it didn't work. Wait, the Mongols beat them.
The Mongols in 1243, but in the ensuing battle of Köse-Dağ, the Mongols would decimate the coalition, thus ending any major resistance to their hegemony in Anatolia. Consequently, most of the Sultanate of Rum would be annexed, with Kaykhosrah II becoming a puppet ruler to the Mongols.
Alright, so they lost Anatolia.
They retreated to Anatolia.
Oh, what happened?
Distance to their hegemony in Anatolia.
Central Anatolia.
Consequently, most of the Sultanate of Rum would be annexed, with Kaykhosrah II.
Alright, so they lost a lot of... Well, and then they're saying they become a puppet. They lost a lot of Anatolia. Became a puppet. Okay, both are true.
Right.
Becoming a puppet ruler to the Mongols. For the rest of the century, the Seljuk Sultan's authority slowly deteriorated, as governors and chiefdoms around the Sultanate started acting more and more independently. As the Sultanate of Rum was going into full decline, the Kayi tribe were slowly settling down in Suyut, putting aside their nomadic lifestyle for a more urban one. Being located on the western frontiers of the Sultanate of Rum, The Kayis were able to avoid direct Mongol military presence, which resulted in the tribe being a haven for Turks fleeing from the Mongols in eastern and central Anatolia. After almost 5 decades since arriving in Anatolia, Ertuğrul Gazi would die from natural causes in 1280. His son, Osman Gazi, would take control of the Kayis in the wake of his death. By the time of Osman, the Byzantine Empire had retaken Constantinople from the Latins, and the Mongol Empire had been divided into 4 separate states. However, the Sultanate of Rum continued to be a puppet state to the Mongol successor state of the Ilkhanate.
Okay.
And this would continue to happen. Like, even these 4 successor states of the Mongolian Empire would then fracture. But I'm sure he gets into that. Like, that Golden Horde gets split up into like the Uzbeks, the Kazakhs,
okay,
Nogai, the Great Horde, several other principalities.
Sounds like fun.
Which really, that is what enables the rise of the Ottoman Empire, is the fracturing of the Mongolian Empire into several different successors. The Ilkhanate fractures into the Timurids, Ajam.
Okay, yeah, they get busy, right? You get like if you're busy trying to manage an empire and shit starts going down, your attention gets sucked into other places. And
well, this is obviously oversimplifying it, but the Mongolian Empire spread way too big, way too fast.
Okay. Well, too big for their britches, huh? God. Okay. All right, here we go.
Due to its physical location, the Kayi tribe during this time period had ongoing relations with the various semi-autonomous Byzantine governors of Bithynia, commonly known as Tekfurs. For one reason or another, during the beginnings of the 1280s, tensions between the Byzantine Tekfur of Inegöl and Osman Gazi would erupt into a full-on war, which would see the latter defeating the former in a small skirmish near the village of Hamza Bey. In the wake of their triumph, the Kayis would then capture their first fortified castle at Kalaçahisar in 1285 during a surprise night raid, which would give Osman Gazi a base of operations to conduct future campaigns into Byzantine lands.
At a castle.
In 1288, the Tekfurs of Inegöl and Karacahisar would once again try to prevent Osman Gazi from expanding his reach in the region. However, the ensuing Battle of Ikizce would once again prove disastrous for the Byzantines, allowing Osman to capture the fortified castle of Karacahisar after a lengthy siege.
It's expanding.
The next few years would see the Kayis slowly encroach on Byzantine cities in Bithynia as raids into the region became more and more frequent. These early successes had earned the Kayis a large following, as many Ghazi warbands from Anatolia began to enlist their services to Osman in order to participate in their lucrative raids. Now that he'd acquired a steady influx of Ghazi warriors, Osman Gazi would also strive to get the support of the Sufi Hanafi religious lodges in the region as a way to shore up his political influence among the Muslim population. In an attempt to secure an alliance with the Ahis religious order, Osman Gazi would marry the daughter
said Sunnis, basically.
Thank you.
Of its leader, Sheikh Edebali, who was also his dear friend and mentor. According to later Ottoman chronicles, one night, when Osman stayed over at the home of Edebali, he witnessed a dream in which a large tree sprouted from the earth, covering the entire sky with its leaves and branches. The following morning, when Osman discussed his vision with Sheikh Edebali, the Islamic preacher told him that it symbolized that God had ordained him and his successors to one day rule a worldly empire stretching around the earth. Osman's dream would become in later centuries a major foundational origin story for the imperial house of the Ottoman Empire.
There it is.
And it would serve as a means to justify Ottoman successes in the 15th and 16th centuries as divinely ordained.
Every time.
During the 1290s, the Kayi tribe would extend their reach into Byzantine Bithynia, conquering the towns of Bilecik, Terekli, Goynuk, and Eskişehir from local Byzantine Tekfurs. It is important to remember that Osman Gazi's military actions in the region were not simply just a conflict between Muslims and Christians, as many Christians, even former Byzantine tekfurs like Michael Kossis of Harmankaya, enlisted their services to Osman. As central authority from Constantinople was waning in its Anatolian provinces, more and more Byzantine tekfurs and Christian soldiers began making individual deals with the up-and-coming Turkic powers in the region. As the Kai tribe grew in terms of territory, central authority within the Sultanate of Rum had become non-existent, as Turkic governors and Uchbeys around Anatolia looked at the puppet Seljuk Sultan in Konya with open disdain. By the end of the century, these Anatolian elites began looking for any opportunities to break their ties with the capital in order to release themselves from Mongol suzerainty. The opportunity would come in 1296, when the Seljuk Sultan was imprisoned by the Mongols due to a failed plot to gain independence for the Sultanate of Rum. Taking advantage of this void in power, many governors and Uchbeys of the Sultanate began to declare their independence across the peninsula in droves. During a Friday prayer in 1299, Osman Gazi II would declare his independence from Konya, ordering that prayers in his name should be read out in the mosques of his domains instead of the Seljuk Sultan. Now birthed as an independent state, the natal Ottoman nation would be the master of its own destiny.
Here we go.
For Osman Gazi, the beginning of independence meant the beginning of grander ambitions, and in 1301, he would call for a military campaign to strike deep into Byzantine Bithynia. In a swift military campaign, Ottoman forces were successful in capturing the towns of Köprühisar, Inegöl and Yenişehir. The town of Yenişehir would be transformed into a capital city, as Osman moved his administration and personal household within its walls. It was also during this period that Muslim families and the families of Ghazi soldiers began to move into the recently conquered urban centers of Bithynia, thus leaving behind their ancestral nomadic roots in the process. Before year's end, Ottoman forces had begun blockading the major Byzantine city of Nicaea, a city that the Sultanate of Rum had lost back during the First Crusade in 1097 and had since regained its status as a regional capital for the Byzantine Empire in Anatolia. After years of neglecting his Anatolian provinces and failing to stop the encroachment of multiple Turkic beyliks into his lands, Osman's blockade of Nicaea was the slap that Byzantine Emperor Andronikos II Palaiologos needed to jump into action. During the summer of 1302, he announced a military campaign to retake the lost Roman lands in Asia Minor. The emperor's son and co-ruler, Michael IX, had launched a military campaign of his own in the region earlier in the year. However, he was met with failure, as his armies were bogged down by Byzantine refugees who were fleeing the peninsula after Osman's military campaigns in the previous year. A 2,000-strong relief force was sent out from Constantinople, led by the Megas Hateriachis Yoios Musilon, to rendezvous with the forces of the local Byzantine tekfurs in the region and lift the blockade of Nicaea. Being dropped off at the coastal town of Yalova, the relief force would proceed to march down south towards the Byzantine city of Prusa, modern-day Bursa, where local Byzantine forces of the region were grouping up.
Where? Prusa?
It's off to the west there from, yeah, there you go.
That's where they make the printers.
Is it?
I don't know. Is that the same place? That's the name of a company. What is the company named after the place? Am I making that up?
However, being made aware of a sizable Christian army in the region by his scouts, Osman Gazi and his 5,000 men were able to swiftly intercept the Byzantine relief army near the village of Koyunhisar. On the 27th of July 1302, both Ottoman and Byzantine armies made ready for battle on a flat plain near the village. The Byzantine force, under Yoios Musilon, was solely composed of foot infantry, 1,000 of which were recently hired Alan mercenaries from the Balkans. Meanwhile, Osman's forces outnumbered the Byzantines by more than 2 to 1, and were made up of mostly light Turkoman cavalry, many of which were from allied Turkic beyliks from the surrounding regions. The battle would begin when a general charge of Muslim cavalry smashed into the Byzantine line. Almost immediately, Byzantine battle cohesion had fallen apart as the Alan mercenaries under Yoios Musilon began prematurely withdrawing from the battle, leaving the cavalry. The Byzantines would later be aftermath of the battle, Ottomans as they went.
TLDR, what's happening here?
The Ottoman Empire forms and then starts expanding westward. That's the TLDR.
Yeah, come on, get away. And then with the skin products. Okay.
So all of that was basically prologue, you know, all the events leading up to the formation. And
they
then
expand westward to...
They gave us a taste of its initial expansion.
They expand westward to Constantine.
I don't think they covered them getting to
all right, just westward.
Constantinople yet.
Constantinople. Excuse me.
Constantinople is not on the Anatolian Peninsula. It's on the western side of that strait.
On the strait. Okay. And when does it become Istanbul? I know
the
this.
Ottomans
I should know
renamed
this.
it to Istanbul, I believe, in the 1400s.
Okay, so that's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's this next video. Do you want to stick around?
Yeah.
Awesome.
This one's probably much more interesting.
Yeah, I hope it moves forward. But
All of that was lead up.
Yeah, lead up. Let's rewind again. The Roman hold on Anatolia declines. The Byzantine hold. The Sultanate of Rum starts taking its place over there. There's also the Mongols want to get some of that shit, but also the OG Turk guy pops up. That's interesting, and because the tribe of the Kayis, they move into town. They get a little spot after fighting for the fucking the Rum Empire over there. All right, and then eventually, what happens? They get their own spot near present-day Ankara. They start doing their thing in the area, conquering. Mongols are at the doorstep of eastern Anatolia, all right. Eventually, they become a puppet of the Mongols. Okay, all right. Eventually, Mongol Empire gets taken over by another, the Ilkhanate. That enables the rise of the Ottoman Empire. Later, very shortly after, Osman gets the Kayis into war with the Byzantine. They capture a castle. Independence movement, beginning of breaks it up. Independent states, I guess. Beginning of the Ottomans capturing nearby areas, Muslim families moving into the areas. Byzantine emperor declares a campaign to retake Anatolian lands. They fail. The Ottomans expand westward. That takes us to 1302. Constantine's in Algeria. Also, Istanbul was a term already used by the locals, a contraction of Constantinople. Oh. That's helpful. All right, so here we go. Ottomans took over. How the Ottomans now. Next video, how they took over.
The other thing that's about to happen, and I don't know if we'll get into it, but the Black Death is about to emerge from north of the Ottoman Empire is where it originated, on the other side of the Black Sea. But it will hit Constantinople pretty hard, pretty quick. Who knows if they'll cover it, but it's always a fun fact.
Here we go. It was named after Constantine the Great. Okay. But was he really that great?
No.
A lot of scholars disagree. Okay, here we go.
He's the one who made the Roman Empire Christian.
Ooh. Yeah. A lot of people are still divided on that one.
I'm not.
Here we go. How the Ottomans took over.
It was a mistake.
That was a mistake. Whoops.
Ross
agrees.
Yeah. Here we go.
The Ottoman Empire. We covered the origins of the House of Osman and the establishment of the Ottoman Beylik on territory won at the expense of the declining Byzantine Empire. However, this was far from the end of Osmanli ambitions. In this episode, we will look at how Osman Gazi and his successors transitioned the Ottoman state from being a minor Turkic statelet on the outskirts of Anatolia to a major up-and-coming regional power, poised to dominate its neighbors. For us, it's not empires we want to build, but our own nation.
Don't do this to me.
The probably Asia, UPC, win and be use victorious to the description. After securing victories at the battles of Bafeus and Dimbos, the Ottoman state under Osman Gazi was poised to follow up their successes with the eventual conquest of Byzantine Bithynia. Within only 2 decades, the Ottoman Beylik had transformed from a tiny territorial pocket of 2 minor villages to a realm of a few dozen towns and major castles. This swift acquisition of new land from the Byzantines would result in a steady migration of Turkic peoples from central Anatolia into the Ottoman Beylik, bolstering Osman's military and economic capacities to wage wars against his infidel neighbors up north. Further Turkic migration into Ottoman lands would increase in scale during the first decade of the 14th century, as the Sultanate of Rum would collapse after years of internal struggles, leaving central Anatolia in a state of social and political unrest between the newly established beyliks in the region. Meanwhile, with the last of his Anatolian holdings at risk of falling to the various Muslim powers of the region after the battles of Bafeus and Dimbos, Andronikos II began searching for outside help to fend off the Turkic incursions into his lands. The Roman Emperor would first send letters to Mahmud Ghazan of the Ilkhanate, in the hopes of convincing the Mongol ruler to reassert Mongol power in Anatolia after the fall of the Sultanate of Rum. However, with the major Mongol defeat against the Mamluks during the Battle of Marj al-Safar, and the further decentralization of Mongol domains in the Middle East, talks between the Byzantines and the Ilkhanate failed to achieve any results. Andronikos II would then turn to the Great Catalan Company, a mercenary group from Western Europe, famous for their military exploits in the hilly ranges of Spain and Sicily. Accepting the call for help, the 8,000-strong Catalan Company would arrive in Constantinople at the start of 1303. In an act to bolster morale and loyalty amongst the Catalans, the Italian commander of the mercenary group, Roger de Flor, would be given the coveted imperial title of Megas Dux, and would be promised the emperor's niece in the hopes for a successful military campaign. However, the Catalans would also...
Alright, isn't that problematic?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
...prove ineffective for the Byzantine Empire, as the mercenary company, instead of focusing on reconquering Byzantine lands in western Anatolia, indiscriminately plundered the peoples of the countryside, regardless of their religious affiliation, for their own gain, thus alienating the remaining Christian population in the region from Byzantine rule. Gaining nothing from his expensive gamble to retake his Anatolian holdings, Andronikos II, in a disastrous move, would murder Roger de Flor during a banquet, which would result in a bloody 2-year war between imperial forces and the Catalans in Thrace.
Whoa.
While the Catalans had been marauding in western Anatolia, the Ottomans were forced to withdraw from their blockades of Prusa and Nicaea. But now that the Latin mercenaries had turned upon their former employers, Osman Gazi could resume conducting major raids into Byzantine Bithynia. During this period, the towns of Hamankaya, Geve, Mudanya, Andranos, Yalova, and Akyezi were slowly incorporated into the Ottoman Beylik, cutting the Byzantines off from their key cities of Prusa and Nicaea. It was also during this period in which Byzantine imperial authority in western Anatolia became non-existent, as local Turkic beyliks in the region began annexing such Byzantine towns as Ephesus in 1308, Smyrna in 1310, and Magnesia in 1313. Only the town of Philadelphia would remain in Byzantine hands, as the rest of western Anatolia would swiftly fall into Muslim rule.
I didn't know that.
As a result of the rapid disintegration of Byzantine power in Anatolia and the inept rule of Andronikos II, during the year 1321, a new round of Byzantine civil wars would erupt between the emperor and his usurper grandson Andronikos III. Wanting to take advantage of Byzantine civil unrest, the now 60-year-old Osman began his final preparations for his long-awaited siege on Prusa. Lacking the siege equipment to seize the city, Osman would instead order the construction of 2 major forts around Prusa to oversee the city's blockade. Upon the construction of the forts, a 10,000-strong Ottoman garrison, led by Osman's son, Orhan Gazi, was installed, thus cutting off Prusa from the rest of the world. As the Byzantine civil war raged on in Thrace between members of the Palaiologos dynasty, Prusa was left at the mercy of Osman and his armies. After many years of withstanding the Ottoman army at his gates, on April 6th of 1326, the governor of Prusa would officially surrender the city to Orhan after seeing that no reinforcements from Constantinople were coming to their aid. The city of Prusa would be the first major walled city to come under Ottoman rule, effectively doubling the wealth and population of the Beylik overnight.
Say that again.
The city of Prusa would be the first major walled city to come under Ottoman rule.
Major walled city.
Effectively doubling the wealth and population of the Beylik overnight. However, the first leader of the Ottomans would not live to see the conquest of Prusa, as he would die shortly before the conclusion of the siege. Osman Gazi, who had fought the Byzantines for more than 40 years and won countless victories for his Beylik, only left a horse, a couple of oxen, and a few flocks of sheep to his name. Unlike other Turkic warlords who hoarded their wealth, Osman Gazi, according to traditional chronicles, spent all his wealth on his subjects, thus making him very popular with the local Muslim and Christian populace of Bithynia. In the century,
he was a good warlord.
You love to see it.
After his death, Osman Gazi would be regarded as the ideal sultan, in which all future Ottoman sultans tried to replicate his reputation as a brave and just leader. Every Ottoman leader from then onwards would carry the sword of Osman during their enthronement ceremony, as a way to proclaim their reign to be noble and just like the humble founder of the empire. Upon the conquest of Prusa, Osman's body would be laid to rest within the walls of the city, a wish that he made to his son Orhan during the beginning of the siege. After its capture, Prusa, thereafter known as Bursa, became the new capital of the Ottoman Beylik. Shortly after this, an issue of succession sprung up between the two sons of Osman. According to a more traditional rendering of events, the more martially experienced Orhan and more diplomatically inclined Alaeddin agreed on a political agreement in which the former would become the new Bey of the Ottomans, while the latter would be given the new political position of Grand Vizier. This political partnership would prove vital for future Ottoman statecraft, as when Orhan was off on military campaigns conquering new lands, Alaeddin would oversee running the daily domestic matters of the state from Bursa.
Alaeddin. He would ride his magic carpet with Jasmine.
In the few years after the conquest of Bursa, the new leader of the Ottomans would launch a military campaign into Byzantine Bithynia,
So new leader, Orhan. Give it up for Orhan.
You give it up for Orhan. He essentially established the first standing army that we understand those to be in modern history.
Wow.
Called the Janissaries. They will probably get into it with that.
Janissaries.
So I won't elaborate further. We'll see if the video. It's
Genghis Khan.
Janissary.
Thank you.
As the village of Idos, thereby cutting off Constantinople from the major city of Nicomedia. By 1328, Nicaea would once again be put under a siege led by Orhan and his eldest son Suleiman Pasha. That same year, the 7-year Byzantine civil war would end, and a new emperor, Andronikos III, would unite the Byzantine realm after defeating his grandfather and forcing him to retire to a monastery. The new and untested emperor would start his reign off by ordering an official imperial campaign to retake lost lands in Bithynia and relieve the blockade of Nicaea. With the support of his grand domestic and close friend, John Kantakouzenos, Andronikos III was able to fund and muster around 4,000 infantry for his new Grand Anatolian campaign. The plan for the first portion of the campaign was for imperial forces to cross into Anatolia via the Bosporus, force march to Nicomedia, resupply and gather more forces in that city, then march on Nicaea to lift the Ottoman blockade. If all went well and Nicaea was relieved from Ottoman forces, the emperor would then conduct the slow process of pushing back the Ottomans from Bithynia and re-establishing Byzantine rule in the region. As the Byzantines were preparing for their crossing to Anatolia...
You play that Europa Universalis a lot. Are these places real familiar to you?
Yeah.
Holy shit. That seems like a great way to learn about the world.
It kind of is, really.
Yeah. I might get into that. All right.
Anatolia, Orhan, who was still personally leading the blockade on Nicaea, heard the news of the incoming Byzantine military campaign and withdrew most of his besieging forces to meet the Byzantine host before they could regroup in Nicomedia. In the June of 1329, Andronikos III and his army would cross into Anatolia. However, after only 3 days of marching along the shore of the Gulf of Nicomedia, the imperial forces would meet an Ottoman host of 8,000, led by Orhan himself, near modern-day Maltepe, blocking the main road to Nicomedia. With the Ottomans being stationed on a nearby hill and having twice the
This is really boring. TLDR, they're pushing back forces on either side. Different forces on either side.
Well,
just like
I mean,
normal.
important because the Ottomans won that battle.
Right. But that's the TLDR.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Pushing back and winning, pushing back forces on either side and winning the battles. So thereby, weakening their enemies even more. Okay. That takes us only fucking 30 years later.
Yeah, is there a part 3?
Oh my god. I got a bunch of these videos, but they're not exactly in order.
Because, like, the real meat of the growth of the Ottoman Empire...
Let's get to the meat.
...happened after this period of time.
I'm trying to get to the TLDR.
This is them getting established.
I'm dying here. All right.
The real fun stuff is when the Byzantine Empire essentially gets snuffed out of existence and the Ottoman Empire goes on to take the Balkans and all of that. And also their expansion on their eastern front down south towards Egypt.
Slow down. So, what happens after this? You can give me, yeah.
Over the course of the next several centuries, so after basically the Ottomans will consolidate Anatolia, all of Anatolia, by like around 1500 AD, and then they'll by this point also push into Bulgaria. The Byzantine Empire will still exist, right? They're going to skip over Constantinople. They're going to take most of the Balkans in the form of Bulgaria. All of that happens by 1500 AD. And then in the next couple of centuries after that, they're going to take Constantinople, rename it to Istanbul. Byzantine Empire will no longer exist anymore.
By when? I'm sorry, decide by when?
By
1500?
For which part?
By when they capture Constantinople, it becomes Istanbul, or later.
That's all before 1500.
Okay, so by 1500, all of this stuff.
Right. Right, they will.
The Ottomans, they push into Bulgaria. They take Constantinople.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Where'd you leave?
And then after the 1500s, the next several centuries, they'll continue to, push northwest into the Balkans, and they'll also push on their eastern front. They'll go south along the Mediterranean, towards through Syria into Palestine and all of that. They'll also push southeast from Syria into modern day Iraq.
right, hold on. All right, hold up. You started saying after 1500 they're pushing in where? The Bulgaria?
They'll push further into the Balkans.
Okay.
Right. So they'll take everything all the way to the Adriatic. Like they'll take Albania, which is that's the country north of Greece on its western coast. Right. They'll take parts of Serbia.
Yeah.
It goes back and forth, but they'll take and lose like parts of like southern Romania, like the Bucharest region, at the time referred to as Wallachia.
All right.
There will be a massive coalition of countries in Eastern Europe against them, like Poland, Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia all fight against the Ottomans to try to retake Constantinople, and they lose.
Let's speak at this timeline, huh? Oh, no audio. HD mapper. I can't place it. What am I looking at? Is the blue land?
No, the blue is sea.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's the Mediterranean, the Black Sea there, and then in the southeast, that's the Red Sea. The far northeast corner there is the Caspian Sea, and that little bit on the central east side is the Persian Gulf.
I see now. This little bit right here is the strait.
That's the beginning of the Ottoman Empire, and that little bit is the strait between the Sea of Marmara and the Black Sea, where Constantinople exists on the western side of it. Right. So now they're pushing into Bulgaria, which used to be.
They got it. They took Constantinople. Humble beginnings. Thank you for the video, Killeen. Appreciate you very much. They lose it.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they take Bulgaria, right, and they relocate their capital to Edirne, which is a city northwest of Constantinople.
Okay.
So they're on they make their capital. They set their capital into the Balkans outside of Constantinople, as opposed to Anatolia. Right. So if you saw the North Sea, they retake and lose that bright red region there. That's southern Romania. They'll take that and lose that several times. So by this point, they've already won the war, essentially a crusade waged against them by Austria, Hungary, Poland, Bohemia, and their essentially vassal states like Transylvania and Wallachia and Moldavia.
Oh. What else is like going on in the world at this time? You know, it's 1483-ish. Glad I didn't pause at a different date, but
it's a time period I'm very familiar with. So pick a spot. I'll tell you what's going on there.
Like, how about a couple of broad strokes?
France is consolidating actual France. England is still England. They have not conquered even Scotland yet. I believe they have conquered Wales, though. Spain doesn't exist yet. It's about to. Spain becomes Spain in 1492. Up until that point, it is Aragon and Castile.
Okay.
The Holy Roman Empire still exists, so there's no Germany. It's just basically a bunch of city-states in modern-day Germany. Poland is much bigger than you would expect it to be. Poland extends essentially from the Baltic Sea to the eastern slope of the Carpathian Mountains. So basically northeast Romania is where Poland ends. And then there's Lithuania is most of modern day Ukraine. So that's north. So by this point that we're looking at here, the Ottoman Empire technically borders Lithuania. Because we're looking at those bright red regions in the north of the Black Sea, that's Crimea.
Yeah.
And then, Azov at the northeast corner of that little sea area. Yeah, it's literally a place.
Yeah.
And Lithuania is everything north along that river.
Okay.
And then you have the Mamluk Empire, which is to the south of the Ottoman Empire here. That's, their capital is Cairo of Egypt. And that goes as far west as Benghazi. Yes, literally Benghazi. And as far north along the coast as Syria, basically the Damascus region, the northeast corner of the Mediterranean Sea there.
Sorry about that. All right.
And all these islands in the Aegean Sea, which is that little that piece between the Balkan Peninsula and the Anatolian Peninsula, these islands are still European controlled. So the ones along the coast of Anatolia are controlled by Genoa, which is northwest Italy. And the ones like Crete, the big one in the south, and the western ones are controlled by Venice in northeast Italy. That's the other country that doesn't exist yet, is Italy.
Okay.
Italy at this time consists of Florence, which will become Tuscany, Genoa, Venice, Malta. They're all in the north. And then the southern half of Italy, the whole peninsula down there, is Naples. And then the Papal State is much bigger. It controls basically the middle of the boot.
Oh.
Yeah. Italy won't exist for another couple of centuries or so.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going. Let's keep going here.
Right. So around this time is when they start making headway against the Mamluk Empire, and you see them push along the east side of the Mediterranean Sea going south. There it is. Mm-hmm.
Called it. Oh, I think it'd be helpful if I moved down here.
So they have the whole northern coast of the Red Sea. So that's the southern coast of the Arabian Peninsula. And then, you see them, they push all the way to Basra in Iraq, which is along which is the city on the coast of the Persian Gulf, basically Kuwait area. We're getting pretty close to the height of their extent.
Yeah.
By this point.
I had no idea.
They had all of Romania at once, Transylvania, Wallachia, and Moldavia, and then they lost it all, and then they got it all back. Vlad Dracula has happened by this point.
What?
Yeah.
Say that again? Dracula?
Vlad the Impaler.
Nice.
Oh.
From Wallachia. Historical figure upon which Bram Stoker's Dracula is based.
Oh. I had no clue. All right.
That's why Dracula's castle is set in Transylvania. Transylvania is the northwestern part of Romania.
Did they peak? It's 1700. Looks like they peaked.
I think they get a bunch of this back still.
Okay.
Up until World War I, essentially.
Okay.
Serbia came back. That's right. By this point, they're fighting the Russian Empire, or at least have tensions with them.
Okay. Slow down there. So the big TLDR is after they're founded, they just expand.
Mm-hmm.
So 1500 up until right here in the 1600s.
1700s, yeah.
Well, when did they start going at it with the Russians?
I believe that's this century, 18th century.
I got late 16th to mid 17th century, mostly small shit raids, etc. Mid 17th century, early 19th centuries, Russian conquers Crimea and Caucasus. So that's when it starts getting real. Okay.
Right.
So there we are, mid 17th.
Definitely friction for several centuries up to that point, yes. But
it's 17th century, mid 1700s. 17th
yeah,
century
that would be
means
18th century.
All right, so whoever told that to me, I got it backwards. Or maybe I misheard or whatever. Because it sounds like that's about to happen right about now. The Russia taking Crimea.
Yeah, they'll lose Crimea soon.
Here we go. Let's play. Oh, but hold on. Let me get my notes straight here. Hold on. 1500. Tons of expansion. I think I need a screen cap over here. Wait, I got 1853 Crimean War. Is that a different one? Oh, well, they just lost it. There it is.
Yeah. Lost it, then they got it back. They, it's case is the same as with Romania. They get it, they lose it. They get it, they lose it.
Okay.
Oh my God! Now we have the United States of America too. Can't forget that.
All right, there we go.
1776.
Oh my God, Dylan Burns. There it is, yeah. Hey, dude.
Yeah, we're getting close to the point where World War One. This is about what they'll look like when World War One happens.
Oh, I had no idea. Here we go.
Here it comes.
So I'm just gonna do that right there. Oh fuck! I'm gonna have to go back.
By this point, the Austrian Empire is huge, by the way.
Okay.
They're most of what's north of the Balkans.
And wait, that's who Turkey joins in World War One, or am I getting this backwards?
Yeah.
Okay, they join the
Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Okay.
Against Russia.
All right.
And France and Britain.
Fold these into my notes. Okay. Okay.
Poland, by this point, has ceased to exist for about a century.
Let me let this play, see what happens.
Is now Austria and Prussia and the Russian
look at that. Well, like leading up to it, 1908.
Yeah, so like at this point here, Eastern Europe consists of three countries: Austria, Austria, Prussia, and Russia.
Yeah. Well, what's happening? Why are they losing all this? They just got chopped up real quick. Is it because this is World War I? So Russia's pushing over here. Because of that, they're not able to hold the lands they're holding, like in modern day Libya and shit, right? They lose it. Okay, that's what I was reading about last night.
2 years into World War I by this point.
I get it. When 1914?
Mm-hmm.
1914. October Revolution, 1917.
Right, which causes Russia to back out of World War I early.
I'm gonna have to get back to that sometime. Oh my God. Well, what is that Young Turk Revolution? Let me skip this fucking song. I hate it. It sucks. Bear with me.
A bourgeois revolution, not unlike the American Revolution, except they weren't fighting against it's actually not unlike the French Revolution, I should say.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Young Turk Revolution?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me do one thing.
Yes, Colleen, that is correct. The British victory over the Ottomans is what produces that hideous border between Libya and Egypt.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. 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 So the Young Turk Revolution leads the Ottoman Empire out of the Ottoman Empire. They get the Sultan out of there. But, okay, hold on. That's okay. That's what I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn pretty much the background. I think I get it. All right. All right. Let me go back. When was their peak?
1700-ish.
Yeah. I get a good screen grab. Guten Morgen. Willkommen, comrade. How you doing, homie? Okay. Well, I think I get it now. What do I want to know next? Thank you for leading me through that, homie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. What else do you think I should know about all that leading up to the Young Turk Revolution? I mean, that was it. That was the founding of it, all the way up to it. You know, that was pretty much the whole thing.
Basically, it.
You know how they got themselves into World War I? Do you know about this guy?
Well, for one thing, they wanted to go to war with Russia.
Well, some of them did. Yeah. Not all of them. This guy allegedly sort of tricked their government into going in. Ataturk, who
they
would
were
go
brought into World War I, like many countries were, by attacking somebody who was a part of World War I.
But he didn't.
So it's like,
but he didn't. He didn't attack them. There were these German ships in Turkish waters, and he came up with this crazy plan to put fezzes on the German crews, and then they went and attacked German ports like Sevastopol and a couple others. And so
Russian, you mean?
Yeah, Russia. What did I say? And then Russia declared war on Turkey. I'm sorry, the Ottomans.
Right.
And
right.
And because the dude, this guy Pasha, he sort of read the room, and he's like, hey, we think the Germans gonna win, the Hungarian Austro Empire. What am I trying to say? God damn it. And he fucked it all up, dude. And of course, Ottoman Empire at that time was about this, just about like that. And then the Treaty of Sevres cut it up into that. But then I got to get a good picture of. Oh, okay. There we go. That's where I am next, which is the next treaty. So what happened was, leading up to, we're going to skip a couple things here, but we're skipping World War I, actually. World War I in general.
Okay.
I actually maybe don't want to do that. I do need to do
the Ottoman Empire no longer exists after World War I.
Right, but my project is getting up to the creation of the Grey Wolves, the MHP and the Grey Wolves. All right. I just want to make sure I have decent background info, and it seems like I'm fine. Nothing I really need to know for the project that I'm doing. But okay, so
I mean, Grey Wolves it's a post-World War I thing. It's they're Turkish nationalists, just like nationalists of any other country that, pick a group of people to blame all your problems on and fucking genocide them. That's standard playbook. They're definitely fascists. That is not in dispute.
Yeah.
It was that was post World War II even. You don't see the Grey Wolves until mid 1900s.
Yeah. We're getting I just want to make sure I get the whole background here. I'm really doing my homework on this project. This guy Pasha, he escaped. Him and the rest of the Pashas, the triple Pashas, escaped up to the mountains, I believe up in the Balkans. And let's see here. Let me pick up this thread here. In absentia, the Ottoman Military Tribunal convicted him and other Unionists. I'm not sure what that means, especially exactly. Sentenced them to death for bringing them into World War I and organizing massacres against Greeks and Armenians. And of course, that references the Armenian genocide. They pretty much were like, well, we're about to go to war with Russia here, and we think you're going to take Russia's side, so we're just going to kill you. Is that an unfair TLDR?
No, it's pretty fair.
Okay. I do need to do more of a deep dive. But I think that as long as I have the gist of it, I can move on. As long as I understand the dialectical relationship there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was the gist of it. They said, my understanding is like they were trying to get Armenians to evacuate or whatever, aka get the fuck out of our lands, right? We're going to take it over. And I guess, I'm not sure of the details, but they killed a ton of them.
he did do massacres against Armenians, but that's different from the Grey Wolves thing. The Grey Wolves would happen later.
It would happen later, but there's a threat here. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this guy is a hero to the Grey Wolves.
Right. Little trail of tears, huh?
Yeah.
All right. What else do we got here? And then this guy that led him into World War I was killed leading the Basmachi revolt against Bolsheviks. Fighting Soviets, yeah?
Yeah.
Go back up here. It became faster to move shipping through the Suez. Overland trade from Asia to Europe slowed down. Yeah? Oh, this is it. Under pressure, Ottoman military chiefs pressed for deportation of Armenians from war zone on the ground. They represented a potential fifth column acting in enemy interests, aka Russian interests. So, wait. This is 1915. This is before the October Revolution. So these are Russians. When do we start calling them quote-unquote Soviets? Am I confused about this? That's when they start forming Soviets. That's when... So
1917.
So they're technically not
After
Soviets. Yeah? Okay. Okay.
So not yet.
Not yet. They're close, but and maybe they're fighting some of the same people, but it's effectively the Tsar's army. Is that wrong?
The Tsar's army would be in 1915. Yes, that's the White Army.
The White Army. Thank you. I needed to know that actually. All right, they got their they wrecked the Ottomans. Oh man. Armenian soldiers in the Ottoman army generally fought loyally and bravery. Cup, which I think this is the thread. Cup leaders chose to publicly blame the defeat on supposed Armenian okay, so my job right now is to draw a thread, draw a very clear, direct thread. Like, make this as clear as fucking possible. These are the people that did the people who did the Armenian genocide are the people who identify as Young Turks. The Young Turks. That's right. The channel. Anyways.
Right. It was a fundamentally liberal movement. And as you know, liberalism is prone to do with fascism every now and again.
I love it.
One might say it's inevitable.
Our clear line from... What I mean by draw a clear line is like, I got to find a way to present this in a very clear way, like visually and anyways. But let's get the timeline down. This is a separate project. Anyways, Cup leaders. Let me take a moment and go, who are the Cup guys?
This would probably be, I got an article for you.
Okay.
I don't know how to pronounce this given the Turkish alphabet, but this is probably what you're looking for. I put it in chat, like stream chat, Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Right, Committee of Union in progress. That's Cup, if that wasn't obvious.
All right, let me see if this fits anywhere else. Undertook Young Turk Revolution in 1908. Ruled the Ottoman Empire from 1913 to 1918. Okay. All right, hang tight. What are my political views? Jesus Christ.
You don't want to know.
What kind of question is that?
You don't want to. This is going to be some dark shit.
Hang tight.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the political views of Ittihadism, but I'll answer for you. Dan Simpson is a communist.
Yeah,
a revolutionary communist.
Up.
As am I.
Up. Young Turk Revolution. Up. Okay. I'll come back. I gotta fold my comment, my notes in later. That's fine. What is this? I'm doing... Fuck. I'm lost in my notes. What is this? Ottoman Empire. This is different. Notes.
Yeah, Spolka. It was not technically called the White Army at this time, but
oh, okay.
For practical purposes, it's the same army. It is the army that was under the Tsar of the Russian Empire.
I'm lost. Yep. I gotta get Young Turk Revolution up in here. Okay. That's what's going on. Like history does this thing where you want to, like, it's like hard to take notes on, you know what I mean? So, you know, when you try to boil it down into words is what I mean, because it overlaps. It's always doing this thing where you try to put, even when you're making timelines, you're like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Either way. Bear with me here. 1908, Young Turk Revolution. Constitutionalist revolt. You described it previously as a bourgeois revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Spell bourgeois, go. I think you can do it.
I can, actually. I always forget how to spell bourgeois. It's the hardest fucking word to spell.
Oh, fuck. Ah, fucking shit. So hard.
B-O-U-R.
All right.
G-E-O-I-S-I-E.
Perfect. A bourgeois, nationalist, fascist. Let's be honest. Okay. Force the Sultan to restore the Ottoman constitution and recall the parliament. Ushered in multi-party politics within the empire. So it's still the Ottoman Empire. It's not done yet. It's not quite toast.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But is the writing on the wall? Is that why this nationalist revolution? Like, okay.
I mean, they installed a democracy. It's what the Constitution is about.
They made it is it a republic? Is that wrong?
I don't know if they called it a republic, but it was definitely it was a liberal democracy, just like any others.
But it went from a. I mean, what was the Ottoman Empire at the time?
Prior to the Young Turks, it was a constitutional monarchy. So similar
constitutional monarch. Okay. So, okay,
similar
that
to
helps.
post Magna Carta, Great Britain.
Ottoman Empire at the time was a constitutional monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
But like Britain, like UK.
Mm-hmm.
Like UK now. Okay. That helps. Now they want to get rid of the monarchy. Can you believe the UK still got a king? Oh, it was primarily about getting rid of the king? Or,
yeah.
All right. The monarchy. Get rid of the monarchy. Okay. So they've got a better history than the English.
Suppose in that sense, sure.
They did it. They did a good job.
They got rid of the monarch.
Yeah. I wish I had a button for Turkish music. Yo, where's that song? Did you like this song, homie? I'm trying to find a really good song for the podcast, the show. It's not a podcast.
It doesn't come through in Discord for me.
No audio comes through on Discord? Was I like when we were watching the video?
Yeah, it did come through the video.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. Oh, no, I'm not playing anything yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that would explain.
I'm so sorry, homie. That's my bad. I have Havana syndrome. Do you think if I use the name for the series Chotley Trap House, those guys are gonna come after me?
Probably not.
Probably not. All right, here's the song. Is this a good version of it? Whoa! Yeah, it's like a real Turkish song. What do you think?
Pretty good.
I think it's pretty darn good. The other song I had's different. Did you see my intro, homie?
No.
You have to watch.
For more than 1,000 years, the city of Istanbul has stood as Europe's gateway to Asia.
It's really
Begin
loud.
with the international heroin ring.
There is a war in Sicily, and in the past year and a half, it has killed 200 people.
And a moment later, the shots
Pretty loud.
rang out.
Let's go. Yeah, what do you think? I'm not much of a video editor, but I think that came together okay. All right, so maybe I replace it with this song. Let me do this one more time. Wasn't it super loud? Oh no! I just caught the wolf. Actually, I didn't catch the wolf howling. I didn't catch it the first 4 times.
Oops.
Do you think that's too far, homie? This is
I think
total
it'll be
Grey
fine.
Wolf stuff.
It'll be fine.
Oh, that wolf is a little too much for me. I don't know if I can do that. How about the one with the dancing wolf? No!
Cancelled.
Oh my god. I'm gonna use that for a break. That's gonna be one of my bumpers. I'm downloading this right now. You know I cannot not use that. I'm on a list right now. I'm on another list. They just put me on a list and they're like, whoa, I didn't expect him to go on that list. We've been tracking this guy for a while.
Weird turn there.
Grey Wolves, okay. Grey Wolves are furries, okay. Also only 360p. I'm trying to find a better version of the song. Makes me uncomfortable. I think it's CGI, right?
I guess.
All right. So the question is, can I use? I think I'm gonna just have to use this stuff. I don't think people are gonna think I'm GW related. I can do this. Hey guys. That's why when people say that, like, you know, the thing with fucking what's the group? The Chapo Trap House? They're like Patreons called Grey Wolves or something. I don't think there's anything there. Dakadoon, aren't you the weirdo that thinks that there is? That's you. No, I can't remember. Zoot? Was it Zoot or Dakadoon? Who's the weirdo? Call yourself out. Stand up. Not me. Okay, sorry, Dakadoon.
I'm brought here to answer for your crime.
It must have been Zoot. I'm like, sometimes you just gotta be like, hey, they're clearly not Grey Wolves. All right, but let's do this. Let's do this. The Young Turk Revolution, primarily about getting rid of the monarchy. Can you give me a minute to grab some water?
Sure.
We'll continue this, if you would like to. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
A little bottle. All right.
Welcome back. You made it.
Yeah, thank you. But while the Young Turk Revolution's going on, they get into World War I.
Mm-hmm.
Forces like Enver Pasha are probably part of that revolution. He goes on to do the Ottoman genocides. I'm sorry, the Armenian genocide. Okay, what is this? It says Ottoman genocides, which does that like include late Ottoman genocides? Does that include the Armenian genocide? It says it's a historiographical theory. Is it, what does that mean? That sees the concurrent Armenian, Greek, and Assyrian genocides as parts of a single event rather than separate events initiated by the Young Turks. Like, I don't know what I'm saying when I say the late Ottoman genocides. Am I doing a faux pas, a historical, like, what am I doing here? It's weird. It's weird stuff, right?
I mean, it probably happened, if that's what you're asking. I'm more familiar with the genocides that happened under the Grey Wolves than the original movement here.
I missed that last part, homie. Can you say that again?
But I'm more familiar with the genocides that would happen later.
Which ones?
ones under the Grey Wolves.
Okay. Ooh. Are we talking Belson? Which ones do you mean?
The ones that happened in like the 60s, 1960s.
All right.
And the ones that happened like during World War One, before that, which I guess that's what this is talking about. But I don't know why it's like that article is worded as if it's like theoretical.
Well, just the way it's phrased confuses me. They just seem to want to lump them all together. I don't know. Whatever. We can talk about them individually, but they happened.
On the article I sent you, that ideological movement, and you'll see where the strains come from that led to all of that.
It was in chat. Okay, back to here. Oh, right. Thank you. Just gonna go. All right. Cup. There's that cup. Committee of Union and Progress. Yeah, Yoshi, I know. I don't like it when they tell me where I can get, when they close the door on me. You can't do that. Can't do that to me. You either. You're a big girl. It pisses you off. Jesus, this cat. She's always right. Good girl. The theoretical. Oh my god. No, I think they're like, I don't know why they're like lumping it together. I honestly don't get it. But Yoshi, please. You're a bad girl. All right, come on. Why did she do me like this? All right, let me dig into this real quick. Central Committee of the Cup. Why are they going to phrase it like that? Tuck this stuff away. The First Balkan War in 1912, 1913.
That's misleading. It's not the first time the Ottomans went to war in the Balkans, just saying.
Okay.
Just making a joke.
I don't get it, though.
The whole history of the rise of the Ottoman Empire that we just watched.
Yeah. A little back and forth. So
it's important to remember in this context that nationalism doesn't just mean like patriotism or whatever. Nationalism in this context is strictly anti-internationalism, which might sound like it's a given, but I think it's often forgotten.
Problem. They saw it as a problem that Turks didn't see them as themselves as Turks, but as Sunni Muslims that happen to be Turkish. They're like, hold on now, get it right.
This is what you are.
That's their big thing. It allows them to get more people together in a bigger empire. Yeah. They want to eventually establish their big pan-Turkish empire, which is what they're doing now. That's the thread.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There it is. There's the thread. That's just like this is a big thing. Understand that. Because that's what they're trying to do now.
It gets dirtier.
As you go
on here. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that's the thing that gets us to today. Grey Wolves, Erdogan, president of the country, AKP party, not traditionally the Grey Wolves party. That's the guy on the left who took over for, let me get this right. I'm sorry. Tirkis, when Tirkis died, and I can't remember when that happened. And they're holding this pretty sussy flag over, map over here. Effectively saying this is where we're going. That's their wish list. All right. That's the thread right there. Back to Turkey. Because these people and their ideology is the thread that carries through today to both the MHP and AKP parties. But definitely the Grey Wolves. Okay. They're like, hey, you're Turks. They're Sunni Muslims. Okay, so what am I missing here? Ittihadism. How do you say that? I need to learn how to say that.
I don't know how that special I is supposed to be pronounced.
Yeah. Okay. My article. Read on. Oh my God. Okay. Of course, this is why, one of the main reasons why Turks and Kurds are still fighting today.
Yeah.
So the cup was dedicated to a revolutionary transformation of Ottoman society by science-conscious cadres. The cup were conservative revolutionaries, reactionaries, who wished to retain the monarchy and Islam's status as the state religion, whereas the Young Turks believed the Sultanate and Islam were an essential part of the glue holding the Ottoman Empire together. Hold on. Am I not understanding that? Can you spell that out for me in baby terms? What did that just say? Let me read it again.
So that CUP were more, I mean, they weren't secularists. That's basically what it's saying. They were trying to be science conscious, but not secular about it, I guess. I don't know. That is worded weird.
I don't get it. Okay. I'm fine. Someone on Wikipedia wrote it. It doesn't have to be good.
Right.
Cult of Science? Unionists. I feel like this is something I need to know. What they were?
Yeah, this is basically the ideology of the Unionists.
Unionism. I missed that
Yeah,
bit.
right,
Okay.
right.
Unionists. Okay, that came up before. They believe the secret behind the success of the West was science. And then the more scientifically advanced a nation was, the more powerful it was. It's like magic. It's like real magic, everyone. Cult of science, strong sense of Turkish nationalism. Excuse me. Strongly influenced by French intellectuals. There it is. Embraced the idea of rule by a scientific elite. Did that
take your pick between technocracy and monarchy? You can't make up their mind.
What is a technocracy? What do you mean?
Ruled by scientific elites.
I don't even know what that is. What?
It's the idea that, like, basically, like, thought leaders should be running things. Like, people who are experts in their given field and all of that.
Oh. Okay.
Ruled by expert.
All right. That's what this is.
Right.
Okay. Wow. For the Young Turks, the basic problem of the Ottoman Empire was its backward, impoverished status and the fact that most of its Muslim population were illiterate, and thus most Ottoman Muslims could not learn about modern science even if they wanted to. The cup, are the Young Turks
Apparently
the cup?
not realizing that you don't need a technocracy to do that. You could do what Fidel Castro and Che Guevara did in Cuba and just have a communist regime and do literacy programs off the bat.
Are they saying the cup are these? They're the same as the Young Turks? All right. Sorry. I'm trying to make sure I'm piecing this together correctly. Sometimes I do stupid shit. I'm trying my best, homies. Yeah. So, TLDR here.
Oh, you didn't get to the best part.
This whole technocracy, I mean, I guess the short just for this little bit. This technocracy bit is well, it's not reactionary because Marx isn't around yet. Yeah, it is.
It is. No, essentially, the Ottomans are like
they don't have the dialectic
behind. They're still going from absolute monarchical rule to liberal representative democracy. So it's like the French Revolution happening 150 years later, kind of thing, or give or take.
Right. And you know, if I were listening to this channel literally 3 years ago, you would have been like monarchical rule to liberal democracy. And I'm like, yay, liberal democracy. This is great, right? Right? Nisai, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
It's the best.
Right?
Oh my God. We get democracy. We get to vote now.
Well, it's better than not voting, right?
A little bit. We get to vote for our oppressors. Oh boy.
Yeah. You said oppressors, but I thought you said pressers, and that's pretty much the difference, right? It's just like, who's giving the pressers? Who's like talking to us about the oppression that we're receiving from the people that they represent. Okay, interesting. So, not great, not good. Technocracy. Okay. And that tracks with this story, this other guy. If I can go back to Enver Pasha, Wikipedia. Because this guy is influenced by the French. There's the French. Oui. Yeah.
I mean, you consider the development of, social development and historical materialism. The people in Turkey at the time did not experience democracy failing under capitalism yet. So it would be hard for them to understand why it's important to move towards socialism, because they hadn't even experienced a representative democracy. I mean, they had a parliament, which was then like crushed by your guy Enver Pasha here, but then brought back after he was deposed. But so
right.
The argument is that a country necessarily has to go from monarchy to liberal democracy before transitioning from that to socialism, because otherwise the liberal democracy kind of thing has a great appeal of its own if you're living under a monarchy. That was the whole revolutionary period, the initial revolutionary period, like starting with the United States and then the French and all of that.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. What was that thread again? You're talking on a revolutionary period thread that I'm, I guess, not aware of, but I guess it makes sense. Is this like a defined era? Sorry?
The American Revolution, the French Revolution.
Is this like a defined era in history? They gave it a... Or no, I'm just trying to understand.
It isn't my mind.
Okay, very good. No, that's fine. That's fine. It's good enough for me. But there was a spirit of revolution, globally, and I think that's fair to say. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. Basically
all right.
Inspired
That
by
makes
the
sense.
American Revolution.
Is that actually true though? I want to see if that's
It is.
You're saying the Young Turk Revolution was inspired by the American Revolution. Tug on this thread for me. What?
Yeah, you'd go far enough back. They wanted to install a constitutional democracy, right?
Yeah.
Which country was the first one to do that?
Yeah.
It was the United States.
Yeah. When did they do that?
I think it was somewhere around like 1776 or something.
Yeah. Age of Revolution.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so it's inspired by.
So this shows you how late to the game the Ottomans were. Because it says the Age of Revolution, and this is accurate, it was 1789 to 1848. 1789 being after the end of the American Revolution, so it was proven to be a success by this point. So that sparks the Age of Revolution.
Dude, I love the soft dunk on UK with that. Yeah, they're a little late to it. 19.
Well, that was a dunk on the Ottomans. The Ottomans were late to it.
We're
talking about
but
the early 1900s, whereas the Age of Revolution was, for the rest of the world, considered to have passed.
Homie, they were just like visiting the Queen's casket in droves. Incredible
Right,
stuff.
but they'll say, yada yada, she's just figurehead, blah blah blah. That's
Right.
what they would say right now.
Yeah, pick a lane, everyone.
I just like the way she dressed up with the bags and stuff.
Oh my God, it gave us a sense of national pride.
Oh my
Why are
God.
we using that accent?
I don't know.
It's not British enough.
No.
You all God save the Queen.
Yeah, nice. That's pretty good.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips. Okay. Hold on. When I was doing this, where's my Enver Pasha? Oh,
You
whatever.
didn't get to the best part of that article yet.
Oh, man, I'm all over the place. Cult of Science. Social Darwinism.
There it is.
No! What the fuck?
There it is.
By the way, the whole technocracy thing, it's reactionary. They don't have the dialectic.
I love the dialectic.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, social Darwinism, though, also no dialectic.
I love the dialectic.
That's 2 points off. Okay, what's going on here? Scientific racism? What kind? Like break out the calipers? Are we measuring skulls here? What kind of stuff?
Read it.
Oh man.
But also read the last sentence in the previous section.
All over the place. Uh-oh. I think I know where we're going with this here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. I gotta back up even more. Cult of Science, the whole thing. I'm gonna have my reader read it. Reader! Can you read this for us, please?
The Unionists believed that the secret behind the success of the West was science, and that the more scientifically advanced a nation was, the more powerful it was. 6. According to the Turkish historian Handon Nazir Akmez, the essence of the Union and progress was the cult of science, and a strong sense of Turkish nationalism. 7. Strongly influenced by French intellectuals such as Auguste Comte and Gustave Le Bon, the Unionists had embraced the idea of rule by a scientific elite. 8. For the Young Turks, the basic problem of the Ottoman Empire was its backward, impoverished status and the fact that most of its Muslim population were illiterate. Thus, most Ottoman Muslims could not learn about modern science even if they had wanted to. 9. The CUP had an obsession with science. Above all the natural sciences, CUP journals devoted much text to chemistry lessons, and the Unionists often described themselves as societal doctors, who would apply modern scientific ideas and methods to solve all social problems. 10. The CUP saw themselves as a scientific elite, whose superior knowledge would save the empire. One Unionist later recalled the atmosphere as, being a Unionist was almost a type of God-given privilege. 10.
All right. Hold on. We're almost there. Are you going to read it? Try again.
Am I going to read it, or is it reading?
For purposes of enlisting public support from a Turkish public that was for the most part devoutly Muslim, the Quran says all Muslims are equal in the eyes of Allah, so the theory of a superior, Turkish race, might seem blasphemous, and out of the fear of alienating those Ottoman Muslims who were not Turks like the Arabs, the Albanians and the Kurds, the CUP's pseudo-scientific theories about the Turkish race.
But if their whole Grey Wolf thing supersedes Islam, then...
usually not
publicly proclaimed.
Yeah. Sheepy, I got this baller ass... Homie, love your face. I got this, it's a Google API thing that I've got hooked up, and I had to ask special permission, and it took a minute to figure it out, but it's incredible, right? It sounds so good. Let me know if I can reach out to you sometime and tell you more and dig into that sometime. It's so good, right? But the name of the plugin is called Read Aloud. But I'm using a special API. Okay. It's so fucking good, right? It's tight. Okay. Okay, the CUP's scientific theories about the Turkish race were usually not publicly proclaimed. Okay, wow.
They were just being secret Nazis. It's fine.
Secret?
That's the wrong effect. Secret Nazis. You hate to see it. There were a lot of similarities.
Well, yeah, if you're embracing social Darwinism.
Yeah. Just more Nazi shit. It's Nazis all the way down the rabbit hole. I hate those guys. All right. Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
What is this Völkisch?
You'll see.
Oh, man.
Oh, there it is. Part of the series on Nazism. I told you.
Nazis. Oh, man. What the fuck is this? Völkisch. Ich habe ein Völkisch für dich. Whoa! A German ethno-nationalist movement active in the late 19th century, so 1800s. Through to the Nazi era. What? This is what the Nazis came from.
Underpinning philosophy of Nazism. It's not even like a tangent. It's there. It's the foundation of it.
OG Nazis, dude. Oh my god.
Volkisch is literally proto-Nazism.
Yeah, proto-Nazism. That's good. I hate them.
Like more than just proto-fash, proto-Nazi.
I hate proto-Nazis. And Illinois Nazis. Oh. There you go, Nays. Although he did some racist, I don't know, whatever.
Oh, Einstein?
I can't remember. He did a problem. I can't remember. We covered him. I never remember anything.
Probably dated a 16-year-old or something. Who knows?
Volkskörper, or ethnic body, or literally body of the people. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god.
So the CUP
Yeah.
were fans of this.
No. Not okay. All right. Sucks. Why do they don't change very much throughout history? It's like there's sort of this. Okay. All right. Let me get this last bit. Here's the last bit. Völkisch nationalists generally considered the Jews to be an alien people who belong to a different Volk or race from the Germans. I hate saying it out loud. It's so gross. All right. So.
Yeah, pretty gross.
Backing out. Oh. Was here? Anything else?
No, yeah, keep going.
Young Turks had embraced.
I don't think you even finished. You didn't even finish the first paragraph.
Oh my god, it's so. I thought you said okay.
You got like to the first clause.
We're learning about cup. Oh. Hold on. Let me get my. All right. No, I'm not done. My notes. Whatever. Uh-oh.
In the words of the sociologist Zia Gökalp, the CUP's chief thinker, the German racial approach to defining a nation was the one that happened to more closely match the condition of Turkishness, which was struggling to constitute its own historical and national identity. The French racist Arthur de Gobineau, whose theories had such a profound impact upon the German Völkisch thinkers in the 19th century, was also a major influence upon the CUP.
Getting weird vibes from this picture here.
Blah. Ugh.
Bleh. Sacre bleh. Get out of here. No, no, no.
Remember, racism against the French is always tolerated.
The Turkish historian Taner Akçam wrote that the CUP were quite flexible about mixing pan-Islamic, pan-Turkic, and Ottomanist ideas as it suited their purposes, and the Unionists at various times would emphasize one at the expense of the others depending upon the exigencies of the situation.
Hold up. Mixing ideas. They wanted to make the Ottoman Empire great again. This is what I've been saying the whole time.
LL that mattered in the end to the CUP was that the Ottoman Empire become great again, and that the Turks be the dominant group within the empire.
I didn't even realize I literally said that in there. That's funny.
Yeah. I pre-read.
The Young Turks had embraced social Darwinism and pseudo-scientific biological racism as the basis of their philosophy, with history being seen as a merciless racial struggle with only the strongest races surviving.
Yikes.
For the CUP, the Japanese government had ensured that the Japanese race were strongest in East Asia, and it was their duty to ensure that the Turkish race become the strongest in the Near East.
All right. Gross.
For the CUP, just as it was right and natural for the superior Japanese race to dominate inferior races, like the Koreans and the Chinese, likewise it would be natural for the superior Turkish race to dominate inferior races, like Greeks and Armenians. This social Darwinist perspective explains how the Unionists were so ferocious in their criticism of Western imperialism, especially if directed against the Ottoman Empire, while being so supportive of Japanese imperialism in Korea and China. When Japan annexed Korea in 1910, the Young Turks supported this move under the social Darwinist grounds that the Koreans were a weak people who deserved to be taken over by the stronger Japanese, both for their own good and the good of the Japanese Empire.
What in the fuck?
I told you this got darker. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Along the same lines, the social Darwinism of the Unionists led them to see the Armenians and the Greek minorities, who tended to be much better educated, literate and wealthier than the Turks and who dominated the business life of the empire, as a threat to their plans for a glorious future for the Turkish race.
The original weebs.
Oh, man. Taking notes in the USA. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Pan-Islamism. Can I skip this? Boring. Modernization, secularism.
Also boring. Oh, at least they did a women's rights. That's good.
Hey.
That's a dub. Good job. You got one thing right.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's the weeb section.
As great as the influence of Goltz and Le Bon were on the Unionists, the primary example for them was Japan.
Weird. Here we go. Weebery.
Germany was the role model for the technical and organizational aspects of modernization, while Japan was the overall societal model.
Weebs, for those who don't know, we're just, it's Japanese, the fucking animations, the drawing style. What do they call it? Oh my God, Dan.
I don't remember what it's called. What, anime?
Anime. Oh my God.
Oh, okay. I think you meant something more specific than that.
Your societal model. Why? Okay. This is why.
Already within the early years of the 20th century, the Japanese had started to champion the ideology of Pan-Asianism, under which all of the Asian peoples were to unite under the leadership of Japan, the strongest of the Asian nations, and as the Great Yamato race, the most racially superior of the Asian peoples, as a justification for their imperialism. The Cup were greatly influenced by Japanese Pan-Asianism, which served as a template for their ideology of Pan-Islamism, where all of the world's Muslims were to unite in the Ottoman Empire, led of course by the Turkish race. The ultimate aim of the Cup was to modernize the Ottoman Empire to recapture its former greatness, and just as the modernized Meiji Japan had defeated Russia in 1905, so too would the modernized Ottoman state defeat the Western nations.
There's this Ottoman Turkish resentment to Russia. Yeah? It goes back a little while.
Oh yeah.
Like we discussed.
Centuries.
And more.
At least as far back as the early 1700s, yes.
What?
The Young Turks were especially impressed with the way the Japanese had been able to embrace Western science and technology without losing their Eastern spiritual essence, an example that was especially inspiring to them because many in the Ottoman Empire believed that the embrace of Western science and technology were diametrically opposed to Islam. The fact that an Asian nation like Japan had defeated Russia in 1905, the traditional enemy of the Ottoman Empire, was very inspiring to the Unionists, and Unionist newspapers all portrayed Japan's victory as a triumph not only over Russia, but also over Western values. To the Cup, for whom science was something of a religion, the Japanese example seemed to show how the Ottoman Empire could embrace the science of the West without losing its Islamic identity.
This entire thing is, like, tragically misled. Because, I mean, there never needed to be a conflict between your spiritual identity and scientific progress, demonstrated by the Islamic world in 12th century AD, which was the scientific capital of the world at the time, and that's why half the stars in the sky are named after Arabian scholars and not Western ones. They invented the telescope. And B, because the Eastern philosophies are like strictly they're not theistic religions. I mean, it's the Shinto religion practiced by Japan is essentially animism. They basically worship the earth and not like a god. It's just interesting that they thought this was a good idea.
Shit, I missed this, Colleen. What was this? Excuse me.
Like, that's if they're going to pray and legitimately going to pray.
Carter's in Istanbul.
Chad, this is insane. Holy.
Get out of here.
Chad, it's actually, this is crazy.
He's
I've never seen
streaming?
anything like this. We gotta go to St. Peter's. You gotta see.
Yeah.
You gotta see.
God damn it.
Went to the
God damn it. That's amazing.
Subversive history, I mean, generally the case with animist religions is it's basically the folk religion of any given local area. So it's not, animism isn't really inherited from one group to another. It's basically it's the form of spirituality that human peoples just tended to come up with on their own from nothing, essentially. What was eventually formalized into Shinto had to do with like first attempts of Buddhism to take root in Japan, which would eventually just syncretize with the local animism. And then attempts by Christian missionaries to Christianize Japan, which did not succeed at all. The thing about animist religions is they're all intercompatible with each other. There's no, it's not like a monotheistic religion where they make very specific claims about deities which are not compatible with each other. When you in animist philosophy, like what Native Americans believed in, what the Ainu people on the northern islands north of Japan believed in, the Japanese mainland native people, none of those would like conflict with each other. I mean, think of it sort of like polytheistic religions where like you could look at something like Greek mythology and then you could look at something like Norse mythology and you could easily just say, oh, they just have different names for the same gods. Think of it as even more generalized than that, where there would be no source for those different beliefs to actually conflict with each other. And part of the reason that Christianity did not take root in Japan is because a monotheistic religion is not able to syncretize cleanly with strongly held animists. You have to, Christianity has to replace or co-opt the existing local pagan beliefs in order to take root. It has to do a combination of embrace and extinguish. And the Japanese were just like, nah, fuck that.
All right. So what it is, Ittihadism, I don't know. Nationalist? Yeah? No?
Yep.
AKA internationalist. Okay. It's technocratic.
Mm-hmm.
And social Darwinistic, socially
proto-fascist or even proto-Nazi. I mean, it never obviously evolved into full-blown fascism, but it had the same underpinning ideas that historically did develop into actual Nazism.
Yeah, I feel like Nazi is
might be too strong. You could say proto.
No, I know. I think it's quite strong enough. I'm fine with it. Okay. So that's the TLDR. All right, good. Next. Boom, boom, boom.
You could also say it's imperialist.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that shit's baked in from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Yeah. Internationalist but imperialist. Yeah. Good. Right, what is this nation in arms thing? Am I ready for this?
More fashy shit. You're ready for it. You'll do fine. I have to take a quick break though, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, man. What happened?
I have a 10.
Awesome. Perfect. All right. I'm ready. I'm ready. Nation in Arms. Read.
Influenced
Not
by
you.
Goltz's Nation in Arms theory, the Unionists held that in war the moral state of the nation was just as important as such aspects as technology in the level of training. 42.
That's getting worrisome already.
The Japanese held fast to their traditional values of Bushido, the way of the warrior, and had an educational system designed to indoctrinate every Japanese young man with the belief that there was no higher duty than to die for the emperor, and every Japanese young woman there was no higher duty than to bear sons who would die for the emperor. 43. The Unionists were much impressed with how the Japanese had fought at the siege of Port Arthur, modern Lushan, China, where the Japanese infantry advanced on the Russian trenches, only to be mown down time after time by the Russian machine guns, suffering thousands of dead in each assault. Yet the Japanese soldiers, full of their belief in Bushido, were honored to die for their emperor. 43. As such, the Japanese kept on assaulting the Russian lines at Port Arthur, despite their enormous losses. 43. The Japanese soldiers, indoctrinated since their earliest days into Japanese ultranationalism and Bushido, had fought fanatically for their nation, an example the Cup was keen to emulate. 44. By contrast, the Unionists noted how the Russian soldiers had no idea of what they were fighting for in Manchuria or why their country was at war with Japan, and with nothing to believe in, clung only to their lives and fought poorly as they had no wish to die for a cause that was unfathomable to them. 45. Many Unionist officers took the lesson of Port Arthur as being that an army that was fanatically motivated enough would always win. The power of a properly dug defense, even one manned by such poorly motivated soldiers such as the Russians at Port Arthur, to inflict terrible casualties on an attacking force made less of an impression on them.
Uh-oh. This looked worrisome too.
A major factor in Unionist thinking was the devaluation of life. The belief that Eastern peoples like the Japanese and the Turks attached no value to human life, including their own, and unlike the Westerners who allegedly clung pathetically to their lives when confronted with danger, Easterners supposedly died willingly and happily for the cause.
The fuck is... National economy? Uh-oh. Nationalist economy. Boycotts against Armenian goods. Huh. Huh. A little free trade policy. Post-revolutionary success. When's the revolution attributed? When is it?
It was, I mean, they did eventually get rid of the monarchy. That's what that's
22.
referring to.
So 22. Oh man, where are my notes? 22, the last
I
Sultan.
think it was
October.
right.
23. I don't know why I got 22. I don't know. So he's outgoing. He and his people, Mehmed the Sixth, have signed the Treaty of Sèvres. Pretty much this. And then the incoming nationalist government, they're like, no. We want this. Oh, I lost my notes.
So the revolution is, so it's before Mehmed VI. It's when
right.
It was in the first decade of the 1900s when they reestablished the parliament.
Right. 1908, leading up to the treaty in 20. And the Sultan in 23. Okay. Now I have to take a break.
Okay.
And I think I'll come back and continue editing. Deep dive editing time. Deep dive time. Here's a 3-minute break. It's an ad. Running the ad. BRB.
Alina, we are also straight up communists here.
Oh my God. Here we go.
Here we go.
Getting red flags.
Hey Dan, why don't you name a single successful socialist country?
Oh my God. All of them. All right. I just lost my spot. Oh, but I caught the last part. Anti-communist.
On the national economy.
All right, national economy.
Second paragraph, I think, is where we left off.
Oh. Get some free trade. When are the Balkan Wars again? God damn it.
Let's see.
1912, 1913. Thank you, 6. Whatever. Extremist rhetoric advocating for Muslim Turkish domination to the economy at the expense of non-Muslim and non-domestic business. Wow.
Where have you seen that before?
Here?
It's the same sort of trade protectionism that the Nazis would do.
Oh, the Nazis. Sorry.
Yeah. Promoting German domination of the economy at the expense of non-German business.
Yeah. Or like here in the United States with the freedom fries.
Mm-hmm.
We really went after the French economy.
We
All
did
right.
it. We got them good.
Combination of corporatism, protectionism, and statist economic policies. Okay. They wanted to create an indigenous Turkish Muslim bourgeoisie and middle class.
There's your bourgeois revolution.
Oh, it's indigenous though, homie. It's intersectional.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's okay.
Wow. Uh-oh.
For the cup, the way to kickstart capitalism for the Turks was to seize capital from the well-endowed Christians for themselves.
Here's how.
Hey,
Pseudo-Marxist...
wasn't there like a religious ethnic group that the Nazis wanted to seize capital from? I
Oh,
can't remember.
man. That's sort of Nazi, too.
Yeah.
All right. Next. Wait. In a world in which you can transform into a chrome ooze, launch yourself. What? Launch yourself a said ooze at your enemy with a grenade, then emerge from ooze form next to your enemies with a lightsaber. Imagine that for a second. What the fuck are you talking about? People's abject panic when suddenly lightsaber is great. I have no idea. Did you track that?
Frost might be high.
I'm jealous.
Oh, Fortnite.
Fortnite. Oh, Fortnite. I'm bored with Fortnite these days. I think my Fortnite phase is over for now.
You got to get into Marauders. Telling
Marauders.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let me read this next part.
Oh, this end. Pseudo-Marxist rhetoric was used against Armenian enterprise, such as there being a class struggle and disproportionate ownership by Armenians of wealth that had to be shared with Muslims at all costs.
But do we know in history who came into power and co-opted pseudo-Marxist rhetoric to
Oh my god, dude. Sort of Nazi, dude.
all the way down?
Okay. Policies associated, essential for the Cup's Turk Yurdu project carried over to the later Republican People's Party regime, which would later become the MHP, the Grey Wolves Party, and created a fertile ground for the Republic of Turkey's industrialization post-independence war. What are you going to say? Okay. Anyways. Democracy? I don't know about that. Skin deep. Anti-communism. For strikes.
Realizing that the Young Turks did not fulfill their pre-1908 promises, workers from different nationalities organized strikes from Thrace to all over western Anatolia.
Uh-oh.
In the same time period, groups such as the Socialist Workers' Federation and the Ottoman Socialist Party emerged. The Young Turks, who were afraid of this international solidarity and revolutionism of the workers, enacted the Total-i Esgal Kanunu. Later, during the late Ottoman genocides, they exiled communist intellectuals along with minorities.
Look at that.
The first of the important events in the Ottoman Empire in 1908 was the proclamation of the Second Constitutional Era through Young Turk Revolution, and the second was the widespread strikes in the months following the proclamation.
So, wait. Ottoman Empire.
They did a union busting.
Hold up. Who did the union busting?
The Ottoman Empire.
The Ottoman Empire did.
The new liberal democracy following the Young Turk Revolution. The Unionist Party essentially was the most significant party, and it was the one in power. And they
Okay.
call themselves Unionists. How
Yeah.
adorable.
Okay. So it was enacted by the Unionist Party. They themselves are Young Turks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's people mad at the Young Turks.
Mm-hmm.
They were making promises before 1908, and then they're coming together. I don't get this. When is this happening? What's the date on this?
It was right after 1908.
Okay.
The months following the.
Oh, okay. Okay. It was 1908. Okay, sorry. So the Young Turks, they make a proclamation. I guess I don't know what it is. There's strikes in Constantinople, in Thrace, Smyrna, and Adrianople. Smyrna?
Smyrna's in
Yeah.
Bulgaria, I believe.
Oh, it's also in that game we played in space. Or am I making that up?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. They are very much connected to the Grey Wolves, yeah. One of the points of this show and the points of me doing this background is to draw that in a very clear way. I really want to make sure I've got all my, I's dotted and T's crossed. I'm doing my homework here. Yeah.
Oh, I lied. Smyrna is in the Anatolian Peninsula, but it's on the west coast.
Okay.
Along the Aegean Sea.
And the strike spread as a result of not meeting the demands for improvement of working conditions. And then they did a union busting. That's the TLDR here?
Yes.
All right.
So watch my 666. We are reading about the underpinning philosophy of the CUP aka the Young Turks, which is called Ittihadism. And we are finding a lot of I am just Grey Wolf shit, like straight up Nazi shit.
Yeah. So it goes. Ittihadism. I guess we'll go fucking left or right. I don't know. Where's my upside down carrot? You know, when I need it.
There's an article if you want to read it at some point. Watch.
I'll go left or right. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Why is my brain broken? This is a connection. Damn, man. What's that guy's name? Ataturk. Oh. This is sort of their ideology.
Yeah.
Young Turks share it. They carry out the genocide. Ataturk.
Right. We haven't found the direct link between this and the Grey Wolves yet, but I don't think you really need to.
You just keep checking the same check boxes as you keep talking about these same people throughout history.
Boxes, yeah.
So we're tugging on the threads.
This is where the strain of thought developed in Turkey. This was the beginning of it when they started hearkening back to, make the Ottoman Empire great again, sort of shit.
Yep. All right. I think we figured it out. All right. What else do I need to know about what happened in the Young Turk Revolution? I think I understand its ideological underpinnings here. Other than the Armenian genocide. Let's see here. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Young Turk Revolution. I need to know these fucking Wikipedia pages like the back of my hand. At the very least, I need to be very familiar with these. Not that this should be the extent of my knowledge. Especially when I want to... And this is just background stuff, and I'm just spending all this time... Although, no, we are going to be talking about this. I gotta script stuff about this, so I gotta make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, nice. I'm getting hit by a hailstorm.
Oh no.
Well, I guess it's technically sleet. I don't know where the line is drawn between the two, but my porch is covered in white. Pretty cool.
Hope everything's all right and
Seems
nothing
fine.
breaks of yours.
This happens like once a year. It's usually pretty mild.
All right. Abdul Hamid's regime. Who's Abdul Hamid? Oh, I gotta go back. He was the Sultan before the last Sultan, huh? So the Young Turk Revolution didn't even begin about the last Sultan. It started about his predecessor, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the TLDR of it is that the Young Turks were doing a speed run from monarchy to liberal democracy to fascism, or we're trying to.
Yeah, pretty quick. They were late to the game. They're like, hey, wait for us. We want to do some fascisms too.
Just got to get rid of the Sultan first, because reason.
Because of reasons. Okay. Abandoned the previous politics from 1876 and suspended the Ottoman Parliament in 78. People were pissed. Because they're looking around the world and they're seeing other options. The real domino theory. No, it's not. They wanted the Constitution back. Most Young Turks intellectuals
They wanted their capitalism back.
Yeah. They wanted to say. They wanted to say. They wanted the bourgeoisie to have a say. Most Young Turks intellectuals exiled. Many in the military had held sympathies to the Young Turks. Macedonian conflict. All right, whatever. I'm skipping it.
That laissez-faire.
They want some of the laissez-faire. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Okay. This explains why the guy wants to trick his government into getting into war. He's doing... What's it called when you try to speed that shit up?
Speed run?
Yeah, but there's like a there's like a geopolitical term for it.
Accelerationism?
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
This guy's part of the unionist movement. He's a unionist. He does that thing where he tricks the German. There's the thread. So, but before that happened, 1905 and on, Cup's able to infiltrate many institutions within the Ottoman government, many recruits being young officers in the Ottoman Third Army. There it is. There's the thread. He was able to do that 1914.
The old deep state.
Yeah. There's the long con. Up. Yeah, Yoshi. All right, hold up. The event triggering the revolution, a meeting in the Baltic port of Revel between Edward VII, King of UK, excuse me, and Nicholas II of Russia, the last emperor of Russia. Huh. What happened then?
Stuff.
So these imperial powers had experienced relatively few major conflicts between them. Over the previous 100 years, an underlying rivalry, otherwise known as the Great Game, had exacerbated the situation to such an extent that resolution was sought. The Great Game. All right. Anglo-Russian Convention of 1709 brought shaky British-Russian relations to the forefront by solidifying boundaries, identifying their respective control in Persia and Afghanistan. Here we go. Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. What? What is this? Afghanistan. Yeah, Yoshi. Graveyard of Empires. Yoshi, what's up? All right. Okay. The defense of their shrinking state had become a matter of intense professional pride within the military, caused them to raise arms against the state. Wait, what? Okay. Unionist officers based in Salonika. When is this? 1908. Right, Yoshi? 1908. Oh. desire to preserve the state, not destroy it, motivated the revolutionaries. Major Ahmed Niyazi, Ismail Enver, Pasha Enver, and other unionists within the Third Army fled into the mountains. Okay. Organized guerrilla bands and volunteers and deserters, all while pressuring Abdul Hamid to reinstate the constitution. Yeah, Yoshi. Feeling all the notes. Oh my gosh. I gotta... Fuck, it's been 9 hours here. I gotta wrap up. I think I need to be done. Hold on. I feel like I'm almost there. Let's keep pushing a little bit, huh? All right. So, they mad because they're losing ground. They're losing ground. They're shrinking state. We watched the video.
I was gone for a minute there. Just turned my computer off.
Oh, no problem. You didn't miss anything. All right. About to sneeze. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Okay, so the revolt, 1908. These three guys, I think the three pashas, or maybe this is some other time. But this is the first time they go up into the hills. Because this Enver guy goes up into the hills after World War I, after he fucks it all up. Fucking idiot.
What a dumbass.
Because he goes up in there afterwards too. But he goes, fled into the mountains, organized guerrilla bands of volunteers and deserters, all while the volunteers and the deserters all what? All while pressuring Abdul Hamid to reinstate the constitution. I don't understand why it says and deserters. Other deserters?
Deserters from the Sultan's army.
Okay.
The mutineers.
The mutineers? That's a term?
Yeah. People who do a mutiny.
Huh.
That's what they say in like the previous two sentences. But,
okay.
Those are the deserters.
Okay. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Oh, they assassinated a pasha. Shemshi Pasha. There's a mutiny. What does this say? Anatolian troops sent from Izmir? What the fuck does that mean? Ottoman Empire? Ottoman troops?
Yeah.
Okay, it's just a different way of saying that. All right. Oh.
Remember, Anatolia is the peninsula.
It's just the phrasing of it threw me off. But that makes sense. The rapid momentum of the Unionist organization and intrigues within the military, and so I guess they were, okay, yeah, and discontent with Hamid's autocratic rule and a desire for the Constitution and all the other weird Nazi shit, meant Abdul Hamid was alone and compelled to capitulate under pressure of being deposed. He capitulated, reinstated the Constitution to great jubilation. 1908. Okay, so start of the empire's second constitutional era. But again, they haven't gotten rid of the Sultan yet. This is like if Britain, I don't know, got rid of their constitution for a while and acted like the system was really that much different for the working classes. And then they brought the they're like, okay, we're just kidding. We'll bring the Constitution back, but we're not getting rid of the monarchy. So there's this little time here before, well, in what would become Turkey at the tail end of the Ottoman Empire, they would get rid of their monarchy. So UK, step it up. Try harder. Do your job.
Yeah, what the hell?
All right. That's the TLDR. Huh. Historian Ronald Grigor Suni states the revolution had no popular support. It was actually a coup d'etat by a small group of military officers and civilian activists in the Balkans. What do you say about that?
His name is Ronald. So
Every
ratio plus
Ronald.
L.
Maybe. Wait.
I mean, we know that the people would go on strike almost immediately following the revolution. It's almost like the revolution had no popular support because it wasn't a socialist one. That would be the take.
Yeah. They skip a sentence here. An ADT raid. Fuck yeah.
Oh shit.
Let's go.
Welcome in. This is the iDan Simpson Show with iDan Simpson. It me, iDan Simpson. Thank you for the raid, ADT. Everyone follow ADT. If you're with me already, follow ADT. Was I really down to 16 viewers? Holy shit, people hate this content. They hate deep dives. I tell you.
I think they hate me.
No, they tell me, oh, I like it, Dan, when you do this, but they don't. They should shut up. All right. Election.
$27 and famous horse are on, so
Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up.
people probably went over there. Yeah, you're on late today. You're on 9 hours,
Yep.
friend.
I've been pushing. Everyone follow ADT. Raiders, thanks for joining me. I do a daily stream. And I'm wrapping this one up right here.
Yeah,
Right.
did that idiotism stuff kind of
Yeah.
paint the picture for you?
Tied some stuff together. Okay. Nasai, homie, thanks for hanging out with me today. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Have a really nice day, homie. I'm going to let you go.
You too.
All right, peace. I was just talking with Nisai again. I'm doing a deep dive on really cool and important things. Working on a little bit of a side project called Chatli Trap House, where we're talking about the Turkish deep state. I'm getting into sort of the beginnings, the tail end of the I was getting into the tail end of the Ottoman Empire, so that I can get into the beginning of the Turkish nationalist movement, wrap my head around all those things. Let's see here. Learned a lot, and I had Nasai with me to help me with a lot of that. Big shout out to Nasai. Thank you, homie. And funny you just raided in because I'm raiding out. Please hit the follow button while you're here, though. It's free to follow. Oh my God.
I'm a billionaire. I'm a multi-millionaire.
Couldn't be us. We're busy suppressing leftists.
CIA. That's not the CIA right now. Wow, thank you so much for the tip, homie. Problematic follow, huh? A little problematic right there. But thank you so much for the tip. But you have a good day.
No! No!
Get out of here. That's hilarious. All right, thank you so much for the raid. This is the Idan Simpson Show with Idan Simpson. It me, Idan Simpson, from the Idan Simpson Show with Idan Simpson. Thank you so much for raiding Rathbone. If you're with me and you aren't already doing so, follow Rathbone. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, hit that follow button. I stream just about every day. I am an international revolutionary proletarian leftist. Hey guys. Marxist. And very happy to be with you today. Thank you for following, joining. Thank you for the raid. What's up, Rathbone? Hi, homie. I was just about to raid out. And I just got raided by someone else, so I just got a double raid. I'm going to raid. We're going to get everyone together. We're going to send you out. Nice tight package here. And I want to thank you all for being with me. Yeah. I get donations from CIA handlers. That's true. Thank you, homie. Today, if you were just coming in, I was spending a lot of time with a friend of the show, Nasai, working on my project. Fuck it, before you go, check this out. This is the intro to my project that I'm working on called Chotley Trap House.
For more than 1,000 years, the city of Istanbul has stood as Europe's gateway to Asia.
We begin with the international heroin ring.
There is a war in Sicily, and in the past year and a half, it has killed 200 people.
And a moment later, the shots rang out.
Yeah. What's that? It's going to be a little bit of a series hosted by myself and Karem about the Young Turks, Turkish nationalist movement. Thanks, homie. The Young Turks nationalist movement. Idealist hearths. Armenian genocide. Ataturk, Turkes, Gladio, Grey Wolves, Abdullah Chotley. Pope assassination attempts. Arms smuggling, human smuggling. Islamic terror cells. Connection to the Sicilian Mafia and pizza places across the United States. We're going to do the pizza connection. Oh, baby, I'm loving it. Please support on my Patreon, and eventually we're going to make a Patreon for the show. But please support in the meantime so that I can make good content. I really want to make this really good. I want this to be like... All right, so I'm out of here. I'm going to rate out myself. I want to thank you for being with me. Everyone hit that follow button. It's free to follow. I do like deep dives, and I also just cover the news daily. I'm not really the election guy. So that's really why I didn't do that today. But, you know, vote, whatever. If someone earns your vote, you can vote for them. If they don't earn your vote, whatever. Just leave me out of it. All right. So. Yep, so it's going to be famous $27. What's Famous Horse up to? We got to watch Famous Horse's videos. We haven't been doing that over here. I'm a big dickhead.
The instant he wants them to pay him, maybe he's just being a jerk.
Let's go to Famous Horse. All right. Up your face, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Have a really nice night. Be good to yourself. Be good to each other. Be good to Famous Horse. Safety first. Love your face. Repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. That's ridiculous. All right. Thank you so much for being with me. That's right. You're not a reactionary or a liberal or a right-winger or a Nazi. You're a tanky like me. All right. Bye. See you next time. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Get the fuck out of here.